now, this is the bread and butter of playing standard. And look at that, control unit, flexible support unit coming in, as well as the DPS 5 on that Lionheart Hermia.
Yeah. You men can get as excited, you guys can get excited as you want about all the lovely ladies we're seeing, but it's all about the men for me, and I'm still looking at A. Tywin and Blue Crozet holding it down on the top left. Absolutely excited. And another pick that you don't see busted out too often, the Angelic Montmorency. That was the full name I just said there, and I didn't even know I knew it till I said it. But seriously, relegated to most hunt buffs and put together in some backyard
that's right.
shots of Abyss. Yeah,
often seen as like a more new player hero, but Valk, she's actually really nice, especially versus units like Solitaria.
She's so nice, you have to ban her.
Wow, they just took out each other's counter picks right there, removing the cleanser as well as the debuffer. They're playing a very honest game. They're going to go back left and right.
Don't be afraid.
And once again, we see this Destina leading off. Usually Destina, as we would expect, is a rather slow unit. You're expecting her to kind of reverse cleavers, reverse these opening advantages. Her starting the game is rather awkward. You kind of just want to tap them with the your auto attack and just go next.
Yeah, quick question for you, Val. Is this Destina fast, or did we just draft the slowest characters in the game?
As you said, you know, left side is a Night Enjoyer, right? Tank and spank. Right side, very standard. So for a Destina to be going first in this type of setting, kind of normal, but you definitely wouldn't expect that in multiple games.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some slower Destinas. I've definitely seen some faster Arias. I'm excited to see her play here. She resists the seal here, and she gets back with one of her first counterattack. However, that will trigger. Yep, that will trigger Lionheart. So we've got only a couple turns to deal with her. Here comes the S3 again. Full resist.
Resist by 4 units. Shin Mello definitely on the tankier, more stable side of that standard playstyle. Adventure Ross puts up defense buff for his team. AoE attack will put up, will draw the counter attack and gets blown back by the Crow from Arya. Full resisted again. We won't lose any buff here. Usually that Crow Blast is a huge tempo move, right? It swings the game a lot.
But it's not the only button in Arya's arsenal. She's going to come back with a counterattack here. And now we've got a decision. We're definitely not hitting her, but which target do we think needs to go first?
I think the main goal here for Shin Mello is to figure out who's the main mitigator, who is holding that Aureus, absorbing all of that damage for Midnight's team. And wow, decides to just go into Arya.
Reproc yourself for your next turn, right?
Into Arya.
Make sure nobody else has to do
play.
it. If you can guarantee yourself an advantage just by attacking into a character, I mean, why not?
Arya with both defense up as well as crit damage, 2 of her main scaling utilities, and that Ilanav, very recently buffed as well, just kind of already laying in, what is that?
Yeah, look at all that injury built up. My goodness.
One of Sue's favorite units. She definitely knows how to capitalize on those injuries and really put the pressure even on the healers on the enemy team. So even if Destina gets a revive, if this Ross goes down, he's not coming back with that
Ross
much.
Pulls the Archdemon, brings in the seal. Now when you land a seal on that A Tywin, he loses his entire cleansing passive, which means now he has no recourse versus this Archdemon. Archdemon goes another turn, soul burns on the Arya. Arya loses her passive as well. Can't generate that Crow Blast now, and
gets the proc too. Valk, now she's 5 focus, fully loaded.
Next turn, this Archdemon is just going to go hard once again. Oh man, Shin Mello really playing this Archdemon to her full potential.
Yeah, I think the Raws, like we were saying at the start, is just doing really, really nicely with the Archdemon. Tywin comes out with his skill 3, but we have a lot of immunity on units. Damage not bad though.
Comes in with a little bit of damage, 2 immunities, 2 resisted, so we kind of lost a lot of value on this turn. Lionheart Hermia comes in. I think this is where Shin Mello needs to push his tempo. Both players are pushing in on it. Now, usually Shin Mello doesn't mind because he's got that Destina, but now he's really got to push the damage, and Midnight wants to push the damage because he's got no sustain.
Yeah, and speaking of sustain on the left side, Crozet standing tall, but maybe not for too much longer. He's taking a lot of damage, and that defense buff has been saving him in more ways than one. But we've got to take some action down right now. A Ross or the Tywin. Which one is going to go down first?
Yeah, surely Ross goes down on this turn, but as we see there is a unstoppable force slowly encroaching. Midnight is going to try to burn her down on that Archdemon, and procs. We have our third sealed unit coming in, and the proc. That's another 40% CR push coming in for the Archdemon.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Also procking the Roz barrier on top of that. Here we go, full skill 3. Quite a lot of burns.
Quite a lot of burns, but not enough to threaten, I think. There's still a chance for a comeback, but just turn after turn after turn coming out of this aim arrow. And now we've procced this little lady. All right, this is dangerous.
Radiant light. Destina's
Things aren't looking good on the side of Midnight DX, guys. How we feeling?
Ooh, Midnight's looking rougher and rougher. I don't think he's bursting down Shinmello. Destina gets that S3 off. You know, as we're saying, injury, the sustain doesn't mean too much when there's injury present, but it's looking like it's keeping him in there, especially with that Troza going down this turn.
Yeah, that burn finally did him in. We don't have too many options left, but we've got to make something happen now because the Lionheart's turn is up. She's got the defense buff. She's got the Sword of Flaming Justice, and she's going to swing it right down on left side. Is this enough to close it? No. One last lady stands with hope, but she gets the counterattack. The Crow comes out, but all this...
Yes, she shakes that sealed blast back, takes out the A-Ross, but I don't think that's enough.
And speaking of not enough, she's going to put out one more attack, but that attack is once again going to cause it's far from over.
Luckily, though, Lionheart won't be able to S3 or skill 3 once again, but Arya's going to need a lot of work here to take out these 3 units, especially the Destina.
Yeah, she's not going to have the advantage she needs to put her down, and she's going to keep pushing her team up. She's going to keep sustaining them.
Yeah, with that, she loses a counter buff as well. That's the danger with playing these stable units. They're going to be very strong for a few turns, but now she's got this one big downtime.
Got the souls, gets that guaranteed seal, and this could be it.
Yeah, no souls on the side of Midnight, meaning he can't burn out of it, and GG comes out for Shinmello. Takes second game.
You know, I know we were talking about this before, but I think we're already seeing the effects of the change to the draft format that we talked about there, because you definitely would have banned out aim arrow on left side if you could have, but because you're stuck with the post ban instead, you don't get that opportunity to take out these problem units and really challenge your enemy in ways that you might be used to. So
especially losing out on Rowana after the first game. Normally that Rowana comes out as the Archdemon player. Car, I'm sure you have plenty of experiences. You have to respect the Rowana. And now after the Rowana, you banned the Rowana once already. You don't have to worry about it here again. And now that worked hugely in favor of Shinmello, and he just kind of runs away with that format there.
Yeah, lack of cleanse. He did pick, you know, the Rowana game 1. The Montmorency game 2, both times banned out. He did have the Tywin to kind of address the cleanse situation a little bit, but the well played from the side of Shinmello, who was just using those seals so well.
I think the one thing he was really good at was identifying, hey, my opponent is playing 2 tank, 2 DPS, and 1 healer, and I can easily throw this off balance by banning out his 1 healer, his 1 main cleanse, and I just have to write it out with my own healer, and he was able to just play that very standard playstyle. His RPG party held it together, and he was able to just kind of clear his way through.
A deluge of debuffs absolutely raining down on the opponent, locking them in and putting down their options basically. That's how you corner your opponent like a rat and finally finish the game out. I'm hoping we get to see some more of that play later. But really, I'm just sad I won't get to see more Blue Crows then.
Well, I think the next players are ready. Next up, we're going to have Playcat and Real Mace. We were talking about them a bunch earlier, guys.
Yeah, this is the pairing I was most high for coming in here.
Guys.
We've got, normally Playcat would be someone we consider a tournament favorite, but in this case, I think we're considering him a dark horse, considering Real Mace is somebody who just plays solid fundamentals.
Well, the only thing I have to consider is about getting into this game and seeing the excitement unfold right before my eyes. Just in a couple of seconds, we're going to have both of them face down upon each other. You know Real Mace actually a little bit because is that Hey, guys, excuse me, what guild is that right there?
That's Verite. That's a sister guild to my guild.
Oh, okay. So this is so that's a little bit of bias, maybe a little bit of bias on why this player might be your favorite.
No, Valk's a professional. He stays objective. Ain't that right?
Yeah, you know, I don't take sides on this. I just want both players to play at their best. So both for us and the audience at home to get a great match. Speaking of a great match, we got the pre-bans coming out. Lua removed, as well as Coeric Lemediator and that Conqueror Lilius. So 2 pieces of Exodia, as well as that pesky Lua.
We actually get the Zio first pick. Small child, lost, a little bit sassy. Who's this? But no, seriously, Zio comes out pretty much saying, hey, you know what, Mace? Great to see you back. I'm taking first turns out.
Yeah. When somebody picks Zio, you know what they're saying? They're saying, I'm going to get 40% combat readiness push for my first turn. Don't you dare race me. And May says, go right ahead, sir. I'll take Ambitious Tywin, and I'll take Destina. This is one of the nicest utility knights in the game, as well as the best healer we saw last series. You know, Destina clutched out 2 games, just sustaining the match. Speaking of that, Spectre Tenebria, Last Rider Crow, one of the new combos that's kind of coming into the metagame, as we saw that with that Last Rider Crow buff. Spectre Tenebria always hides in the back, and Last Rider Crow kind of protecting his team versus AoE, something you absolutely need to be able to reach in to kill that Spectre Tenebria.
Yeah, it's a real match made in heaven. Try to get the AoE, the reach you need to bring down the Spectre Tenebria, and you have that crowd that's just building up that the skill 2 passive back into the skill 3. Really tough combo.
AoE true damage when that Last Rider Crowd comes out. Normally when Bellion isn't pre-banned, when Bellion is still up, you're scared to pick that Spectre Tenebria. Take it from me, a Spectre Tenebria main. But when you have Last Rider Crowd on your team, you're no longer afraid of AoEs, and you're just telling your opponent, hey, try Bellion, I dare you.
I'll win for sure.
Very respectful coming out from Mace. Not picking any AoEs. Karina, single target water bruiser, as well as a Sage Ball.
A Sage Ball, a favorite of mine, but I'm actually a little bit more concerned about how long we took into the draft to draft these 2. We were really running down and considering our options there, or possibly our 5-month account might have a little bit of a problem in reach dealing with some of what's up. Now, I'm more excited to see how that plays out the next couple games, but I can tell you right now, Edward's coming out on the left side as well, sort of a response to some of the debuffs, and he's definitely going to be able to make a splash. And speaking of a splash, are we going to get her? Are we? We're hovering over her right now.
That's going to be a tough matchup, especially into Destina. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. My man cooks on 5th pick, locks in the Dark Corvus. He says, you do not bring enough burst damage, and he picks Dark Corvus on pick 5 versus 1, 2, 3, and 4 tanky units. Dark Corvus' favorite matchup. He's going to eat this right up.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone as excited for a Dark Corvus in my life, but understandably so. Well drafted, right, Val?
Mm-hmm. This is one of those times where you're put between a rock and a hard place. Your team brings a debuff, which is, you know, an Edward Elric's favorite food, and Dark Corvus, who eats up these tanky, not high damage units. And Mace finishes off with Sage Vivian, banned off immediately. That's what I'm willing to bet real money on, by the way.
Yeah.
What do you guys think would be banned on Playcat side by Mace?
I think it's just going to handshake situation. I think we just both ban last and we see how the game plays out from there. I mean, once again, Real Mace coming down to the last second of the clock to make his pick there. But then again, I don't really think it mattered too much. When you draft like this, to me, it feels like a situation where you're like, I'm ready to fight your top 4. Absolutely, as I just said, Playcat ready to fight the top 4, but actually the LRK ban from Mace himself. So he's ready to come through and take on this Dark Corvus. So we'll see if he has enough to stop the legend of Extinction himself.
So here we go, guys. Probably one of the most anticipated matches of the night. Playcat versus Real Mace. Could be the winner of the entire tournament.
Zio takes first turn to nobody's surprise. Looking like a very squishy Zio. One book between both mages on this team. I actually wonder what build the Zio is on. Ooh, that is a vampirism debuff. That tells me effectiveness.
Bloody Rose.
Bloody Rose on that Zio. So Spectre Chamber with the book. Zio is effectiveness and maybe even on a little bit of damage coming in. Sage Ball stealing a turn, drops the AoE sleep, but only hitting one since it's a 85% proc chance, missing the Edward, much to Mace's benefit.
Edward resisting as always, because if you know there's anything he's able to do, it's mess up your plans, especially on a Saturday night like this.
Yeah, as a successor to Champion Zerato, it's just par for the course.
Now we got the A-Tywin here up on board, of course. He's ready to let her rip. But
really awkward turn. You really wanted that Sage Ball to remove the passive from the Edward. And speaking of resisted, Zio resists again. Things are just kind of not really playing out for either side. It's a little bit awkwardness.
yeah, truth be told, it's a little bit awkward. But as I said before, things are going to be awkward in these games. As we're getting further and further in the tournament, you're really looking to put your opponent in as uncomfortable situation as ever. And spearing one right through the heart, I'd imagine feels uncomfortable. Hopefully I never have to find out myself.
Edward drops that Soul Burn and responded by Karina dropping the S3 on a Zio. That's a very squishy Zio. Defense break comes through. That is surely a kill, and pop! Zio just goes, just like that. We're looking at a 3v4. Now, even though Playcat is down a lot on that team HP, I wouldn't count him quite out yet. He's got a lot of solo carries that's got plenty of potential to come back in this game. And on Mace's side, he just blew his biggest damage cooldown. I don't think Mace's got a lot of damage left. He's got to play the long con. He's got to cycle out those cooldowns to get damage back.
Maybe we don't want to actually counterattack here because that's going to give the one-turn decrease to Dark Corvus there. Now, let's actually take a look at this because I think this match is interesting right now. Right side, we're just trying to blow through and blast, do our damage on all these targets. But left side has three distinct threats that are operating on different levels, right? Edward is going to keep getting more and more damage with every S3 he throws out. That's why we soul burned it. The Spectre Tenebria is hiding out in the back, always a constant threat that grows larger the more enemy units or allied units die. And following the Dark Corvus, the more damage you dish out, the more he's going to start hitting back with. We'll eventually get to that place too. We cleanse the stun, but we still have the defense break on. If there was a time to dump damage, I'd say it's about now, wouldn't you agree?
You kind of have to press your go button, but you just don't have a lot of damage. Dark Corvus, every time he gets hit, his cooldown, his ultimate cooldown goes down by one turn. As we can see on his progress bar, he only has 2 turns left to go. And when that bar is up, he's going to be able to drop a big nuke coming in. That's going to be able to one-shot almost every single one of these units on the right side.
Not only that, it's going to cause extinction, which is certainly an effect that makes it so that Destina, our great reviver, you saw the great effect in that last game, is not going to be able to bring those units back. So it's something you have to watch out for. Just like with the Guardian Ice Crystals, actually putting the Karina back above 50%.
And with that, that's going to be another counterattack, making it so that the Dark Corvus is ready to go.
Yeah, and he has the souls ready as well to soul burn that big skill 3 when he finally cycles back to his turn. Edward with another resist.
Again!
Ed, come over here. We need to have a talk, buddy, okay? You can't keep doing this. You're kind of throwing the whole thing right there. Like, Dark Corvus is really holding it down for you, and that's the only reason we're still alive right now. But you keep resisting, you keep missing, I'm going to be a little bit pissed.
Yeah, Destina cycles the Karina back in 19,000 HP. Now we're just laying it down on the Edward. Now, if this Karina goes down, Mace has no damage. If this Destina goes down, Mace has no sustain. So we could see a variety of play coming in here for Playcat. I wonder when that Dark Corvus finally takes a turn, what he's going to decide to do.
Yeah, the play in this game is definitely down to the Dark Corvus and exactly who he chooses to rain down his punishment on. Mace in hand and ready to go against Mace himself. Funnily enough, I just realized.
Yeah, Durandal comes through. That Dark Corvus, the encroaching doom, gets closer and closer. And dual attacks from Spectre Tenebria, one of the most impactful dual attacks in the game, softens up these units. Soul burns into the Karina. Let's see this damage.
I mean, we don't need to see it. You could close your eyes and still know her fate. Karina's gone. Extinction as well. We won't be seeing her again.
23k damage total on the board, even through the Aureus. Oh, no more damage for Mace's side. This is going to be a grueling rest of the game.
That's right. How is he going to finish off the ever-looming threat of Dark Corvus? He's going to have to line up either a big Sage Ball skill 3, and will that even be enough?
I think as the frenzy goes, Mace is going to have, ooh, I believe he's called right here. That should be game for Playcat.
And Valk, that's the first loss from Mace of the tournament.
Like we said, that's the Dark Horse. In any other position, Playcat would be considered a favorite. But against somebody like Mace, Playcat, the dark horse, takes a game off of the favorite of the tournament.
It's really come down to what you said there. He definitely knows how to turn up the heat on the draft in the last few positions. And not only that, as I also said, it's about making your opponent uncomfortable and definitely playing in a style or playing with characters that people might not be so familiar with, might not be ready to counter, is certainly one way to get the job done.
You know, we were talking about Mace couldn't react to that Dark Corvus, to that Ed, aggressively enough. Maybe that's just due to the fact that, you know, can we even recount how many aggressive units came out in the past 5 months? I think almost everything we got was rather on the defensive end of the game, right? Well, so maybe just due to circumstance, Mace was forced to play like a slower, tankier playstyle, and that's just victim of the circumstance.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely see some of that change hopefully soon, because real Mace is going to have to turn it up to 11 if he wants to make this counterattack. We're getting you back into the next game here in a couple seconds. But speaking of which, you said not too many DPS units have come out recently, or you wanted to hear about a couple of those. I want you to look at Mace's avatar right there. One such unit ready, locked and ready to go. Maybe
yeah, I felt there's been quite a few damage dealers out there, as you know, someone a little more tanky. But I want to bring it back, guys, real fast. How do you think Mace is feeling right now? Undefeated the entire way and drops his first match of the tournament in the finals.
I think when you've kind of had it just cruising through the entire time, when you get thrown off balance for the first time, it takes a real legend player to tell yourself, hey, I got this. This is not going to phase me. And ooh, speaking of I got this, that is the most I got this unit in the game. Apocalypse Robbie coming out in the second game. First pick for Playcat as a response to the first pick Angel of Light. Politis comes out as well. No units to really counter this Politis. Apocalypse Robbie is Politis' biggest counter. And Playcat, as we highlighted earlier, you take a power pick and you take a unit they counter, and boom, suddenly you are looking so solid right there. I would even say Playcat is looking favored to 2-0 here, unless Mace makes a real strong adaptation in his 2 and 3.
That's right. We're going to need to see some real draft differences here. On the side of Mace to kind of take it back, AWOL first pick. He's deciding on the last two, and Divine actually wisely mentioned that Mace has kind of been taking his time on these picks.
He's definitely been taking his time, searching through his draft, searching through his options, which I'm not against. But my only thing is that I'm a little bit worried here. We went into the AOL very early on, strong unit, but as Valk is saying, definitely has responses to it. APOC Ravi has responses, but not the kinds you're always comfortable with. That's what kind of establishes these strong top 3 picks. You know, there are counters, but the counters aren't always the ones you want to be drafting. And speaking of which, we get Desert Jewel Bazaar. If you're putting out barriers, he's taking a knock on them, but I don't exactly see a unit at which yet he can use that powerful ability on. So for now, he'll mainly be here for the immunity and the push-up on the team.
Now, I wonder if this Desert Jewel Bazaar is going to telegraph something Mace is going to pick down the line, considering the fact that throughout the night, we've seen these players take one strong pick as well as something either they counter or supports them. So I wonder if we're going to see maybe a Barrier Knight or perhaps even a more aggressive support like Payra. But Zeo locked in for Playcat. I think Payra is off the table for us for now. Oh, there
we go, Val. We were looking forward to that, and it finally comes out in the 4th pick spot here, the Dizzy.
Playcat absolutely rocking the collab units. You know, Edward last time. Now we got the Dizzy. So happy to see her here. She's going to be putting out a devastating debuff that are just, I mean, come on, guys. It's attack break. It's hit chance down. It's everything you need to close out a game.
Especially speed down. I think that one is one of the most devastating debuffs in the game. It just gives you so many chances to chain turns when your opponent is just 30% slower. They just don't get a chance to play the game.
Right. She was an absolute terror when she first came out. But on the side of Mace, we do have some mitigation for those debuffs in the form of Desert Jewel Bazaar and the Angel of Light Angelica.
We already got one cleanse in the DJB. I wonder if we're going to see a second Briar Witch coming out, since that Zeo is going to be the first pick unit. As well as into the Dizzy, that's got to be immunity set, as well as Stenny to close out the draft.
It looks like he was definitely looking for 2 units here at the end that he could hide and keep away from the incoming damage. No easy targets for the APOC Ravi as well, so perhaps she stays in here at the end, especially because she's such a stable unit that you'd maybe like to draft her yourself in the final game. possibly here at the end. Do we see? No, we do not see Abigail, but we see SBA.
And my man throws in the spice on the pick 5. Silverblade Araminta. Now that's a combo / cleave unit if I've ever seen one. Anytime there's an AoE on your team, she's going to be able to CR push herself up, gets banned right away. Mace, a legend player once upon a time, recognizes that potential immediately. That's a combo between the Dizzy as well as the Politis. So DJ Bassar banned out. These players are going right into the match.
Let's go, guys. Game 2. Real Mace's tournament life on the line. Will PlayCat close it out, or can Real Mace tie it up?
Yeah, 2 books on the right side as well as full immunity on the team. Mace has only been around for 5 months. You say he's got this much immunity gear running around?
Mm-hmm. He knows what he's doing. He's got to put the priority on making sure the immunity comes out. I think this is a product of Green Leica being in the meta.
Protect yourself, ladies and gentlemen, or else some small child will have his god come raining down with an eye of Vasperous detail upon you, and followed up by the Dizzy. S1s for now.
Get ready to watch the animation.
Yep, and that definitely gets a response here, of course. That gets another response in turn from the Politis. We put up the skill nullifiers, and they're wiped away.
Yup.
Just instantaneously.
2 of those immunity just got stripped off by the Politis. She CR pushes herself to the top. And let's see if any of the blinds stick. And that's both blinds on the DPS units.
More than just blinds, it's also going to be a heck of a lot of damage, but not exactly the greatest concern for Briar Witch's area. You see, her S3 giving her additional hit chance, so we're definitely going to make a strike here, and we're going to push back.
4 defense breaks. That is a huge opportunity for Mace to potentially come back from the game.
That's what Mace needed right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, defense break is the biggest damage amplification in the game. Better than attack buff, better than crit damage buff. That's what you want to see when you want a way to secure yourself. Bellion, our DPS unit here, rules effectiveness buff, but going to have all of her cooldowns available here. I wonder what Mace decides to do. Drops the S3.
And this is going to hurt. We have so many defense breaks like you mentioned. Let's see the damage.
No blind, crits all 4. That knocks out 3 units. We have Soul standing turn coming up. That's a Soul Burn into potential S3. Soul Burn comes through.
Missed
the first one. And that's a GG coming out from PlayCat. Game goes to Mace.
Wow. What a match, guys.
What a match there. That went so back and forth. I was definitely
It was looking like PlayCat had the advantage with the Dizzy. We had the little back and forth between the AOL and the Politis. But then, like Divine said, Bryceria, even blinded, still managed to land all those debuffs.
All those critical debuffs that left an opening for Blind to squeeze in through and do her job perfectly well. We had the souls as well to burn the Stenny just in case. Give us enough turns to cycle off those debuffs and close out the game. We didn't need them, but we had them. And that's what preparation is, right, at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. Even if things go wrong, even if the odds, RNG, 15% is against you, you still got a path to victory. And that's the kind of play that a legend makes. That's what we've expected.
You gotta have that killer instinct, especially when you're down 0-1 in a best of 3. You need to know how to turn up the heat. You need to know how to claw your way back into the series, and Mace did just that.
Well, guys, we got a game 3 on the way, which is obviously what we want to see. More matches from these 2 monsters. Any thoughts on who's looking favored here now? It's 1-1.
Ooh, PlayCat's got that first pick, so maybe looking exactly what he needs in this 3rd game to kind of lock it down versus Mace.
The bans are so long, they're wrapping around, and as we said before, those previous 2 picks in the SBA and the DJB are going to be off the board for this game. PlayCat opting to take first pick here. Let's see what it is.
And once again, goes with the Zeo, telling Mace, hey, don't even try to race me.
Don't even try to race me, but as I said before, that leaves some strong options still on the table. If you've got an APOC Ravi, you could definitely solidify your draft with it at this point. But 5 months in, do you have it? Or do you have a different strategy in mind? These are the questions racing through my mind right now as I look in anticipation for what Mace is about to pick out of his hat.
Cool, calm, and collected. Every time this clock ticks down, Divine, I feel like that's what Mace is thinking here. Wants to take full advantage, stay calm, and just get the best picks for the moment. There's the Pox Ravi, like we mentioned, Valk.
Yup, anchoring the entire team to the game right here. Now, we know this is going to be a squishy Zeo on Playcat's side. Once he drops that DFI, he's going to be a little bit tankier, but sub 10,000 HP, that's going to be a unit that Ravi, even with 2 stacks, he's going to be confident in dropping that big axe onto the Zeo here.
That's what I do.
SC Airwell, that's the knight you want to see. That she's right now the best mitigator in the game. She's going to be able to protect your team, not only through her barriers that she provides, but also the escort buff, 30% damage redirection. With the Ravi's natural tanky stat line, I'm expecting Mace to just try to hold it down, just hang on.
And once again, we're seeing the strategy you were talking about earlier. Lots of players coming out, drafting a strong character like Spectre Tenebria, and then following her up once again with her strongest counter. The Lion coming in, sitting down on the throne, but also protecting our Lady of the Night, as I keep calling her there in the back.
Right.
She's going to be sitting pretty city. She's going to be sitting pretty, not having to worry about problems. Speaking of which, if you've got a boo-boo, you need a Band-Aid, Destina will come through. Lots of protection on the right side. I'm imagining if we don't draft something like a Strays or something that can maybe one-shot, this Ravi and this Lionheart Cermia will be around for far longer than you anticipate or than Playcat would want.
And playing to that standard, we see Mace going with the Warrior Knight Soul Weaver combination, followed up by a second Warrior. So he's ready to play that standard matchup. He's got a last pick in his back pocket, and he's waiting to adapt.
Now, gentlemen, do we think we're going to see a little craziness on the side of Playcat? Last round, we had the Dizzy and the Silverblade Araminta. Is he going to take a little bit more safe here in the last two?
He stayed to his strategy so far with the Spectre Tenebria blind, as we said before, covering yourself with your next pick. So I assume he's going to cook on 4 and 5 as always, but maybe he's still in a little bit of Mesa's strategy, letting the clock run down. I don't trust the clock past 10. My fingers aren't fast enough, but he was fast enough to take Architect Leica, the character on the profile for Mace, maybe even making a little bit of a statement there, like, hey, you know, your lady can be my lady too. Speaking of which, the best of them all, Dizzy still comes through. We saw those debuffs. We saw how debilitating they were. And right now, there's no AOL to cleanse or even react to such a devastating amount. We've got tons of AOE on left side. And on right side, we get the response of Edward Elric.
Architect Leica, as we saw from her release, wasn't very strong, but was later buffed to be able to soul burn her target debuff onto any unit, including this Destina we see here, usually a unit that's untouchable by debuffs through her first 2 turns. And once you're tagged with that target debuff, you're going to be taking near true damage levels of that space laser coming in. As you would expect, Architect Leica removed on Playcat's side, and Destina removed, so Mace is lacking that big AoE heal with that revive.
Most certainly. And you make that ban on Destina because you don't want these units coming back, but more importantly, sustaining through the debuffs and sustaining for so long that it puts the rest of your team in jeopardy. Zeo's coming out first, as he always naturally does, once again with the Bloody Rose that we talked about earlier, but following him up quickly afterwards is the Dizzy. So I'm excited to see, once again, as always, as you say, Valk, how Playcat's going to cook it.
Now, normally Dizzy is actually going to be very commanding in this position, but with that Edward here, drops a soul burn, going to go for that extra turn.
Not only, well, it's an extra turn at the most important part of the game here because we stripped the escort buff on Arrowell. We talked about how she's the king of mitigation, but a large part of that mitigation is being wiped away right now. And speaking of wiped away, there goes the CR bar. All of you can be pushed back alongside it. Only Edward is staying up strong, but he's got the blind debuff on.
Edward was actually tagged with that blind, missing 2 members. Now, that's definitely something I didn't expect. Only Bellion and Spectre Tenebria are tagged with the debuffs. Bellion with the provoke, Stenny with the silence.
情不自禁帮地基加油。
So Stenny's not going to be able to put her S3 down, only able to S1 and hit 1
地基
unit at
加
a
油
time, massively slowing down the
你的
tempo
时代还没有
she put out
过
in this
去啊
match. Bellion goes again. Edward counters. Bellion extra attack hits back. Wakes up the sleeping lion. Ooh, this match is moving much faster than I anticipated.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of which, we're fast approaching the hour for Ravi. She's taking her turn here right now, and yep, Even on a miss, Balion's gone.
Gotta take down that Bellion first. Injury means all of these HP bruisers and tanks is going to be losing a lot of value over time. Taken out, that means you have longer chance to stay in and hold yourself to the game.
We need some debuffs right now in this Lionheart Tournament, or at least a strip, and none of those happen.
Ooh, 3 Abyssal Crown procs coming out as we're talking about how we need the debuffs, but not good into the Edward. Spectre Tenebra eats a big counter and she's hanging on by a thread.
Wow.
This could be it, guys.
He's hanging on by a thread, but what's going to cut that thread?
DG.
Once again, the Sword of Justice coming in through, slicing clean through left side's team. Absolutely devastating. The kind of move that with a follow-up quickly puts down Playcat. Real nice. I mean, you were worried for him about us for a second there, but he definitely showed you that the legend has returned. Cleanly sleeps up that game at the end.
Ooh, and Mace is going to be moving into the second round of the brackets up against Shinmello, taking out Playcat. Now, I really thought Playcat had that after that commanding
因为这个毕竟不是
but Mace, as we highlighted,
那个
you know, legend player,
就
gotta
是什
have
么
that
拼殿
presence of
堂啊
mind,
什么的，
killer
那
instinct,
可
know
能
how
各
to
个
come
实况
back,
组可以拿一些
especially
自
in
己
the
喜欢
series.
的
He did it all
角
here.
色出来打架。
Yeah, I wonder if part of that, you got to give Playcat props for picking that Dizzy, but unfortunately, like we saw, the Edward and the Lionheart were able to kind of just shed those, and they were able to clutch out the match.
Mm-hmm.
When you try to shake your opponent, the number one thing you've got to be careful of, you've got to be waiting for, is them getting used to your game and adapting. That's the second key to this tournament, really. Your opponents are going to be trying to throw crazy stuff at you. I mean, we saw Blue Crozet, and even if it didn't work, it certainly shook. The faster you can adapt and the faster you can start thinking, the faster you're going to find yourself up to the top bracket of this tournament.
Now, if anybody's going to adapt, I believe in the all-rounder. Just like myself, Saturn's coming up in here with Hetsu, somebody who has a very interesting pivot to their playstyle. So this is another matchup I'm personally very excited about, and I'm ready to see these guys square it out.
All right, well, while they get ready, Val, tell us a little bit more about, why don't you start with Saturn?
Yeah, so for those of you guys that are joining us just now, we had the chance to kind of scout out these players for quite a bit prior to the show today. And Saturn was one of those players where I couldn't really notice a clear strength about the guy, but also at the same time, that means no clear weaknesses. All-rounder just means they need to hang on, hold steady, and cruise their way through the brackets.
Playing with a mask of many faces.
Nice reference. How about Hetsu on the other side?
Hetsu, now, can't give away any of a player's tech now, but I think Hatsu, yes, can't give away any player's techs now, but I think he's got a really interesting way to pivot the draft. Now, for anybody who's maybe new to RTA, a pivot means, hey, I'm going to look like I go fast, but I slow down. Or, hey, I'm going to pick the Destina, but I crank up the speed. And it's very interesting. It's almost like watching a little bit of poetry in motion.
Yeah, definitely. These pivots, as we said, are another key strategy into the drafting element that these players have been playing around with, right? Throw your opponent off your scent, and more importantly, change the pace of the game throughout the drafting phase into one that's more favorable for you, right? Not only the strategies you like to implement, but maybe where your gear's at. But we'll be seeing all that clashing in just a couple seconds here. The next match is already under the way. Saturn versus Hatsu, and I'm excited once again because these last matches have been on fire, and I'm certainly certain that the heat's going to continue with this next one.
Pre-bans coming in, we're seeing Zeo, Bellion, Politis, as well as, oh man, you know, we were saying at the beginning of the tournament, we got AOL, we got Last Piece Corinne, and she comes in.
She's looking so good in that first pick spot. Saturn now deciding on his next two here. We have
非常好看哦
Shuna,
光卡零
second
星角
pick,
色，
making a big splash this
哇
last
哇，
season.
右边的选法
That's
很有趣。
another one of those units that just made her way to the metagame. Very recently, got buffed, got that exclusive equipment. She's a sleep and attack down specialist. But debuffs on the other side for Hatsu, he's got the DJB, so very clutch unit here.
As we said before, we've got a lot of protection going on left side. We've got Peyra, once again drafted with DJB to stop our worst counter from coming in. And then the FCC brought all together by the last pick, Spectre Tenebria, which means we need to see another big damage unit last picked on left side, because if we get Spectre Tenebria banned out, I mean, we've got nothing to bring against our opponent, essentially.
And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to Hatsu. He makes it look like he's about to go aggressive. He's got the Peyra, he's got the DJB. That's a lot of supportability, and then he dials it back down. He's got the He's got the Fallen Cecilia in the tank, as well as 2 hyper carries in the form of the Spectre Tenebria and the Charlotte, countered by that Landy. I wonder if these guys are just going to respect each other's last picks and take that out.
Yeah. Well, maybe or maybe not. As we said, these bans now carry a little bit more weight. Do you go with the Spectre Tenebria, a unit you probably have built but might be a little bit more dangerous, or do you ban out the Charlotte because you probably might not have her built, but even if you do, will she always make it into most drafts? Easy choice. The Charlotte goes out, and also, once again, unfortunately, his premiums are just too high. Last Rider Crowd can't make it into the battlefield with his bike, and so he'll be arriving far too late to make any impact. And speaking of which, speedy unit we have of Last Piece Corinne, but she gets outsped by the Peyra, putting out a series of debuffs.
Unbuffable does unfortunately land on Last Piece Corinne. Now this unit is massively reliant on on her own buff, Phantom Sword. So there's going to be need to be a lot. Oh, and the stun as well.
With the RNL activated, the Rana Lucella extra turn. Para rocking that skill 3 now.
Wow,
Another one
RNL
on the
goes
table.
again.
Was it 2-3-1-1? Well, we didn't exactly expect to see it here, but
Hits the Landy, but didn't get the stun. That would have just been a little bit too much.
I mean, yeah, at that point I would have cried. But speaking of which, can't cry in the desert. Desert Jewel Bazaar coming through, pushing up his team. Now, you noticed this earlier. Rimuru usually would have pushed up here by now, but the restrict on him means he doesn't get the CR buff.
Even deadlier though, that unbuffable, meaning he can't even steal the buffs back over to his team. Spectre Tenebria capitalizing on the unbuffable, burns into the Landy, dual attack by Peyra. This Peyra is just popping off left and right. She's putting her claws on everybody.
She's certainly going in with everything she's got. And speaking of which, we've just lost everything we had, standing solo at the end of the world. Last Piece Corinne. Can the world's greatest swordswoman do something about this game? Through multiple skill nullifiers. No, we know
when the
it.
game called for Hatsu. Ooh, that would look
Wow,
like a very,
Gong
very
Kai
rough
Ling
game.
Su,
Saturn was kind of feeling himself there a little bit. First picking the Last Piece Corinne and just kind of getting run over by the unbuffable. That Peyra S2 such
左边
a
那
deadly
个
debuffing skill.
看起来是
Just
老
steamrolled
江湖
from
啊，
there, got
他的打
outsped,
法
got the unbuffable on the Last Piece Corinne, like we mentioned, which she really needs to get going. I was hoping to see like some gameplay from her, because as one of the newer heroes, I think a lot of us really like to see what she's capable of. But yeah, she just couldn't really get started.
Yeah, I was sort of expecting Saturn to have that Eternus tech, right? When your allies are debuffed, your Soul Weaver is going to be able to CR push themselves right up to the top to sort of enable a counter offense. And that was something we were just missing there. So in order to be able to beat this pivot that Hatsu has had going, I wonder if Saturn can just pick something that lets him steal that turn to cleanse all this debuff that Hatsu is going to put on, because that combo of DJB and Peyra looks so comfortable for Hatsu. You can't let him have that twice in a row.
As you said earlier, Shin Mello and Hatsu have a little bit of the same playstyle where they like to, Playcat and Hatsu have a little bit of the same playstyle where they like to start cooking and switching up with a hard pivot in their draft later into the game. But that also comes with its own downsides. If you don't pivot soon enough, you don't get to establish the kind of team that you want to be able to put down and focus. But he's overcame all that and come out with the win. So I'm excited, but I'm also curious to see if Saturn can take advantage of that in this next game.
Well, let's see, game 2. Adjustments need to be made on the side of Saturn. Maybe that is kind of not forcing that first pick, Last Piece Corinne.
I mean, I love her S3 as much as the next guy, but this is a tournament with a lot on stake on it.
We didn't even get to see it, Divine.
Ooh, on the first pick coming out, that is an
Okay.
extremely aggressive support, but now Saturn's the one to answer with that Peyra.
I've got a fast one too, if you don't mind. It seems that he's saying. So we're going to see a little bit of a race between these two, but circumstances being the same, probably going to see the Peyra outspeed. So what else can we bring to change the situation up a little bit on left side?
Apocalypse Robbie picked up. That's going to anchor Saturn to this game. Now, he still has the option to go quite aggressive, or he could pivot back down to play something a little bit more defensive. Peyra, even though she's a very aggressive character with her high speed, the buffs she can provide for her teams, attack up, as well as escort and stealth for herself, that barrier to absorb the damage for her team, she can also support a very defensive team.
Hatsu debating between his picks right now. Second, Hovering over this Mediator Quert, guys, could be locked in, debating on the Crow. Now, we mentioned at the start that Hatu likes to go, more tanky, but with that first pick on mid, how are we feeling he's adjusting his draft?
Now he's going for a Mediator as well as a Spectre Tenebria. Spectre Tenebria is the best DPS in the game, bar none, when Bellion is pre-banned out of the game. And with 2 supports, I'm feeling even on pick 3, Hatu could pivot this into anything he wants to.
We talked a little bit about before with the Spectre Tenebria. You're definitely going to want to bring out, at least in this stage of the draft, another high DPS to carry the game. So I'm definitely interested to see on Hatsu's side who's going to be taking that place. On the right, however, we've got a couple decisions to make. Mediator will be countering, at least to some degree, a lot of the debuffs we're putting out. The Almond makes things scary with the ability to push up a DPS with fantastic results. So we respond with Landy, getting the reach we need to pull out the Stene, but also with a Destina to make sure that we survive some of the terrible things that are going to be happening. But no one can survive a Milim S3, another character with an extinction, and if that wasn't enough, a Briar Witch Assaria. If we see a ban of Destina, I'm going to be surprised because
Saturn
that seems
sort
to
of
be...
takes a gamble on that pick 3 Landy. Now, with 2 picks left, normally you can gamble on your opponent not having 2 picks to counter your Landy, but Hatu picks out the Milim as well as Briar Witch, countering both the Landy as well as the Destina. Both units can bust out of stealth unit as well as prevent revives with the extinction. That is key to this game here. And last pick, Charlotte gets banned out again. Let's see how this plays out.
Here we go, guys. Game 2 underway between Hatu and Saturn. Guys, we kind of just hovered over the fact that Summer Break Charlotte got banned out there at the end.
It's not summer. It's not summer yet.
That's pretty buff.
That's true. RNL procking. Once again, Rihanna Lucella extra turn.
Oh my god, how many packs did you buy to get this kind of RNL luck? I'd at least like you to share with the rest of us a little bit. Coming out, we don't have the souls to guarantee anything here, but we're certainly going to go for it anyway, right?
S3 comes through, tries to fish with the stun on the Briar Witch. We do get it, but that Mediator going to be up front, potentially cleansing away any sort of debuffs. What is that? A grand total of 7 on that left side.
Not only that, Spectre Tenebria is hanging on by the thinnest of threads. She's got the attack buff here, but we definitely want her to be able to reach out and peek into some of these units. Now, we've got the S3 soul burned here as well. We saw this earlier. We need the strip and we need these debuffs to come on through because we want to blow up this enemy team, and we get 3 of those defense breaks.
Soul burn meaning that every single buff is going to be gone from Saturn's side as well as all 4 unbuffables. Now, how is Saturn going to be able to stabilize from this position? That's looking like a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, Saturn's in big trouble here. Look at those defense breaks. We have Milim with the souls and has access to extinction. Gonna lead off with that skill 1 into the scene. I think she's going for it.
Gotta go now. If that Destina gets the skill off, everything you've done is going to be reversed. And S3 onto the Landy. Ooh, that's a rough position for Saturn to be in. That Landy is never coming back, despite having 2 revivers for Saturn here. Kara goes down as well, and this is looking like a tougher and tougher fight.
Tougher and tougher in fight. Mainly a nearly impossible one as well. Yes, Destina's sitting there with the revive up, but it's going to be blocked entirely by Briar Witch's area, which means a GG, and it means that our winner goes straight to Hatsu.
That was a very, very clean 2-0 coming over for him.
That was so fast, guys. Blinked and it was over, but that means we're going to have Hatsu from Potato Farm moving on.
Which means our last match of the quarterfinals is going to go down to Hamu versus Sai.
All right, why don't we talk about those 2?
所以这个最后晋级的是
From what we've seen so far, a bit of a standard player. You know, and as I said before,
下面那
we've
个
seen a
韩文
lot of
ID
these standard players face some challenges so far in the draft. I'm interested to see how he overcomes them, but also in addition to all that, our one and only French player from what I've seen on the tournament standing. So, I mean, I don't know any French, but if I did, I'd say something nice in French.
Hey, good luck. I believe it goes something like bon chance.
Bonne chance, yes.
Yeah, and you know, we don't have a lot of information on these guys, but one of them being standard means we are going to see some interesting adaptations. Now, standard being the most adaptable playstyle, regardless of whether that side being an aggressive or a defensive player, we should be expecting Hamu to just
恭喜
adapt
他输。
around him. And in the case of standard versus standard, we're going to be seeing a tango out here.
A tango indeed. With that being said, guys, now that we have Playcat getting eliminated already, Mace moving on, do we have a new kind of, who do we think can maybe tackle on Mace? Could it be Hamu and Sai here? Do you have another pick in the tournament?
I'm pretty big on Hatsu, actually. We saw a very convincing
Looking
set
very
from him.
strong in this last match.
Especially with his bread and butter Payra being picked away. He looked like he didn't even skip a beat. You know, Ahmed, Mediator Coer, Spectre Tenebra, he says, hey, I can go fast, I can go slow. I don't have to go either way. You have picked 3 and 4. You commit, and I'll play to your speed. And that was a move that's very near and dear to my heart.
Divine, anyone you're looking forward to in this next matchup?
I take my things to my chest. I take it to my gut. And if my gut's telling me anything right now, we're going to see something interesting in this next match between Hamu and Sai. I think we might potentially have somebody who's willing to go all the way to the finals here. I've seen a little bit of their play style, but I don't want to reveal anything just yet. These players have surprises all on their own they're ready to show, and as we get into the game, they're going to show us the full brunt of the might of their drafting capabilities.
Yeah, with a standard Valk, hopefully we'll see more, maybe into a best of 3, like all the way to game 3. Because last match, even though that was such a commanding lead, it was so fast with the with how powerful the player 1 was looking on the left side.
Soulburn, Briarwitch, Asaria, but not going to be able to
我先
see
拍
that
一
this
下他
game.
们
Briarwitch
普遍的
as
英
well as
雄。
Ahmed pre-ban. That tells me Hamu is going to pick up on the slightly slower variant of that standard. Destina first picked out. That's definitely looking true so far. Sai hovering that Lua. This is, just as I was saying, that's a DLC unit. We normally don't even see her in the game.
Yeah, and for good reason. Now, we highlighted it through the tournament so much, but the Destina coming out with the revives is strong, but we've already had 3 extinction units so far. We've seen Milim, we've seen Dark Corvus, you know, Briarwitch being out isn't going to be the only option off the table. And speaking of options, if you're picking one, Apocalypse Ravi is going to be one of the strongest of them all. I'm interested to see what's coming out from left side, especially because we're going to need something that fights back against, as you said, this DLC unit that brings unbelievable amount of damage, support, the sleep, all of this, just a messy situation to deal with.
看起来是
Lua
非常
got
讨
some
厌
of the
被
most
亚米德
debilitating
核
debuffs,
爆的
but
玩
also
家。
speed buff for her team with a Ravi. Extremely flexible in all situations. But Hamu says, you are not going to shake me. You can play that fast, aggressive style all you want. I will take SC Airwall, very tanky. Karina, one of the tankiest DPS units in the game. And Sai is going to respond with Spectre Tenebra, as we saw today. Safe DPS with Mediator Coeric.
That's right. Hamu's going to need some reach now, and he opts for Landy. Going to need maybe one more pick there to make sure he has enough damage for the Spectre Tenebria. Let's see what he picks in that 5th spot.
Landy's one of the best picks you can take into this Lua, as well as the Mediator. I think that's a solid pick. But in order to prevent this Landy from being banned, he's going to need another one of these good picks, and that's what makes Lua so hard to play against.
If I were to rely on a little bit of my information I've done so far, Spectre Tenebra on right side, we could see him, quote-unquote, cook with a Fire Cleric. I've definitely seen some things, and I know in this position it's something that he's thinking about. But as we said before, you want the reach to go into the back line and deal with Spectre Tenebra if you're not going to ban her out. And banning her out is all that much more risky to do now that banning her out means you'll never get to use her again. But instead, we see the Zahak. This is a unit who comes out strong, pushes up other members of his team, and certainly slams down with the damage. Not a bad guy to have on your side, and a terrifying one when he's not.
他是不是想一速态势把兰蒂拉起来
As
直接
good
炸
as the Hawk is here, though, I wonder if he's got what it takes to break through that Lua, just because, you know, S3 comes in, cooldown reset. That Zahak is going to be out for 1 turn, and Lua banned out, as well as the Landy. Oh, that Milim wasn't able to bait out the force ban on the Milim because he had to ban out the Landy.
And as I'd like to say, the Lua kind of, well, not kind of, she definitely comes with enough threat from her power and her speed and the support she brings to her team that you need to put her down. She's not going to be making it to the match at all, but I'm interested to see how it plays out nonetheless. We've kind of got a ticking time bomb situation on the field where if the Milim gets to exterminate and put one of these characters out for good, it's going to make it a lot harder for left side. So let's see how we deal with that.
Game 1 underway between Hamu and Sai, and we have a library on the right side with 40 souls on deck.
Seen so
Zaka.
much of that already today.
Yeah,
好
Lua
像没什么
Man
东
now
西可以
means
拉
Hawkins takes the first turn. He's going to take the full 15 seconds.
然后右边有4颗魂，看起来超可怕的。
Now with the unit with the extra turn, you actually have 30 seconds to take your first turn. Attack buffs the Karina, only other DPS. And I wonder if you're going for the injury on the A Robbie or potentially fish for a kill on Millum. Zahak has increased hit chance versus Zahak. As you know, Millum has innate evasion, so gonna be a bit of a risk here. And we do go for the injury on the A Robbie. We go for his consistency.
Absolutely. You see the clash
好，
between
先让
Silver
暗罗
Unity
菲
and Proof of
软
Valor
掉，
there. Defense and offense
然
meeting
后
on both
看起
sides.
来
Speaking
靠
of
队长
offense, there's one guy who
收
knows how
尾
to augment a team's offense. It's Meteor
他是一个
Garrett
对
Claire.
队长很有信心的玩
Does he
家。
rip the S3 and put up the attack buff? We absolutely do. With that accompanying the rest of his buffs, the immunity, so that we don't get debuffed
所以这是一
in the future,
个
which is a big part
看
of
到
Karina's
暗
game.
罗菲会想
Now
用
the speed tuning really comes down.
带泰斯对
The
策的
moment
玩
you
家。
blow up that cleanse on your mediator, that arrow wall is going to have the option to be able to stun any one of your open DPS. And pushing up that Karina, I wonder if we're just going to try to all in this Millum early and make a play there.
直接
And
打
there she goes.
Slamming back down, the damage here is going to be important. We want to at least be able to do enough that she's not a threat.
Immunity means no defense break. It's a healthy chunk of damage, but it doesn't get us a kill.
It doesn't get us a kill, but that healthy chunk of damage also means that even if she's dodging, you know, you're going to be taking a flat amount. So taking out that
密尼姆
much is
等下
actually
吃
pretty
火
good,
再
I'd
吸
say,
血
for the
就
deal.
会吸回来。
But, you know, it's
所以
not
这选
good.
不太
Spectre
好。
Libra is S3. Not just because of what its possibility of
不过
stunning
有
this
可
turn,
能
which
他
it
觉得
doesn't,
密尼
but
姆
we've
没有
still
那么
got
硬。
those 40 souls.
哦，那
I
是
Spectre
wonder
Libra
if he's
uses
going to
them.
soul burn this Millum here.
有血
Millum
防的
S1
Minimum.
has built-in heal.
I was thinking the
40
same, including the new exclusive equipment that just came out. Maybe get some bonus health, kind of top off here.
果然
Has a
战
lot
士
of
就是要
souls
有血
ready.
防啊。
Let's see what Sai decides to do with it.
可是刚刚那
Clock
选
ticking
如果
down,
有
first
防
soul
壁
burn
的话，有
activated.
可能会死哦。
Activates the Karina barrier.
啊，可是这时候
comes in for the
他
whole
已经没有
team, and
他已经没有
looks like
大
if we
绝
all
了
in the souls here,
那
it's
个
just enough to make this
人家不会
play.
怕他。
We're saved a little bit by the Guardian Ice Crystals.
哇，他要先把小公
Keeping
灯
us
干
alive
掉
for。one extra turn, but
不给复活。
the mitigation won't last.
Millum goes back up to 75%, and
右边
now
老
that's
江
looking
湖
like
哦。
the entire first turn gambit on Hamu didn't really work out.
好，4打3。虽然暗罗菲现在剩半只，
And the Dragon Buster there. Is that the Dragon Buster? The
但半只的暗
S3
罗菲还是很耐打的。
knocks out the arrow well. No more mitigation for Hamu. Looking very dangerous. Mediator S2
哇，这个
strips
队
the
长压力很大。
invincibility off the Zahak.
队长要打
And
穿
Hamu suddenly looking like he lost so
3
much
只
tempo，from taking
他
that
的
first turn.
的那个暗威力也是有肉度的，
Absolutely.
才有办法
You're
碰
gonna
到
have to fight back from this position.
才有办法碰到
Misses are not going
暗
to
法
exactly do it.
左边好
Now, we
绝
do
望
get some flat damage thanks to the artifact.
而且
but
坦还不能
Zahak
复
needs
活
the
了。
hit here.
You gotta go
哎，
fast,
加攻
and
哇，
that's a
幸运
dual
加攻
attack.
Is it
Ooh.
enough? Lands the kill on the Millum.
That
Oh.
kill is huge because the Millum was on 4 stacks of focus, 5 stacks, and she was going to wahaha blow up the
这样子，
entire
左边
map.
Sai's
希
got
望
to
哦
be sighing right now. That was such
看暗法
a
痛不痛？
big RNG
大家应该要
chance
死
right there.
No, it was all according to Zahak's plan. Haven't you seen the story? Even that was a part of it.
Ooh, and now I think if Sai wants to make a big
队长
tempo swing, he's
CD
got to
轮
set
转
up
快一点
a kill for that A Ravi S3.
现在队长很紧张
You
啊
know,，and this comes back to the
我要
first
打
turn. She
打
was
掉前面2个
massively
肉的，
injured.
我才有办法
That
碰到
back
暗
up,
法
her。damage potential
哦，直接
is
救，
kind
直接
of
救。
down in the dumps.
哎，人救起来不是换
Bursting
暗
the
罗菲吗？
S3
又
here.
死掉。
Hopefully, on the CR bar, we have enough to make use of it.
Brings it back, but
他失
oh
误了
no, that is a
刚
target
不应该
right for the A
不应该放
Ravi.
大招的。
Ooh, if the A
哇
Ravi kills the Zahak again with the S3, that's going to bring back the Millum with 4 stacks of focus.
这样点下去，密尼
Let's
姆
just
又
hope
活
it
回
doesn't play
来。
out that way. Jeez.
Yeah, no, I think it actually quite will. Yes,
可是
Zahak
密尼姆
being
刚刚的
called in
死掉的那
to
个条不晓得在
mitigate,
哪里。
you know, a Ravi, take out a large chunk
啊，
of
死
her
掉是直接
damage.
拉到
Not
死，不
only
用
does
急，
Millen come
很方
back, she
便。
comes back with the stacks.
Let's get that
咬一下。
Wahaha underway.
哇，亏
Zahak
烂，
comes in,
左边
S1
亏烂
heals
了
her。back. She even got a skill
哇，可
modifier.
惜
It's
哦。
looking so rough for Hamu.
BP 真的很难的。
Thankfully, that Karina is still anchoring us in, but at this point, is she going to be enough? I don't know if she kills beats the Spectre Tenebra here.
哇，
Yeah, no access to reach. Units extinct. I
左
think
边要去
Hamu,
了。
I'm not sure what he's going to need to pull out here to take the victory.
Ooh, and there we see one of the most important things for any Destina player as this match kind of winds down into the twilight of the match. Every single Destina player, you need to really pay attention to where your unit is on that CR bar when they go down, so you know to time your revive correctly. So you prevent that exact play. You bring back an easy target for that
BP 的记录啊，
just drop a revive.
其
You
实
trade back almost
如果对方不要 ban 蓝地，
Not only, yeah,
那
not
也
only
许
that,
就
you also have the
还有机
Destina
会，因为
playing
他就是打
into
一
the
个
Spectre Tenebris
泰斯加蓝地
You're
的
bringing
联动
back，
可能
units,
他们
but that also means
他平
more
常习惯就是
targets,
这样
more
打，
people
然
that are
后
dying and feeding
对啊，
into our
可是
S2,
对方还是很
which
保险起
increases
见，
our
把他
attack
的
and
蓝地 ban
defense.
掉，
That's not
让他
exactly
打
the
稳的，
kind of gift you want to be giving your opponent. And on a silver,
所以这表示
speaking of gifts, on a
BP
silver
这个
platter,
BP 还是有破绽。
Rita's sitting right there, nice and pretty for Spectre Tenebris to come in and clean up the game.
Right,
The
it was
whole
all but
dish is
over.
eaten.
Maybe Humu was taking the time there to start thinking about his next draft underway because there was no chance he was.
好，暗胜头像赢了
It。was an absolutely tough match. I think Hamu really needs to think about one, his draft, and two, how he sequences his
看别人
turns
打好
so
像很
that,
简单
you，know,
自己上去一定是乱选一通
you。got yourself with that
四五选
turn one,
我不知道选什
you
么
use a hawk on pick
啊，
five,
好了好
and
了
the，Lua
扎克兰
off
蒂
of
好
pick
了
one.，
我赌他
So
不会
he's really
ban
gotta
我
be，thinking to himself, hey, what do I
我
gotta
怒
do
拉
to
一
take
波，
advantage of that turn lead, the speed lead
真
that I
的打
got
是
for
会比较紧张。
Guys, these Taga Hells are just so powerful. Having 40 souls, like we mentioned, we got that Milim really low, but you just got it all back on top of doing so much damage with it. And he was able to just decide between, do I need it for Spectre Tenebria? Decides to use it for the Milim. And that was all she wrote.
There's a lot of flexibility. We saw great decision making come out from Sai, and that's one of those things, right?
The more options you can put on the table for yourself, the feast you'll have pushing your opponent back into the corner. And that's really what we've got to learn from this match on Hamu's side. How can I deny my opponent's options, and how can I increase the flexibility of the plans I'm able to offer in counter to what they're doing? This is what leads to maneuverability in the draft. That's how turns come out, right? The more maneuverable your draft is, the more you'll be able to pivot into just the exact strategy you need to pull out a win. I think that's going to be key to this next game.
Gentlemen, let's get into the draft of round 2 between Hamu and Sai.
好，第二场开始喽。
Now, we
看看
already know the pre-bans do
第二
this
场
format, but I think it's
左边
really
新
interesting because
pre-ban
the
了
Landy
路亚，
and the
右边
Lua are
pre-ban
out.
了
Lua,
蓝
coming
地
out。first and putting a lot
Wow,
of pressure
huh?
out on the enemy. So we can't rely on that strategy once again for Sai.
The moment Lewis
这
out
种
the game,
这种
that
啊
Apocalypse
，sorry，
Ravi goes right into that first pick slot.
If you're scared, run.
Early mediator without the skin. Maybe we don't like it too much because but
Yeah, people weren't feeling the haircut too much is what I've been hearing. Especially the in-game sprite version.
Yeah, especially because his hand looks like. I'm sitting here. I'm like, man, you need to get that checked out. That cannot be good for you.
That's his claim to fame. He's the hand guy.
He's the hand guy, absolutely. But partnering up with hand guy, his number one knight in shining armor is going to be. You know what? Mess me up like that. We're scrolling through our knights. We're looking for. I think Scarita would be a solid pick here.
This is looking like a solid tank down draft from Sai, but maybe he's faking out Hamu here, kind of cycling between all three and not really committing to any of these characters, and locks in the Spectre Tenebria. Very, very stable, but responded to by that last Rider Crow. We've seen him in the draft many times tonight, but I don't think we've seen him kind of shine in any of these matches yet, have we?
Well, I'm not even sure he's picked here to shine, but maybe to keep away the DEFCON 5 of situations, the worst possibility. Spectre Tenebria being protected by that last Rider Crow. What do you think, Carr?
That's right. Usually we were mentioning that they brought in tandem together, but I think, as Valk was saying, he hasn't really shown to be too oppressive at the moment. Could just be more of a safety net. I did see Remnant Violet being hovered. I hope to see one during the tournament, but instead we have the Angel of Light Angelica in that third pick spot from Sai. Now debating between the fourth pick here. Guys, what does Sai need to kind of lock in his 1-0 victory, his advantage, I should say?
I think the Spectre Tenebria is really good. He just needs to
我
pick
自己
a
平
solid
常
unit here,
PVP
kind
也
of
会
fill
玩
out
光
the
包嘛
space, and last
超
pick
讨厌
something
光
that
水男
really forces the ban to get the Spectre Tenebria
沉默又
turn.
进
I
强
think，
完全是
Spectre
光宝马的
plus
天
Angel
敌
of
啊！
Light is really solid,
哦，
especially
右
when
边
you
那个
don't have
法
last
师
Rider
系
Crow.
很齐哦，
Hey,
3个法师压下来，
I don't mean to bring your
这样
attention to
子
this,
按泰尼搞不好开场6魂
Last game we had
也是可以炸一波
40。souls on the board on right side immediately. Am I
That's right.
counting 60 potentially right now?
Yeah.
That's right. Mill him again. Always a very strong option versus the double revive on Hamu's side. And Bellion comes out. No more souls for you. And that's exactly what we're talking about, right?
Yep, looking to be a prime ban target potentially, unless Hamu can give Sai someone even more ban-worthy on his side of the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to need to ban it. As I was thinking, a lot of souls are starting to pile up on right side, and Sai really likes them because those souls just enable so much in terms of flexibility in the game, right? When you're soul burning, who you're soul burning, maybe even why you're soul burning, right? The extra power from those abilities can't be underestimated, which pretty much make Baline a must-go.
And we got the Karina coming in last pick. Didn't really work out so well for him last game, but comes out again here. Squishy units plus fire unit there. Water units give you a lot of good matchups.
可以那个阻止 光水奶开招。哎，他真的对他的水拳太有自信了。因为每次要打到暗法之前啊，前面都有一大堆东西要打。如果我是左边，我会 ban。我会想 ban 暗法，因为有上一场的经验，暗法都在后面一直打。
Extra on hit damage procs.
但因为我是菜鸡，所以搞不好我想的就是会通往输的那条路。大哥哎，哇！狡猾的有趣角色。好，哇，他开玻璃安哎。好，我记一下，我把这个 BP 解下来。这有趣。
Not when the Bellion's on board. That
you're right. The
Bellion is going to feed right into the Rylet. Ooh, I'm so ready.
I assume the Bellion got banned out. He decided the Karina was a little bit more of a threat. What do we think about that?
I think he was kind of playing that mind game, right? If I ban the Bellion, does he ban my Remnant Violet? Or, Remnant Violet's not exactly a great matchup in the Karina, and I think Sai kind of plays that here a little bit. Doesn't get to play with the souls, but Remnant Violet into the Bellion is always one of those lotteries where the house always wins.
哦，光妈妈，哎，没有，是安威利，那安威利应该会往前推一下吧，拉一下条，还是开大。光妈妈很快，这是光妈妈最喜欢的开局，就是开场没有人阻止他放招，他可以安心把第一招叠出来。哇，反击！亏烂。
From Baline overall, because I remember one was just conked out of her mind, absolutely asleep, but. If there's anything like a wake-up call, it's Last Rider Crow coming through on the bicycle and putting out the kind of damage that threatens the backline. Spectre Tenebra hiding out, but won't be able to for much longer, especially if he's ramping up.
Would you believe that is a tank? That is a knight. Drops the entire right side's team's HP bar by a third. Pushes up a second knight. And how much are we dropping this by now?
Remnant Violet not dodging either.
Hits the Remnant Violet. That is so bad for the Remnant Violet. And gets hit again. He's just out.
Listen. The RNG is not in your favor right now.
Yeah, that's a tough, right? You gotta mentally reset here. This game is not for me. I just play the next game. I can't win this.
That wasn't a commentator's curse. I really wanted to see. He was hovering the Remnant Violet. He decided to pick it. Just gets hit twice off the bat. Does this guy need a buff or what? What's happening?
Well, he's getting.
哎，我们来看一下上一场的 BP。
Absolutely, going to be bringing a whole new dimension to that, but we're not playing with those buff units right now. We're playing with what's in front of your eyes. There's plenty of options.
所以其实以右边的角度来说，他最后一手不要拿大哥会比较好。
I don't think Remnant Violet was really the key there, and I also think that when we picked those three mage units, we were begging,
可能要再拿一只快的，这样他把那个就算他把光水边掉，还是有一只可以阻止他。
I think Valk made a good point though with the kind of mind games. Like I assumed the Bellion was going to get banned out, but he left the Remnant Violet up, which is a strong matchup into the Bellion.
不过
he just didn't dodge.
Yeah, reasonably speaking. Epic 7 is a game of chances. You set yourself up for the highest percentage chance to win. The house always wins.
我在想，也许右边的一束角，可能他常用的像是光力力，然后路亚都被边掉了，他就没有更适合的角色。好，没关系，我们跟着学一点，这样一场一场复盘比较具体。尤其这种是3边的。一般玩家可能很少练到这种体系。
That's what I see a conqueror's attitude will be.
Well, guys,
4分了，4分了，4
have
分
a
了，
game
好痛
3
苦哦！
between Hamu and Sai here.
光水
Tied
奶
up
被
1 to
进
1.
奔驰了。
Pre-bands wrapping around. Let's see what the adjustments are made on both sides now.
I'm most interested actually about this Karina ban since it's kind of a contested pick for both players on either side. But speaking of contested picks, we've got APOC Ravi coming up and forcing her way up as the first pick in this game. A stable pick, and when you're this far down the bottom of the barrel in terms of drafting, you just need a comfort pick, right? You just need something that
and with
feels
Karina
good.
And AOL out of the game, A Ravi is the strongest pick you can take when there's a big speed disparity between both play styles.
队长了。
You know, talking about that speed disparity, we got Lacerator Crowd on the opposite side now, and let's see if that Bellion comes out for side this time. We might see a reverse. That's a complete reverse of last game.
哦，右边要那个报仇了。
It is. This is the amount of AoE damage that really threatens your target. And once again, doing this strategy of keeping LRK out of the player's hands when they have Spectre Tenebria, it's very dangerous.
Is this our first Alencia of the tournament?
That should be our first Alencia of the tournament. Hamu with a really good adaptation. When you got 3 HP scaling units on the enemy team, what do? Pick that injury. You can strip all of that immunity he's going to put down, and then you're going to land the defense break and injure the heck out of these HP bruisers.
That's right. Let's see what Hamu picks for the 4th spot. But like we were talking about with the Alencia, I'm surprised it's the first one we're seeing despite so many Apocalypse Ravis. Hamu locking in the Destina on that 4th pick spot. And guys, I have an important question. We saw a flip in the units, but the Spectre Tenebria has no skin. Any thoughts?
Well, we didn't see the skin on the Mediator either, right? Well, that one's got it, but the last one didn't. Player taste in all accordance. And we also don't even have the skin on the Maid Chloe over here. I mean,
Side just looks like a default skin enjoyer, and I respect that.
Could be.
Could be, absolutely. But you know what? I got to say this as well to you, Car. Are you surprised at all by the amount of fire Charlotte we've seen out of this tournament?
I am actually.
Time, yeah.
I do like this unit a lot, but as we saw, I think in one of her earlier matches, she's just very susceptible to getting debuffed. There's kind of some other hyper carries that kind of shine a little bit more in many situations, but of course, I want to see her shine and do well.
If I must
Absolutely. If there's anyone who's going to get that girl to shine, it's going to be A. Ross, leading her straight to the path of victory. Adventurer Ross, we didn't talk about this as much last time, but that defense buff is invaluable. And when you're getting swamped in all sides by the amounts of debuffs, poisons, attack downs from Meteor Cleric, you're going to need a little bit of help in between all that, right?
Yeah, and I'm really liking Sai's draft kind of all together here. Valk, what do you think Hamu needs to kind of, in this 5th pick spot, we have the Pirate Flam, which I think you're a big fan of.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite units, and she can absolutely take over a game when there's no immunities and no cleanses on one of the teams, and she gets banned out there just in case, you know, Hamu bans out that Lacerator Crowd. So, also, Bellion's removed, so kind of very good adaptations coming out for both players. And we're looking at a 3 Knights game. We were almost at a point where Sai was running an entire team full of Knights.
Yeah, almost copycatting Midnight there earlier from the game. I mean, replace one of those units with a Blue Crowset, we might have had the same game going on, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's get this round 3 started, guys. One of these players will be going home. Who's going to take it, Hamu or Sai?
With Belian out, we've got a restoration of 20 of those souls, which might be something we need in our pocket to blow through and make a hole in which we can take advantage of the right side team.
24000的暗威力，血好像有点少。
Now, one of the first highlights in that first set we watched tonight, gentlemen, was how well can you balance a standard draft? You're normally looking at a DPS, a tank, and a healer, plus a second DPS as well as a flex pick. Now, this is a draft of 2 DPS, 2 supports versus 2 DPS and 2 tanks. I wonder how this is going to shake up.
We're waiting here for a little bit. A-Ross to take his turn. He's got a decision to make. Alencia's there. She can cleanse away debuffs, but we decide to throw out the S3 anyway. Get some defense on our team because incoming, we've got something quite difficult to deal with.
That's already a lot of damage onto the Spectre Tenebria. I wonder if this Lacerator Crowd, 28,000 HP, is just going to run it down on the other side and drop her right here.
He might just. No, indeed he does just. That's what we were looking for. The kind of AoE damage and the reach to put her down early. She won't be coming back with much health when the Destina S3s her, but we're also going to lose those buffs. But a fair trade, I'd say, for right side indeed.
Especially if the Destina does decide to bring her back. That Fire Charlotte with the buffs is going to be a constant threat to what sliver of health that Spectre Tenebra retains.
Yeah, very nice drafting from Size. We're seeing here, looking to have all the advantages, even if we bring back that Spectre Tenebra with that ever-looming threat of Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte with the buffs coming and slamming down with her AoE. Meteor coming in soon afterwards. This is a mess, ladies and gentlemen. Left side's in the kind of place where you don't have too many options.
我觉得这版的光帮
nice,
真的
as we
很强
talked。about earlier.
攻防
They
一
don't
体，
exactly bust you out of every situation.
你不理他，
right?
他就一直撞
And
你。
this is going to squeeze tighter and tighter
可是
and
你要
tighter.
打到他，也不，他又
Oh,
会
yeah,
减
as we
CD，
say
变成说
that,
你
Meteor tries to
真
squeeze
的
those
拿他没
buffs
什么
off
办
of
法。
Charlotte and just a miss.
而且
And she's not
你
only
看，我们
not
看右
going to
上
lose
角
her
的
buffs, but also
Benz，
get the attack up.
像那
So
种
even
光
She's
less
adding
time.
to it.
路亚那种能减
Yeah.
级
I
列
didn't know
Even
Mediator was
less
starting to
time.
give away buffs.
That's right. Everything's coming up side here. And Hamu
伤口
opting to go
吗？
for the Last Rider Crow. Gets that defense break. Getting a little bit injury
把
here.
他血量压下来
But，is it going to be enough in the long
减
run?
少一些伤害。
Yeah, Alencia can only do that to one unit at a time. Last
不过
Rider
右
Crowd's
边
one
还
of
是
them.
优势很大，
Apocalypse Robbie's another. But resist that
有
defense
3只
break.
能造成伤害能力的
Alencia's
角
hanging
色，
on for now, but
这靠一个
is
木
that
乃
going to be
是奶
enough
不
for
回
her
来
to。try to carry this game from that position? And she's getting dropped lower and lower with every passing turn.
Even more critical, the fact that we've got full bar on the Charlotte on the right side now. We're gonna have to let her rip on the next turn, and that's gonna be dangerous as we poke away and start damaging this Last Rider Crow. We need him gone because he's a big part of the formula of the massive AoE damage on right side.
Why don't you just surrender?
Last Rider Crowd, once he blows that big turn, he's just sort of cycling till the next turn. And as the Fire Charlotte just took another, this is the best chance for the Spectre Tenebra to come back. As we saw earlier, you really got to be choosy about how you play your Destina. And this is the example of bring back your unit, activating them, and hopefully pushing them into another turn to meaningfully impact this game. Stuns the Last Rider Crowd.
Come on, come at me.
Ooh, I see that Fire Charlotte slowly creeping up. Ooh. Spectre Tenebra can't survive another Fire Charlotte. We really need this chain of turns to go well for Hamu for him to hold on to this game.
I think another important thing to highlight is that usually you bring in the injury to deal with some of these prime targets, especially the Airavi. But we focus so much damage on the Last Rider Crowd, we haven't put that injury on the Airavi, meaning she's still hitting with a full amount of damage, right?
Not only that, when this Last Rider Crowd goes down, that's just more stacks for this Apocalypse Ravi. And with no tanks on Hamu's side, this Ravi's going to be able to use her ultimate and just bring that Last Rider Crowd right back into the fight.
There's another important thing we talked about earlier, which is properly cycling and having Destina's abilities go up to put people in the right position on the CR bar. And this is the time to let her rip. We already take care of the LRK. We soul burn. We've possibly got another 2 more coming up. Who am I saying possibly? We've definitely got 2 more coming up.
Yeah, but without attack up, the damage may not be enough considering how tanky Sai is.
拼得过吗？
Still not even taking out the Charlotte. And she's gonna be able to
Mature
get...
Sunglasses helps her hold on right onto it in conjunction with that defense buff.
That's
Fire
right.
Charlotte drops the soul burn, retains her fighting spirit, attack up, rips it right in.
And should gain a lot of this life back too to top it off.
Absolutely beautiful. You saw so many soul burns come out from left side, but one from right side absolutely sweeps and cleans the board. This is not only a difficult position, this might be a debilitating one as well. You're definitely not going to be feeling yourself after all this. But if someone's feeling themselves, it's Airavi slamming down her sword and bringing back one of our nice LRK isn't gone just yet. He's still in this fight, and he's hopping on a board. Take him with you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe he might be bringing Sai straight to victory.
As we're saying, this guy never got a chance to shine all night, and he's shining this series. Even when he's out, he comes right back and just runs down the opponent. Now, Hamu hanging on by a thread, playing to this Destina revive. Can he get another Destina ultimate out? Just hangs on and brings stuff back to try to make a comeback here.
Yeah.
Well, no, opting for the skill 2 instead of a skill push-up, or excuse me, S1 push-up here. Destina could be going down.
Destina needs to go down if right side wants to make the kind of play they have to right now. Ross attempting to strip a little bit there, but most importantly,
that's
getting
11
some damage
health on this Destina, but she doesn't have the skill 3. And we're
now
just
back up to
3
1,000.
enemy turns.
运动家精神，努力撑。
Looks like there should be another Soulburn fire. Charlotte, full fighting spirit. Soulburn rips it.
火呆毛的
Whirlwind.
的天下，
And I believe this is
没有
game.
天敌了。
Yeah, even with the Guardian Ice Crystal, and that's our anchor just taken out from Hamu's side.
Well, not just yet. The amount of times we saw. Okay, never mind. I'm about to say we've seen Mediator standing not strong, but standing tall nonetheless at a lot of the end of these games, and you know I appreciate what he's bringing there, but it's definitely not enough in the face of Red Charlotte.
Moving on to face Hetsu
好，
in the
所以晋级
semifinals
到
of the
这
Conference
个
Cup for us in tonight's show.
最后的
That's
是
right. We have our top 4
HH
gentlemen: Shin Mello, Real Mace, Hatsu, and Sai.
Yep, absolutely. And I told you we'd see something a little bit special in that last game.
好。
Finally, somebody gets the Red Charlotte working. I was excited to
我
see that
我
finally
不
play
是
out
很
the
常
way
打
we were
贴，我
hoping
看
it
着
would.
觉得 prevent
Hopefully,
之好
a
难
couple
哦。
more tricks like that.
那个平常自己的体系都
Absolutely
被
leading
破坏
the
掉
pack
了，
as we go through the rest
变
of
成
the
你选
game.
的时
And that
候
was，the absolute
我
perfect
自己想
game
象
for
我
her
在
to
选，
look like
哇，
a
选不出来，
superstar in that match.
有
Absolutely taking
常用的角色被 ban
Beautiful
掉了。
draft for the Charlotte, right? 2 Earth units
打
with
贴
a
真
Spectre
的是
Tenebria.
蛮
Just
困难的
everything
一个
that she wants to look
但
really,
有趣
really
的一
solid.
个游戏模式。
Guys, with the top 4 underway, do we have any favorites in hand now?
Oh, so you know, with everything looking as is, it was either Mace or Playcat for me. Playcat looked real good in that game 1, but Mace was able to just hang on to it and come back. And you know, I gotta rep my boy Mace here.
I think for me, Divine, I think Hatsu might be looking to be the one, at least on the bottom side of the bracket, to really, really kind of show what he's got. But all the players so far looking really good.
I mean, if I'm going to have to give my opinion out right here, we got to take it back to Shin Mello. A lot of people in this tournament so far have been playing on the tankier sides of things, and Shin Mello fought up against the tank of tanks himself, the boss man of the strategy, I'd say, and took him down with a good showing. That possibly might show that this player has the exact idea in mind of how they're going to be able to debilitate and take out their enemies throughout the rest of this tournament.
All right, with that being said, guys, let's take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with the top 4 underway.
We're gonna hit that soul burn into our extra turn, and run to the bathroom, and we'll see you guys right back after this.
Keep me sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Bet on my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a drifter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thought, by the bullet, you're my only cause. Take me on, 'cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you see. It'll be the beginning of new me.
好，还有倒数8分钟，那我也去泡个咖啡。那提醒一下，我的台，我目前这次没有申请到开启掉宝，那可以去挂一下其他有开启掉宝的台哦。但还是很欢迎大家留言聊天。 Hello，在2分钟开始。那一样提醒一下，今天是今天是加成日，今天的加成的项目是那个符文掉落增加。那下一次加成是下礼拜的礼拜6凌晨2点。所以你的信封体如果有快到期的，譬如说你只有5天到期，像今天是有加成的，那有加成日的话，多少效益还是比平常日好一点，就可以考虑把信封体力投资一下。来来喝咖啡，好喝。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Commander's Cup, or excuse me, the Conqueror's Cup, brought to you by the Amazon App Store. Have a look at the Commander Cup online, because this tournament so far has just been so intense. Can't wait to see what happens next. But don't forget, guys, to have your Twitch drops enabled. Just make sure you're logged in. You've been watching at least an hour to get access to the limited time Sermia emote. On top of that, guys, let's quickly go over the prizes once again, because we have something interesting here in terms of first, second, and third place prizes.
Absolutely.
So, like we recapped at the beginning, first place prize is going to be 50,000 coins and 10,000 Sky Stones with an Amazon Fire HD tablet. Second place, 30,000 coins, 8,000 Sky Stones. Third place, 10,000 coins and 4,000 Sky Stones. Guys, that means fourth place isn't getting anything. So when we finish these top 4, we're going to go into a third ranked match, third place match before the finals.
Yeah, and if you were watching the tournament last time, you knew that third place match was out for blood. You would have thought it was revenge or something for one of the players had done. It was absolutely exciting, so stay tuned for it and watch as these players fight out for real stakes. As Carr just said, fourth place isn't walking away with the same kind of prize, so it's definitely something worth fighting for.
Now we're going to be in a best-of-3 situation for the top 4. Valk, how are we feeling so far?
No, I think we saw some intense matches today. We saw all sorts of playstyles. We saw tank down, we saw counter, we saw cleave, we saw aggro, and we saw a good handful of standard. And this is my favorite type of meta. You can play anything. You don't know what your opponent is going to bring. Some of them can play 2 to 3 playstyles. Some of them only got 1. Some of them can play all 5.
Yeah, I think definitely as we move into the rest of the tournament, I want to see the speed from these players a little bit. Now, I know I fell in love with Crows at the beginning of the tournament, but seriously, a variety of strategies is going to catch your enemy off guard more than anything else. So bring the heat, bring the fire, and bring it all in the last couple matches. Leave nothing behind. You don't want any regrets when you go into a tournament and when you're this competitively engaged. And absolutely, this is competitive.
Let's put it all on the table, especially the players that are going to be vying for that top 3 spot.
Yeah, as somebody really close to a player we'll see next, Mace. We saw Playcat when they played versus him take that Zeo first pick every time, and Mace just responding with tanky to comps one after another, something I'm not used to seeing from Mace. We did mention he's on a newer account, he's limited on gear, limited on hero pool, but I really want to see, does Mace have the tools on his current account to bring out that speed flex playstyle that I know him for.
Yeah, he's still rocking the architect like a avatar there, so we know he's got some of that in the back pocket. The question is, not only can he engage it, but when do you engage it, right? You can't hit full throttle in front of a wall after all. You got to be able to penetrate through and make the real kinds of decisions. We saw some of that earlier. Airwell getting stripped, making the team a lot easier to cleave through. Those kinds of strategies and adaptability is what makes you a winner and a legend. Yeah, with the emote up there. I'm going to say this right now. I'm almost a little bit scared myself. There's going to be so much high-level gameplay coming up. I don't even know if I can handle it, to be honest with you.
Let's get hyped for the top 4, guys. Let's see if Mace can, you know, he did have one drop earlier, but he's looking to be the favorite. Shin Mello on the other hand side, guys. How are we feeling about Shin?
Shin definitely was able to cleave and cut through the tankiest of the tanks, as we said before the break. And I think that's also a hint towards their ability of adaptability. Once again, one of the ideas we keep talking about, please, please, please keep in mind that your opponent wants you dead just as much as everyone else in the tournament, right? They're fighting in this locknet battle to see you out, and you've got to be able to find an opening to survive. That's the kinds of things that makes you just as much of a legend as what we've talked about with Mace before, right? Standing up to a mighty opponent, if that's not a tale to write home about, I don't know what is.
Now correct me if I'm wrong.
他们的主播串场也是不容易的。
He made really good play out of that Archdemon. And I wonder for a newer account like Real Mace, does he have enough to be able to take apart that type of draft? And we'll go right into that and see how this breaks down.
It doesn't matter if you're ready or not. The doors of fate are knocking. You gotta come straight in. LRK for too much long with Conqueror Lilius. Two of those incredibly strong prompts we talked about.
我把声音先关掉一下。这是新的比赛了吗？ Shy Mellow Real Mice 怎么看起来好像有看过啊？好，那我一样先存一下他们 prevent 的。看一下好了没
before, accompanying by the Dizzy, I mean, just imagine all the stuns from one Solitaire proccing Abyssal Crown with a Dizzy proccing Abyssal Crown. This is definitely the control type playstyle that gets people to top right almost instantly after what, round 15, 30, 35. And speaking of which, if you're going to go into a game that's going to last long, building up Hellcutter after Hellcutter after Hellcutter stack, slam on down with Little Queen Charlotte, absolutely an answer to what you were talking about before, Valky, the definitive star of Shin Mello's draft style, Archdemon Mercedes. Can't you take a bonk to the head?
Oh, that's really tough. No attack
光圈真的能够封锁
yet
很
for
多体系
And, you know, on top of that, even if that does come down completely, can't the Destina revive us? And does the Destina stabilize versus the Little Queen Charlotte? That's a big question.
Even a bigger question, can we keep the streak going? I have a little bit of OCD myself, and if I don't see a 5th light unit picked on the right side, I think I'm going to get a little bit aggravated here in a second. But no, seriously, we complete the left side draft with the Lionheart Sirmia and the Spectre Tenebria, once again without the skin. We got to talk about this later. But right now, we need to talk about how those two units are coming together to punish, once again, the right side Solitaire, but also say that we're keeping it in, and we're happy with it. Spectre Tenebria coming out last. Not a lot of reach, particularly. So we're going to have to fix that real quick.
Ooh, that's a dangerous pig. You know, we didn't get to see it earlier, but she comes out now. Pirate Captain flying. Ahoy, drops bomb. And as long as there's no cleanse or immunity, I wonder how this post-ban will break down. She could absolutely take over a game.
Yeah, Flan definitely a must-answer unit. On the topic of the Archdemon versus the Little Queen Charlotte, we still don't have an attack up for her. And with her built-in crit damage mitigation. Oh, Destina's actually one banned out now. for Mace and Flan. Unfortunately, Valk, you won't get to see her in this match moving forward.
Yeah, there happened to be a leak in her ship as she went out to sail for seas, and she won't be making it to port. But as we dock into the game and see what's happening, we're going to get a first pick from the Solitaria. Not even the AOL leading the pack, but she's certainly going to do a good job herself. S3 is going to be able to stun. Soulburn's going to give her another turn afterwards, and the S1 will rain down a comet of a nasty amount of debuffs. Opts to go for just the S3 here on its by itself and lands straight square on the head of the queen of this draft herself, making it so that she won't be really taking that first turn.
You gotta do everything you can to shut down this unit. Now, we've discussed Solitaria only shuts down the S3 there. So, not only that, we also shut down the S1 by blocking out the seal. When your units aren't sealed, their passive are in full force, and they can be used to every single effect for this game.
Yes, and we actually opt to put the Soulburn out on the A Tywin there, but it doesn't really do too much. But you see what I see in the corner of my eye there? Already stacked up all the way to 5. We've got a dangerous little Missy of a threat. And she's going to be pushed up, actually, by that. Hellcutter stacks now at 6. When this drop happens, it's going to be hot, and it's also going to splash out onto the rest of these targets, hopefully coming out of hiding or getting Spectre Tenebra out of her hiding.
One big danger is you're making a big gamble by all-inning on this Archdemon. And gotta see this play out. Oh, Unbuffable comes out on Archdemon.
Could be very relevant.
Now, even if this doesn't kill before, without this buff,
嗨
if this doesn't kill
，350，
that raw solitude,
今天是那个我玩的游戏，他们有官方办那个比赛，所以我练习转播，就是那个比较大的主播会拿到官方的 offer， 然后可以正式帮忙转播这样子。啊，我是没有播过，我就练习这样。
Soulburn Silence is so huge on Lionheart here. She's not going to be able to drop the S3 with the defense buff, with the res, doesn't even resist the silence.
And you see that we bet it all on a little bit of luck, and the luck pays off. Even with blinds up, we still land and get the stun with the S3 on our little queen all the way in the back. She's going to be having to take a nap as we get back into the rest of the action. A-Ross is up, and he's ready to come in. Yes, he burns. I mean, he doesn't burn. He just does the S2.
Ooh, that's
and the
a
S2
defense break onto the Angel of Light.
That defense break is going to mean that shield of that AOL is not going to be standing strong for so long. And why is that important? Because we've got a major S3 coming up, and we don't want to see skill nullifiers afterwards, right?
Absolutely not. Solitaria takes another turn. Let's see if buffs here get taken.
他就是那个有一款游戏叫《魔灵召唤》，它就是那个体系的那种游戏，这样两边回合制。然后你英雄根据自己的速度决定你的行动顺序，所以我们两边的英雄可能会轮流出手，因为我们的配速是穿插在一起。可能我速度100的时候，你97，所以100速那个会先出手，然后接下来97速那个会出手，这样以此类推。
We'd like to see a strip, or we might be in a bad fix.
没有玩一定看懂。就加减看。他这款游戏的美术做得不错啊。开大绝的时候会有一个那个过场帅气的动画。啊，但是现在用的这个是一个法师，他会隐身，所以不容易打到他这样子，就是可以隐身，然后一直 A 人家，一直造成伤害。好，他这个也是一个法师，也会隐身，就这种游戏隐身角色很吃香，因为很难直接攻击到他，只能用那个范围继续扫他这样子。现在这个是坦。是在这个游戏有坦打补的那种分配的感觉。
This match is down to the wire, gentlemen. Lionheart finally taking a turn. Now we'll be able to activate in case Solitaria takes an extra. We have those big Hellcutter coming up here, Divine.
他剑很大一把，他是砍人很痛那种。
Even if it is just an S1, it's gonna hurt like an S3. Absolutely, take a look at that. Even through Proof of Valor, almost 6,000 damage on the crit. And there goes the health of Lionheart. Even if she might be going away soon.
This is such a tight margin. I think this Spectre Tenebra is looking like she's clutching out the game.
Decrease speed, interesting. But we really want a little bit more than just that.
Stuns the Lionheart, but the cleanse, it's far from over.
举手这个叫失心王，
Do we catch the
他是对方追加攻击的时候，他会 有特殊的能力启动，就反正就是技能克技能这样子，还蛮有趣的。哇，被晕到了。
Both stuns, you're going to be missing your turns.
That's right.
Oh my god. Oh, a beautiful dunk with the S3. Oh, the overkill to the max, am I right?
Gotta finish his stuff.
Damage closes that out. That's game 1 for Mace by such a slim margin.
It was definitely competitive, and there were a lot of turns and twists that we didn't see coming out in that match. I was excited as all heck to see that coming out.
Yeah, so last turn on the stun, Tywin was activated, but even though he ignores effect resist, it's not a 100% stun chance.
85 proc rate, you're making a big gamble, but that's what it takes to be a legend player, to be competitive. You have to tell yourself, I'm making this decision, I'm gambling on the 85%, and I will hit.
Absolutely. So we saw Spectre Tenebria hiding out in the shadows a lot of that match. As much good as it did, as much as damage as she took, it didn't really have the effect we were looking for, especially for such a unit that people highly value in the game. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's due to 2 things. 1, she didn't really have a viable attack buffer paired with her, and number 2, you know, call it luck or whatever you will on Mace's side, that Solitaria, I think for 2 out of the however many turns of Spectre Tenebria actually got to play the game, she had an attack down buff, debuff rather. That is so important because the Solitary got hit twice out of stealth. So that attack down was key to neutralizing the advantage, or rather disadvantage, of that Solitary being taken out of stealth.
Yeah, usually you soul burn to get rid of a lot of those debilitating effects, but that option wasn't available for left side because I feel like a lot of those souls are actually getting taken away due to the Tywin just coming in his presence.
Every skill 1 takes away some souls. Solitary really just kind of the star of the show on the back line there. Really good on Mace between the skill 3, skill 1s. Obviously, we're going to be procking that Lionheart, but wisely got through. Stuns when he needed it, even when she's activated, and able to clutch it out.
That's the type of match I personally really enjoy seeing. Somebody just snags a bare lead, and they just hang on for dear life as they get taken for the entire ride.
Yeah, and actually, I was talking about the souls earlier, but I actually want to bring this up as well. A lot of soul burns on the A Tywin specifically. Why that unit out of all the units present?
Car has an A Tywin main.
From when he was first released, before the buffs, but you just rip those skill 3s, get that minus cooldown, and his skill 3 is just one of the strongest ultimates in the game.
Right, defense break, stuns as well when you reduce 2 turn cooldown. I have to say, I must admit to being guilty of abusing the bug of soul burning A Tywin S3. I humbly apologize. It is what it is. Sometimes it be like that.
No, you put that down. We're putting you in jail. Here's your last commentary match, I swear. Actually, we got the car waiting outside, so I see the red lights, the red and blue blinking. You know, say goodbye to everyone, Valky. I think this is the end.
It is what it is. You know, a guilty man's a guilty man.
娃娃很可爱哦，这是这个游戏的那个吉祥物这样子。这个叫牙卡，这个是。
That was a pretty close match.
类似什么人生之类的东西吗？我会忘记了。
Depending on how things roll out in terms of RNG. But Shin, I think, needs to make his game plan a little more solid here moving forward.
Yeah, and that's really the problem there, right? Because when you're so close, you're thinking, yeah, you could easily put your disadvantages on 15%, on luck, on all this other stuff. But as I keep saying, your plan has to consider not the best situation for yourself, but the worst situation for yourself, right? And finding a way to get through all that to win, that's what makes you a conqueror.
Well said, Divine. Let's move into the next match here and see if Shin Mello can make those adaptations.
And as we said, he was so close to just winning the margin of that match.
这是这2位主播的2回战。
Just pick a little more combat readiness. I think
Prevent
that's
Hero
really what he lacked from the last match. And if he can make that adaptation, you know, he could just overcome that very razor-thin margin Mace was able to win last game by.
Get some tempo on his side. Real Mace opting for the first pick, Angel of Light Angelica.
That's another unit that's all about combat readiness. When you hit her allies, she gets that push.
A dangerous amount of that push as well. because her turn cycling with such a low cooldown on her S3 means she's definitely putting a hail on the enemy of debuffs that are debilitating in every single sense of the word. And speaking of debilitating, I mean, you can't give up on her quite yet. Archdemon Shadow makes it out on the left side team. Even if we didn't win that last match, she's so key and fundamental to our strategy. We've got to have her on board.
不会啊，不是啊，因为这是游戏啊。比赛其实很好看哎。你两个选手从那个选角环节就开始斗智斗力，这就跟那些需要 ban pick 的游戏一样。一开始我们要选角色去对抗对方的角色，其实这边就有玩的才会感觉到那种乐趣，因为他们彼此有互相克制的那种效果。光是技能组就会互相克制。那是因为你没有玩，你才会听到想睡啊。你当做大学在上课。
Absolutely.
Little Queen Charlotte coming out again, guys. Into the Archdemon Shadow.
Worked for Mace last game. I don't see why he doesn't take it this game.
15有抢位置哦，我不知道哎，后来有出是不是？我没有玩到。
我好怀念哦。
右边这只好可爱啊，小小女王，然后拿一把大剑砍得很痛，她的人设蛮有趣的。这也是一个热门的法师，还有隐身，然后一直追加攻击，还有晕眩，是一个蛮强的。这个虽然穿得很朴素，但他的在游戏里面的设定是一个国家的宗教的圣女，有点像是被人家推去当替死鬼那种感觉，故事蛮悲壮。这个是很怀念吧？应该很熟悉吧？这是联名角 Emilia。Emilia 在所有的游戏里面联名角强度都不错，毕竟是接近女主角的地位啊。是一个强力的辅助。
There is already an Angel of Life on board. What are we going to do about that? Do we let the Angel of Life strip the buffs away, or do we, take that 50-50 and just ban her out? But maybe Mace also takes out at the
Valky,
end.
I'm going to need actually to watch your language there. I think you just said a trigger word for one of our favorite gals here. Landy heard buffs and came on out through almost immediately, ready to take advantage of how many buffs we're putting on the left side. Taiwan's going to give himself a personal buff with that rage. We've got Dien, one of the best supports, putting out barriers, anti-crit, attack ups, and all that's going to go nom 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 for Landy.
爱德华，这是联名角，这也很强。
Dangerous, debilitating, and devastating S3.
联名角的强度都蛮不错的，很保值，因为毕竟只有限定时间才能获得，对，会鼓励大家去使用。
Since it's a last pick, might just be comfortable enough to do so, especially if Mace hasn't picked them up.
I'm not personally convinced.
好啊，谢谢你们来陪我。
As we saw there, Amelia banned out for Mace, so not a lot of cleanse left on board, and 8 Taiwan banned out. So Mace is actually taking a slightly aggressive stance here to just try to run down Shinmello.
And that Angel of Light is present, so we're going to see some unbuffable situations, especially for Dien. All right, guys, let's get the next game underway. Shinmello versus Real Mace, leading off with Solitaria.
Now, Solitaria coming out speeding like a bullet through her way through all these units, and once again coming out with the S3, but triple resisted!
Hate to see it happen.
I was wondering about that last game. No immunity on a Little Queen Charlotte is very suspect. I was just wondering, is Mace just taking a big risk not putting immunity on, or is that an effect resist Little Queen Charlotte? I think we got our answer here.
还是右边真的是高亢的，不太可能吧
？Whatever she is, she did what she did, and it's absolutely the kind of tear-jerker situation that means, oh, here we go. Did we get the defense break? No, but the sword
Absolute
hurts
immaculate target selection, though. With the Solitaria out for the one turn, you run her down, and then you work on the Archdemon.
Ed's invited himself to the party as well, and he has a little something to say. His S3 is going to be coming out, and as we've talked about before, ramping up with more and more damage as we go through the draft. Now that took out over half of the Landy's health. Does she survive at a follow-up?
No guiding light on the Landy is quite tough there.
Follow-up will proc the AOL here.
But not only will it proc, it'll also proc a response, which is the Lady of Lamar, the one with the biggest sword and the biggest ego, slamming it down. I can guarantee at least one dead unit. Let's go for 2, 3, maybe even 5.
Doesn't land the kill, but we're still having splash damage come through.
Seal does land though, takes out all the
好像
skill
交换
modifiers.
一级，好
And
像魔神女主这边
Splash
没有很
comes
亏，
through. Solitary goes down,
总比
but
直接被劈死
Archie
好。
actually hangs on by a thread. That is going to be key. As we see on the combat readiness bar, Mace actually has no units with turns here, especially with that
哇，
landing
被
out.
控了。
Yeah, the combat readiness from the Edward and then the Archie Mercedes. He's going to take these next 2 turns here, taking out the Landy. Followed by the Archdemon. Shinmelo needs to come out big right now. Lands the seal on the AOL.
And that still means that we're not going to be getting these pushes from her anyway, from attacking her allies. And if there's one ally we want to end the game soon, once again, the lady stands tall, but she must fall. If we want to have any chance to win for Shinmelo, it's got to be the end. And speaking of the end, there goes Archdemon Shadow. Finally felled. And the silence, pretty bad to have on your DN there. A lot of her value comes from the skills, and if she keeps getting hit by these, she's not going to be able to show off any of them at all. I mean, for God's sakes, she's a magical girl, and I haven't seen too much magic coming from her at all.
Yeah, last game we saw that, you know, the combat readiness was
key.
And with all these seals coming down, these units with the passive push, suddenly Mace doesn't look really ahead. It's looking like this Edward could just put the game away if this LQC is just forever sealed. But 1 turn left. Can Mace pull this back out?
I think Mace definitely looking solid here. This LQC is hitting like a truck and will only do more so as the match progresses.
Oh, and resisted.
Unfortunately, we've seen that already multiple times in this tournament.
I told you, Ed, we're going to have a talk after this game. We warned you, buddy. Those resists are debilitating. He doesn't get the snap back with his S2. But also, importantly, maybe that's helping a little bit because that would just provoke a response from the AOL. Am I right?
Angel of Light. Now, as we discussed before, this is an account that doesn't have a lot of gear, and when you know you can't be fast, you go slow. Angel of Light. When she's slow, very tanky, non-attacking, can actually just drop these debuffs and...
With that Sigurd Scythe, we're going to get some life back here.
That attack down, though, is going to be key if Shinmelo wants to come back to this game.
Edward should be coming back to his skill 3 very soon.
Here it is.
Here it is. The second proc of this, we're going to get a little bit more damage, and we're throwing it straight into the A-Ros. We do not want this support being still in the game. We push up once again, and in addition to cutting down just that little bit more of A-Ros's health, we also get that barrier back.
刚刚要烧魂吧，所以他大绝轮转很快，可是应该撑不住光呆的大绝砍下来。
First of all, it's not a 1-turn attack buff. It actually is 2.
That attack break was huge on the side of Edward's S2 counter there. Almost finishing off the A-Res.
这边加攻
1 health in a dream.
不用加，不用加，不好意思，加了他等下还反击，给水。好，那个拉丝这样子很稳定，老江湖啊。
I think this chop could be it though.
Listen, we gotta solve it. We gotta see it. Give a little wink to the camera and slam it on down. Edward, you can return back to your property.
哇，看了会有点想再把光弹王拿出来玩呢。会燃起对某个角色的热情。哇，在右边的主播赢了吧他们是那个5抢3，好，那还有一场。
In that almost 1-4 situation.
Real nice.
That was 2 games right there. We just witnessed one by the thinnest margin. And he's going to take that margin and place himself firmly in the seat of the finals match, pushing Shinmelo into the 3rd place.
Yeah, it's huge to win right here. Just get that comfort. You're already locked into the prizes. You don't have to worry about that 3rd place match. Just set yourself up for the finals.
A legend standing tall at the top of the bracket, challenging everyone else in the tournament to come, take a grip of me, really rip my heart out if you can, and come biting down with everything you've got. Challenging from the summit of his position, Mace is here. And if you want to take him down, you've got to be a bigger threat than he is.
Absolutely. And speaking of threats, we got Hatsu as well as Sai. Both of these guys taking very, very convincing wins off of their sets coming up in our second set in the semis.
Hatu having some of the fastest matches we saw in the night in terms of just how much time progressed. I believe he won 2-0, is that correct? Very convincing. But his opponent, obviously there for a reason. This is the top 4. But once again, the losers are going to have to fight in a third place match.
They're fighting for their lives there.
The nerves may be getting to them, gentlemen.
Well, if nerves are getting to you at this point of the tournament, I got one piece of advice for you. Snap out of it, okay? You are here because you deserved it. You're standing on the graves of over 100 plus participants. You made it here and you fought every inch of the way. If you have to claw your way to the finish line, then do it.
You already proved it. You're worth by being here. This is where you got to tell yourself. You already proved it to everybody watching. You got to prove to yourself, I made it here for a reason, and I got to step up and get myself in the money.
Every time you're a winner, just come on back and think the same thing. I'm gonna tell my mama about this. Bring it back home. Bring it back to everyone who will listen. Be proud of the victories you have, even if you don't go all the way. You made it here, and that's enough to prove that you got potential. Top 8 isn't for just anyone. And speaking of which, we're going into one of our last semifinal matches here, and we're going back in with Hatsu coming up against Sai, and I'm excited to see once again what both of them are cooking up for us.
Yeah, both of these guys taking their time to think of the pre-bans. Hopefully they took notes on each other, kind of sniping out, especially if they know they don't have the first pick. I wonder if Hatu is going to be able to land that DJB plus Paris strategy that he found himself so comfortable on.
Yeah, very important note you said there about taking notes on what their players, the opponents that they're going to be facing eventually if they win here into the finals. And here are the pre-bans out.
It definitely seems a little bit targeted. Not only are we seeing most of our triple threat and the triad gone and out of the match, we're also seeing some very particular picks with the DJB and the Piera. No more pairing those two together because you're not getting either of them at all.
These picks are lightning fast. Oh my goodness. Sai already with his second and third.
Somebody who's familiar with ladder. Ahmed plus Zio. That's a unit that can almost always resist Lilius plus another unit that's looking to steal that first turn.
And speaking of which, Lilius standing tall has the obvious first pick with the rest of her, with some of her other compatriots out. I mean, hand guy's still available, but this isn't exactly a hand guy match, at least not just yet, in my opinion. Now we get the Politics, we flash the
两个都是打赢对手才上来的，左边是很好看的，可看度很高的亚米德系统。
But obviously, I'm much more interested. If you're going to flash a new unit like that, maybe you got my attention, right?
That's what I'm saying. I would love to see an Abigail right now. Not sure if it's in the best spot just yet, but both players looking slightly aggressive, so obviously not a bad pick. Let's see if Hatu decides on the Abigail. What do you think, Val?
Now, Sai's in a really interesting position. No A-Ravi in the game, so early Politis into the Karina. I wonder if that's more of an aggressive Politis or a defensive debuff-based Politis. What do you guys think about that one? I think it could be either, but it'd be super fun if he suddenly pivoted all the way in, pedal to the metal, and just went full cleave with that as a Karina anchor.
Well, that's the strength of Conquer Lilius, right? The match could be aggressive, could be kind of standard. You never know. She's so versatile.
She's so versatile. And speaking of versatility, I've actually been thinking about this for a while. Usually we saw so much of it in the last tournament, but we haven't seen Auden too much yet. A free-to-play queen. I thought Mace would have been one to start wielding her around, but out of all the units we've seen picked so far, Auden not being
这个就比较像是平常看那些大台主播的 BP 的方式，右边的看起来很像，就是会拿 Meta 角，然后煮出那个一个比较没有破绽的 BP。哦，又是光水奶，好讨厌哦！看到光水奶好讨厌，光宝马玩家超不喜欢看到光水奶，看了就不舒服。所以我觉得他会，不对，可是他是亚米德系统，那我不确定。亚米德系统需要一个强力的打手，那目前是只有暗飞剑，可能可以再拿一个。哦，光卡林，光卡林，光卡林可以单抓谁啊？这场没有闪避角，那打一般的角色，我觉得光卡林的伤害没有很高，所以也许他是那种高伤害的光卡林，抓250靠亚米德拉上来。不确定，我们看看他怎么操作。
Yeah, it's a dangerous unit to be having, but you also have to remember what last piece Karen has. If she gets a kill, you're going to regret it. The buffs she gets to herself afterwards make her a definitive.
公卡里面点好啊，看不到公卡里面，有点可惜。
I was so high. It's such a great S3
matchup. She is just gonna get taken out. AOL taken out as well. You know, the handshake on the last bandit. Let's just go into the match.
Absolutely. Now, you saw a little bit of that. Don't draw attention to it. The classic on C. Lilius, the nostalgic music box, meaning we'll be getting some random buffs to the party that might just make things a little bit more exciting. We've got to start off first with the resistance, not of the decreased combat readiness, but of actually the sounds. I mean, we can rip S3 when we want to here.
Oh,
运到宝马，所以那我会3G 放宝马，让宝马上来开大绝。有可以，这就是 AMD 系统的嚣张之处啊！虽然等一下可能还是会被禁抢，因为那个火双子上来了。然后的话反击，不要沉默，不要沉默。好，哇，狭路相逢勇者胜。哎，光宝马怎么还没？光宝还没动。可是那个队长破防了，他的伤害不会出来，他的伤害跟防御率严重挂钩。
I mean, now's the time where you got to fight back. Your whole team is defense broken. Don't start counting on you getting another turn. Rip and roar right into your opponent.
这火双子肉的控制型，看能不能再晕到宝马。
Well, it might not have just been for that. It might just be the hail of debuffs we're kind of hoping on, especially with this Politis, as you said before.
他应该是装那个会带负面的，就是有4星的那个神器，可以多赌各种状态的。哇，莉莉丝啊！
That true damage piercing through and putting some of our units in a very tepidous situation.
左边这样子优势很大，队长破防，而且中近抢。
Opting to S3 with the Almond
onto
the last rider crowd to cleanse the sleep so that all his damage comes through. But
安倍剑打到那个，哎，没死。宝马是分伤的 ，RTA 的配置，你还反击，哇！这个火双子好难缠啊！他们才可以做到那么快。 这样子应该也有220速，让他拉一下就上来。
Putting her back with the barrier granted her by last rider crowd, but also putting her on the razor's edge. She's got the immortality, but only for one turn.
We are cycling into the last rider crowd skill.
队长终于进场结束了，好可怜。
And last rider crowd joining in on the battle, giving himself that increased speed that is going to matter because the faster he builds up the bike again, the faster he's going to build down the enemy team.
太多人在看了。
Now, one thing I want to highlight is this is the reason why a lot of Edward Elric players have actually switched this main build to that injury set. A lot of times, these players will pivot into a more tanky draft against the Edward. And that's where that injury value comes in, but Side doesn't have that. So in a longer, grindy match, can this Ed hold it down?
We're going to see right here in a couple quick seconds.
Bike already back because of the Edward S2s.
Oh, that soul burn is going to be so
27000的宝马，狂热2。
It comes on through. Karina's going to be gone. Edward at the last of his legs. If he survives this, he might. No, he does not.
这张华仔没有秀出来。
Taking the first win, and I'd say with some confidence behind his back.
Going up 1-0, commanding lead there. Just playing really, really well.
Oh, 去的一场，看了有点想笑。
Adaptation on that S3 with the Almond. You have to be able to roll with the punches. You want to be able to put all of the valuable buffs onto that Briar Witch's area. But in the case where things go wrong, you have to know how to use your tools to stabilize your game plan.
I think one of the maybe things he could have changed up a little bit on the side of Sai was using that Karina S3 a little bit too early. We had the unbuffable, we had the defense break. The damage was actually just, it barely broke barriers if it did. Instead, he could have just went for this one, got the D-break on the Zeo anyways, finish him later, and then maybe have that skill 3 to do more damage in the later rounds where he needed to clutch out without just the Ed.
But that's just the effect of Briar, right? When you have all these defense breaks up on your team, you kind of feel like you're forced to do something in that situation. You're so vulnerable. You never know if you're going to hit the next turn. I mean, it's the perfect setup for cleave, and even if you're not fighting a cleave, you feel just about as naked as if you are fighting one, right? So I don't really blame too much the idea that you have to come fighting back immediately in that situation. But I do think you are right, Carr. Keep it calm, keep yourself steady, and get ready for the next match right here, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going back in. Unfortunately, once again, we'll be able to see last piece Karen anytime soon. Damn it. But
there's still hope, guys. There's still hope.
In this new system, yeah, she actually just eats a pre-ban right here.
右边 pre-ban 的关卡里，哇，我好想看新角色哦。
As the first pick for this series.
She's the queen of not only the draft, but of the tournament itself. And we see a Crimson Armin Destina response. Everybody sit back. We're going to be here for a bit.
Yeah, Hatsu last game, you know, pedal to the metal, just revved his bike all the way and just took charge. And this game, he says, hey, you go first. But speaking of going first, he's giving away 2 out of 3 parts to the Exodia comp.
Absolutely, but he's giving it away with what I would like to say is a good bit of confidence. I've talked about this before, but the strategy is so developed, it's so standard that everyone has to have an answer to it, right? And you're certainly going to be cooking up one for it yourself. Now, in response to the Destina, what do we see? The Briar Witch Assaria, of course she may be, the prettiest flower in the Guardian for all of us, but the Edward Elric also comes out as a must. He's going to be taking and swinging back some of those debuffs, and he's going to be swinging back hard. Now, he came down to a last man standing situation last time, but hopefully he doesn't have to again, because when this character is supported just right, he comes in swinging with ferocious might.
There is a little bit of weird synergy, though, in combination of the Ed and the Crimson Armin. When we want to activate that skill 3 on the side of Carmen, we're going to have that immunity for him, which we don't really typically want.
And I think the key here for Hatsu is that he needs to pick something that is not only good versus aggression, but could also stabilize his position as a standard or maybe even a tanky player. Because if he commits to something too defensive here, I wonder if Sai can just do it like that. Like the Karina, for example, Sai can just do a complete pivot and just play standard from this point on.
As we keep saying throughout the day, these pivots, these changes, these moves you make in your draft, they're absolutely important and key. And 4-5 is the position where you make a lot of decisions. This is the part where you want to find 2 strong, threatening picks to make your opponent really decide through, really anguish in their decision of who to ban. And those bans are more important now than ever with the new system in place.
A Fire and Ice Bruiser is surely to be answered by double Ice Bruisers, and if Sai does indeed go with that strategy, I think he has this one on lock.
Did we see Sai pick Arya in the previous rounds? I think he did, correct? Does anyone remember if he had Taga Hills?
I believe he was on either Bastion or one of the or Proof, one of the Guild War artifacts.
That's what I thought, but it could come into play.
Very deadly in the spot. As we said, double Water Bruiser is going to be at an absolute premium here.
And the Insta-Slam Dark Horse Valk, your absolute favorite unit.
Your new favorite. Say goodbye to Pirate Captain Flan. Dark Corvus has a new plan for everyone. Come on by, down and charging through. If he doesn't get last banned, the enemy's through. Why am I rhyming?
That's me, you know. I guess I'm the Dark Corvus lover now, but
如果我是左边，我会想 ban 小泡芙。我很讨厌他的跳。可是那个艾莉亚也很讨厌。好，他变成艾莉亚。好，看一下哦。
People just are not afraid of this guy. They always leave him in. And if that's a mistake or not, we're about to find out real quick. Now, we've got the Soul Burn on the Briar Witch, maybe a little bit of a defense break and some follow-up puts him down for good. But I'm still scared and threatened by his presence, especially when he's backed up by a Crimson Armin. Might not make it that easy for the big man in the fall.
See Lilius, 4 honor, going to put 4 vigor buffs down. This is one of the best supporting abilities in the game, bar none. It is just so much raw stats, especially if you're going to have one of these slugfest matches where bruisers are punching each other back and forth with no healing on either side.
And in classic Ed fashion, he gets
今天的德华都高亢的。
I was about to point it out as well too. I'm like, this guy.
好好笑。
This
你说1-2场就算了，好几场都。
chuckle of a fellow.
Yeah, and
我们看热闹的就觉得很好笑。你的话怎么每个都高亢的啊？
options essentially against Sai.
With no defensive options and a
sea
of buffs on the red side, I mean, you can barely see how many it is. I don't say, if I keep my language short and curt, I might trigger Landy again.
哎，终于有负面了。
You trigger this response from Ed, clawing back and giving some cooldown over to the Dark
应该是打暗飞剑吧？哎，他打路。
Speaking of which, we're going to start revving up this S3, as we always talk about. Want to get that out early, so you can start getting the damage stacking and multiplying. If you thought there weren't enough buffs on the right side before, well, welcome to a couple more here. This will increase critical hit resistance, and once again, provoke another response.
That S3 on the shoe was, not the timing you want to see, since that gave Ed the turn to refresh the cooldown on his passive. And it not only knocked this Briarwitch out of stealth, but allowed him to strip the immunity off of 2 clutch units right there. This is going to be huge for Hatsu if he wants to come back from this deficit.
Dual attack action from the Ed. Anti-crit though coming in clutch.
And I really do like the taunt on the Sea Lilius as kind of a high value target, because we know her S1 is going to be bringing in an additional ally. What does that mean, Valk?
That means Dark Corvus is getting closer and closer and closer to that devastating S3. That's going to allow him to kill any unit on Sai's team.
Yep. And just like we said, Sepulchrum as well.
Max charge Dark Corvus coming through, and that's even 10 souls for Hatsu. Hatsu is ready to pound.
He's locked and loaded, boys. About 50% CR on the bar here. Let's see what Sai opts to do, knowing that the Dark Corvus is a looming threat in the background.
Sai needs to take a real big turn.
Gonna go for the kill, lands the defense break.
Ooh, that is huge. Pushes up the Shu. Shu, 3 stacks, attack up, Vigor. Does he all in here?
Yes, with the S2.
It wasn't enough, guys.
Sepulchrum keeps him in here, but he has another turn with Sea Lilius.
Has to pull a DPS.
Has to pull a DPS. You don't want to see hand guy. You don't want to see hand guy. No hand guy. Oh, thank the good Lord.
Dark Corvus goes down. There is no dark descent on that one.
No, unfortunately, he's going to be sitting back for this one. Actually gets the follow-up attack.
You don't want to see it. That's a counterattack.
That's a counterattack. And it's also left our Shu at full stacks. Now, she already ripped and roared with the S2, but how long does it take for that to cycle back? Now we finally finish off the Crimson Armin. Didn't get to use her S3, but I still feel like she had some good effect on this match.
2v2 situation though, but this Shu is fully loaded, lots of buffs. Well, they just disappeared, but has full focus on top of that. Any fushes? Not yet.
No fushes comes in 2 attacks, and Hatsu is going to be able to hold on to his dear life for another turn, but it's looking really rough. As we highlighted during the draft, Shu, Arya is going to be one of those characters that's always favored versus a water and a fire bruiser.
She's definitely got the advantage in this match, but as we keep highlighting here, the debuff game on Karina is important. Now we've got the immunity up here, but if we can find the right time to squeeze in and get our game plan going, we might have the ability to make some sort of comeback.
Shu, once again, after the soul burn, cycles back into the S3, stomps on both units, and no units drop for now. But
she's gonna have that Elbrus S counter ready to go, which could spell death for Hatsu.
It's fighting time. Karina hangs on, 193 HP.
I mean, 193 HP is a lot more than 0, and it lets her get out one last good strike and leaves Ed with a present. The defense break on the mediator.
No push is necessary. A counter will finish her off. And
is this enough?
Cooldown, one-shot the Ed. That's what we're talking about.
Absolutely demolished, ripped straight through him. No need for Sigurd's scythe. You don't have to worry about that at all.
Well, guys, we're going to a game 3. Nice response there from Sai. Great end of the draft there with the Shu Arya, like we highlighted, and that's just. Love to see it.
Sai identifying a great weakness in his opponent and just playing the last 4 or 5 pick as well as the post-ban insanely well just to hold on to this match and even out the score. And now we are looking at a 1-1 tied game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the kinds of responses that you need to be able to have to push through and get the win. And I'm interested to see if we get a counter response now, as would be customary. If your opponent pays you a little bit of a visit, pay them back and show them exactly what you think of their last draft. Demolish it, crush it, and rip it into pieces, okay? Now, we should be prepared and all ready for the next round in a couple minutes, but look back at that last one. We got one of my favorite units banned. Will we get another one banned? Because we've got a long list. We're wrapping around with this ban list already. And Arya, goodbye. Yeah,
Arya Dustina out. Now, we saw Hatsu play a really good pivoty playstyle in the first turn, in the first game, and I think in the second match, he just played it a little bit too safe. Now, we've discussed this in the last tournament. Epic 7 is about it is a game where you take calculated risks and try to just play around your opponent and bait them in. And I think Sai executed that game plan really well last game. And as he goes, Conqueror Lilia's first pick again into Last Rider Crow.
I mean, there's definitely two strong picks, but if you're going to have anything oppose them, it's going to be Mediator Karik, right? Putting up that attack buff, we've already got plenty of damage added to our DPS with the Ahmed. Whatever is following up this team in terms of damage is going to be threatening. And if we want to pile on even more, sure, I guess throw in Vigor as well, right?
Car, how do you feel about this matchup? ML Bologna versus Last Rider Crow. This is actually kind of a divisive matchup. I'm personally leaning more towards it being Last Rider Crow favorite, but I know you've heard opinion where Bologna is the clear favorite of this matchup.
It depends on what we're going to see here from Sai, already hovering the Auden, but yeah, LCB, Lone Crescent Bologna, not a bad third pick, has some counters that could be there. Matches okay into the Crow. We'll have to see what Sai answers with, and like we asked earlier, we're going to get some more Auden on the field. Definitely a good pick into Bologna.
Yeah, we definitely see her picked here. Also, we're a little bit further into the draft, so I guess she finally does have to come out. Definitely built on most accounts. Definitely a strong enough unit to warrant it, obviously. Followed up by the Briar Witch. This might be another one of those plays you talked about. You know, Briar Witch often seen, you know, with the additional hit chance as a good shot into the Auden. We already have the other good shot, the new unit, last piece Karen banned out. So maybe we've actually got enough to feel comfortable picking her at this position in the game.
Briar Witch is an excellent two-way hero. Now, if you're a sports fan at all, that means she's great at playing offense and defense. And another unit like that is Yulha, you see here. She's not only a tank, but when she absorbs enough damage from this Last Rider Crow, she's going to be able to rip her own ultimate with all that missing HP and just kill anything. And surely that's targeted towards this Auden on the right side.
Yeah, it could get fueled from the Auden S2 counter as well as also with the Bryceria skill 3. Lots of AoE for that Yulha to do big damage early.
Yeah, if we're speaking of big damage, who are we hovering right now? The king of it himself, the god of the big damage.
We saw this earlier, and he's locking it in.
Okay.
看到大哥就觉得比赛好看。
Speaks to me like this Yulha is going to and no.
就是大家都喜欢主播。
Always kills our momentum.
There's no fun for me. You take out all the units I want to play to win, but.
Respective, we want to see those last units in here. Unfortunately, we will not. Ahmed and Rylet getting banned out respectively.
Yeah, Ahmed obviously bringing a little bit too much damage and utility to the team. I mean, if you've got all those buffs stacked up, crit hit damage, attack buff, vigor, I mean, what is going to stop you at that point, right?
We saw Hatsu use that unit expertly in the first game, so taken away. See Lilia's uncontested first turn right here.
Yeah, she's definitely taking the walk, and she does a great job at it. Now, she's got to make her decision. She puts out the S2 and pushes back the ML Bologna. Do we see a cleanse here? Not quite yet. In fact, we're just going to get a strip for now. Or not.
Really good move. As it's going to put Hatsu in a really rough spot.
狮子王要来了。
Now, if he cleanses, this is going to mean the Briar Witch can actually just drop her ultimate and reset all of those buffs and put down
暗扇面板考验。
So
我通常
now
是
they
会
kind
死。
of need to play footsies with both of these ultimates between Mediator Karik and Briar
哇，
Witch.
撑住了，撑住了。没有用，暗飞剑再补一发就死了。
On this Aiden here means this Bologna is looking like she's about to fall.
No, she's not about to fall. She's pretty much already fallen. The follow-up from the Briar, which means that we're going to be having to say goodbye to her. And already, that knight you were talking about doing a lot of her job to mitigate is already past half health.
On top of that, guys, we have a strip on the Lionheart buffs, so even when she gets around to return, the damage isn't going to be too impressive. Skill 3 coming out from Last Rider crowd. Big damage. Yula going down. No ultimate from her. And this damage is not going to be very much.
This damage is not going to be much at all. We were really relying on Yulha, not only to mitigate, but to reciprocate, really put back the attack on our opponent. Now, the defense
these defense scaling units, the defense not only means you just get eaten alive, it also means you just lose all of your damage right there.
We saw that earlier with the Karina. We're seeing it now with the Lionheart. And Hatsu in big trouble.
Ooh, of course, that Lionheart Cermia is still hanging on, but Hatsu's definitely trying to claw his way back into the match. Sai looking like he's set up for this reverse sweep.
Yeah, we bet it all on her pretty much, right? We put the attack buff. We put the defense buff as well. She's got her S3 coming up, and now all that's left is to pray. Mediator Cowrick proudly bows out to the last lady standing. Now, she can definitely pull back a game, but this one, that's the question. This game, I don't know. It looks tricky to say the least.
You picked her as your last pick. She needs to be your 1v4 unit, and this is her time to shine. And she's going to, let's see this damage.
Gotta be big.
It's got to be big. It comes in, a miss on the audit. That's going to proc the counterattack once again. But maybe it's not all too bad because we've got the defense to survive it, and we've got the follow-up on the S1 here.
Briar with Jasaria's put in immortality. That moves Hatsu one step closer to victory. But confidence are coming up. This is going to be scary for Hatsu.
生存能力有限，只有少数一些角色是可以全队输出的。But skill 3 is now ready on the Last Rider crowd. This could be it.
It's a scary place to be in, but with 1 HP, but not enough.
Okay, 恭喜 sign HH.
Unwinnable position.
GG comes out for Hatsu as all the other DPS lined up, was just ready to take their swing at that Lionheart Cermia.
So Sai will be moving forward against Real Mace, and now we're going to have to watch the third place match between Shin Mello
and Hatsu.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be an exciting one. As I said, there are still rewards and there's still plenty to prove. And most importantly, third place is not bad, right? Everyone
you have
here
to fight for your life here because only one of these fellas are going to be in the money.
That's right. 10,000 Amazon coins and 4,000 Sky Stones. Fourth place, I mean, you still did so well. You were on stream, but you don't want to go home with nothing. Not after going this far, playing so well. They got a clutch up here. Nerves are on the line. Got to get them coins.
You got to get that money. You got to get that bag. You got to run it.
Oh,
this
and the third place match will be best of 5. This just in. More pressure,
不过
but
今天比赛，下礼拜不知道还因为6月6号有技改，所以如果是因为他们这个比赛并没有禁止说有什么英雄不能用，所以比较期待技改后的那个比赛。你觉得也许可能可以看到很久不见的 JKO 啊这种又被派上场，哇，上场为大家跳一支美丽的舞。
Especially right after a tough loss, get himself back into it versus Shamela.
I think you've just got to consolidate and sit down and really focus on either one of two things: what makes me strong or what makes my opponent weak. There's a little bit of a difference in the situation here. Your opponent has lost, and you got to see how that loss played out. Key in on those strategies used and their weaknesses. This is not a game about showing your strength as much as it is exploiting the weaknesses displayed in your opponent.
With that being said, Divine, do you think Shin Mello maybe has a slight advantage being the one to kind of get a break in the top half of the bracket, watching exactly what his opponent did, maybe gives himself a bit of an advantage?
I think Shin Mello's got the advantage because they've already shown that they're comfortable with taking advantage of players who rely a little bit more on the standard formula and even those outside of it. And I think that matchup experience might come into play here, but obviously, of course, at the end of the day, Hatsu is Hatsu. We played an excellent game there in a back and forth, and as we keep saying, that adaptability will make you a threat. Go full forward with your ego, and definitely remember, you made it all the way here. You might not be vying for first place, but bronze ain't a bad medal to carry around your neck. Now fight for it.
And, you know, talking about exploiting your opponent's weaknesses. This is something I haven't seen explored in this tournament yet. Have you guys thought about what would just happen if Shin Melo's main hero just got banned in the pre-ban phase just like that? What would he rely on? We saw Hatsu get target banned, and he went from looking at somebody who was extremely dominant to looking very vulnerable in that set right there. It looked like he had a lot harder of a time to adapt and pivot to his opponent's game plan.
On top of that, guys, this is going to be the first best of 5 of the night, and it's really going to show if it goes to the distance. Do they have the pool? Do they have the extra units to go all the way?
You're really going to need that depth. You're going to need that strategic variance going into this. And speaking of that, we're going right into the match, and let's see these pre-bans.
These pre-bans are going to be interesting because they're going to be setting the tone for the entire set. Now that we're in a best of 5 format, these pre-bans are possibly going to have a longer effect than they've had in any match before. So keep that in mind as we lock in. And it's Belian, Last Rider Crow, Zio, and Mediator Kewerik. Oh my god. We're taking out the Belian, which makes Spectre Tenebria an amazing pick. What did I just say?
Spectre Tenebria. Now, Shin is actually put in a pretty rough spot. We discussed this earlier. He mains that Archdemon Mercedes. Not the best matchup into the first pick, and you don't want to pick into a losing matchup into their first pick. When you have to ban your opponent's first pick, you know you're in for a beating.
Speaking of a beating, you would have been beat down if you tried to draft DJB because without barrier units to accompany him, because, you know, DJB loves seeing those barriers go down. We actually take one of the strongest barrier units with us as well with the FCC, so the follow-up seems clean.
DJB also very squishy, so not only does he counter these barrier units, he has quite good synergy with them. And as these barrier protector squishy units, his heal is also going to slightly sustain them as well. But Solitaria, Lionheart comes out. Shin Melo actually avoiding his main hero. Now, this is the type of adaptation we're talking about. He's avoiding falling into the same patterns, especially not into a losing matchup into the Spectre Tenebria.
But guys, are we overlooking the Lionheart Sermia? Doesn't really have a clear activation besides a random duel here.
看起来有点怪，四星王，可是他会不会是以选代Ben？因为他自己有血锅，他不想让对方拿四星王。我乱猜。
There's a little bit of reach, but more importantly, it's kind of seems to be a little bit of a threat, right? You know, maybe it's a guess, right, or some kind of proposition on their strategy, right? I know you want to do this, or I know you want to move in this way. So before you can even get there, I'm going to lock down your options. Now, might not be the strongest without counters, but Lionheart Sermia is Lionheart Sermia, right?
Briar Witch Asaria comes through for Hatsu. That's going to be a unit that counters 1, 2, 3, 4 units. Man. And that's what we're talking about. Hatsu is so good with this style. When he gets the window, when his opponent slows down, he speeds back up. And, you know, he's playing that footsies, he's playing that hot or cold, and he's not missing a single beat. Briar Witch's area with strays.
Yeah, definitely some of the best pivots we've seen from any of the players in the tournament so far.
Now, as Shin Melo, what do? Do you lose your revive ability with that Briar Witch, or do you play into the strays and just give up your tank off the first turn?
We definitely go for a little bit more reach in our draft, and we need it when we're fighting the Spectre Tenebria and possibly the rest of these units hiding out in the shadows.
Well, guys, first match is underway for our third place finish. Who's going to be in the money? Is it going to be Hatsu or Shin Melo? Find out real soon here.
Wow, Fast Landy actually kicks off this fight.
Fast Landy even faster than our DJB. Exciting to see, interesting to see, and pushing up the rest of our team. Not enough. We get the Desert Jewel Bazaar, and he has a little bit of something to say. If you can push up your team, I could do the same damn thing all day. Now we get the FCC up here.
所以这一场是看四星王有没有加工，可以启动了。因为等下死哥砍下去，应该是那个光太会死。这个死哥攻击力
Survive or be destroyed. Not many options left for right side, and it completely commits to it, destroys and takes out the A Tywin. He was there a couple seconds ago, and he's there no more. He got his buff before he was gone, but that doesn't really change things. Now we bring him back. No, we've repositioned one of our targets along the CR bar. It's actually Destina. This is a little bit about what you're talking about before. Putting yourself in a position to get that revive, but you might have to revive more than just one unit because Landy goes down 2, pushing back the Lionheart Sermia. She won't be taking a turn anytime soon. And is this the position to rip the S3? It's dangerous, but how much longer can you hold on?
Yeah, it's extremely dangerous as the Landy just got pushed to the back of the CR bar. That's one of those really tough situations where, you know,
这个期待对方夹攻。
If you press,
拜托你快夹我！
If you don't press, you're also not in a good position. What do you do in the spots?
And we're getting the dual attacks on the wrong side here. We need some kind of proc for the Lionheart Sermia. Big damage from the strays.
Yeah, big damage. We also don't opt for the S2, maybe wanting to blow away the rest of the enemy team if they try to bring anyone back, right? One simple swing of the sword, and they all go back to being dead. Speaking of which, we need this Destina as dead as soon as possible. That's how the game is turning out, right? We're trying to find a right time to bring back our team on the right side, and we're trying to shut out.
Oh, duel!
There's the first duel, but it's going to be enough to finish.
What a
too little, too late.
This time. And just like I highlighted before, we bring back, we hold the S2. Oh, we're just going to full commit everything on deck. The Guardian Ice Crystals. Oh, no, she actually came back with the push on herself with the S2.
And we have to go forward here. It's our only last chance.
有没有比暗龙更快的？ 有没有？有一个。可是暗龙大绝还没放。
This could be big.
No immunities on Hatsu's side. If this A tower can actually land some stuns,
这个探温有没有撑命中呢？
Well, we'll see in a couple seconds here.
好，
Shoulda, woulda,
有机会，还有
coulda.
机会。
Two of those stunts up and a defense break on the Spectre Tenebria. How much does she survive something like that when she starts to get hit? But speaking of which, it's going to be hard to hit with all those blinds coming out, and we take out both the Landy and the DJB once again. We're leaving it up to the last, the Lionheart Sermia, but she does not have her S3. She does not have the defense buff. What can she really do? She can't even finish off the strays with a soul burn. That hurts.
Again and again, we saw tonight just the balance of the standard comp.
是新王80斗志可以开，哇！
And wow, Lionheart is pushed up.
这场太戏剧化吧
A lot of defense breaks on the field.
哎，没有，还有撑住，还撑住。
It's not enough to catch her out of hiding, and I'm afraid that means that we're going to have to speed things up a little bit. DJB has been alive long enough to once again push up, and we've got to get the provoke here, right? Because we don't need these units fighting back. No, actually, we need the S3. Get that skill nullifier up on the Spectre Tenebria. Even if you hit again and get that reach, it's going to be a long time to get that.
这暗法没有漏，所以他刚刚破防没有被杀。
Getting that in, you know, just kind of mitigating one layer of
没有加工就安全。
In any case, this Lionheart Sermia decides to activate again versus the Spectre Tenebria.
看有没有机会再存80斗志。
Hatsu needs to avoid a dual attack at all costs here.
暗龙，让白盾在暗龙身上。
We gotta pray here right now, right?
No dual attack just yet.
Uni set has not activated.
加工，
I
拜
don't think
托
it's。Unity here, boys. And this could be it.
Destina might be going down for the skill 3.
She has to go down because we don't want to see another revive. As dangerous as it is, you don't want to play around with it. She fully resists, but she can't resist death itself. Lionheart Sermia in a very familiar position in this tournament so far. Standing last amongst her compatriots.
还有一次。好。
Now the provoke is bad, but it can be cleansed if we get something nasty out here, like a dual attack. Which is why we're S2ing. We don't even want to risk it. It doesn't even matter if we didn't get any debuffs off it. Just keep me away.
Spectre Tenebria, one Soulburn comes in after he sees the damage. GG comes out for Shamel.
哇，刚刚那个是新王那刀砍下去的时候，好像带着全村的希望一起砍出去。
What a first match, guys! I just want to highlight that. I was mentioning that Lionheart Sermia maybe not the best pick, but despite that, I think Shamel played really well there, holding the Destina until the last possible moment, almost able to bring it back. Being the time coming back in a timely fashion, getting those defense breaks, having that Sermia just build up enough. Just couldn't clutch it out because there was no dual attacks at the end.
稳定的暗法，输出高也是要有血量。
you know, even under optimal circumstances, I don't think that Lionheart was enough value for him. I think he needs to
感谢右边选的四星王带来一场有起伏的比赛。我们看高手对决啊也很好看，可是看这种就是结局未知的比赛也蛮好看的。
I really think what was key to that last match is we actually found a balance of the threats that we wanted to present to keep our Spectre Tenebria hidden. Usually you want to protect her with a lot of defense or maybe give her a lot of attack to wipe out the enemy, but we found this balance with the FCC and with the Strays. Take out the Strays or he'll kill your team. Also, you have to worry about this big tanky FCC protecting it. With those two powers combined, she was able to do a majority of the damage in that last game and really play her all as the queen of the draft there.
And, you know, sometimes, like you highlighted, a great offense is an excellent defense. And, you know, as we've seen all night, this new format, Solitaria and Briar Witch pre-banned for the second round of this BO5. And whoa! Are you fellas seeing what I'm seeing?
We flexing a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Saying, did you even lucky enough to pull her? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't.
好，我们可以看看。
Oh no.
I mean, some of us got to stay for the, you know, upcoming potential characters, especially Summer around the corner. But Abigail, definitely solid. I think a much better first pick than earlier. We saw last piece Karen in that spot. Abigail, I think, could be quite effective.
左边这是应该是秘密武器吗？一选亚碧凯。然后不知道你后排是什么。
Definitely want to take her because you don't want her being protected by that Abigail S2. Give us a little bit of update with this new unit.
Oh, this unit is very saucy, as we say in our community. You can absolutely cook up a storm with her. Her passive, one of the most unique in the game. She can protect her allies. She can use it to layer in extra damage on the opponent's highest attack unit. It's very, very flexible, and as long as you're creative enough, you will find a way to make her good. Speaking of which, I think Shin Mello has done a very creative way to enable his main unit. He's now pre-banned that Solitaria in the last game, and now not only that, he has also taken away Spectre Tenebria, the biggest counter pick to his favorite unit, the one we've seen carry the game for him again and again and again. I wonder if we're going to see that unit come up, guys. Ah! Right there! Ambitious Tywin, as well as
Archdemon Shadow. And not only that, I'd actually like to pay attention to this. The main Chloe gets picked up on the left side. Why? Because Briar Witch is gone from the game. What we talked about before about enabling that kind of stuff. And once again, almost as if he's making fun of me, Hatsu comes in with another unit I was unable to pull. Last piece, Karen. We're really doubling down on making me feel as terrible as possible. But that draft might just be a winner anyway. And if you need a winner, ring the bell because Strays will be coming on down through. I mean, hopefully. I mean, I just love seeing that S3 rip and tear through the enemy's line. And if it got rid of A Tywin once, it can do it twice, right?
I'm a little worried with the draft, though, on the side of Hatsu. Depending on when he locks in, if it's the Strays, are these two units hyper carry enough? Because based on his first 3 picks here, right, he needs to have units that have reach, that can do enough damage in the long run, because he picked that first pick, Abigail.
And no, he actually he does disagree with me and agrees with you. Moves over to the Sylvan Sage Vivian. Not only the kind of strong DPS that can stand on her own as a princess, as I like to call her, but also the one that enables the rest of her team with this critical damage up. So that's definitely going to be interesting to see. Hopefully, an interesting interaction with the possibilities on the right side.
As good as the Sylvan Sage Vivian is, though, you guys have to consider, to enable the Spectre Tenebria, is there enough reach for the Spectre Tenebria? Because I don't think there's enough AoE on Hatsu's team to keep her in the draft. I don't think she survives this ban phase.
Very interested in this last pick, Karina. I think she works or doesn't work depending on what bans we see. Which we'll see here in just a couple seconds.
It probably means we won't see a Sage Vivian ban, because that's, I think, what she was picked here for.
Yeah, is that a Corinne ban? I thought it was going to be a Maid Chloe ban.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to see Maid Chloe ban there because I'm a little bit worried about just how much effect resistance she brings to the team, maybe shutting down a little bit of Karina's plan. But I'm not the one in the hot seat. These players are. And speaking of the hot seat, coming up first is Destina. Interesting.
I guess we'll just never see a you know, ML Karina this tournament.
Yeah, we drafted 2 new units just so we could get one. Oh, a counterattack already. Not going to strip because of how helpful Destina's buff is on the first turn, but It does feel a little bit bad to see that luck is against you from the very first move of the game, right?
伤害呢？
As we said
吸血
earlier,
鬼那个
Spectre to Nibra
那个
eating up a curse
行
from
动之后那
Abigail.
个诅咒很讨厌。
S3 comes through, drops it on the Destina. Injury is gonna come in.
伤害还好，
Teensy
但
little bit,
木
you
乃
know?
开始
Not bad. We were on a crit
伤口
damage build. We have this Samsara Praeries to give additional damage. Do we get the stun from the Arwell onto the Archdemon Shadow?
I sure hope we do.
No, we
No,
get a
do
resist.
not.
Now that is going to be a dangerous first turn.
现在最讨厌就是你打任何角色，那个
Guys,
你
hold
的
on.
那
Do
个
you see what I see?
按法都会受伤。
Tenebria
你要
has
中那个诅
Warhorn.
咒。
She's pushing herself up with Warhorn. Yeah. I was
I
so
just
used to all the books we've been seeing coming out today on all the mages. I was almost blown away for a second there. to
Not a
see
super
little bit of
common pick, but
difference.
we've seen that in the past.
所以
Right?
刚好
Now.
抵消掉。
It's, I would
Not
say,
bad
the
at all.
second most common artifact for anybody who doesn't play a book-heavy playstyle, which Shimela most
哎，
certainly
可以
doesn't.
了。
Yeah. I mean, we will like some of those souls, I'm sure, but it doesn't matter too much, especially when you can just guarantee the seal by just being a little bit better than your opponent. That's what that luck RNG really means, right?
Ooh, uh-oh. So, as we were highlighting, Sage Vivian, very tanky character, but when she's sealed, she takes like
拉上来打
about
破，
2.5 times more damage
按法
and
直接
pushing
上
up the Spectre to Nibra. We are most certainly going to see a big chunk getting eaten out of the Sage Vivian. And the dual attack!
哦，
Oh
还加攻，
god!
好狠
Well,！I was saying before, right? Luck definitely seems to be piling up on one player's side.
不过小
Maybe
光
that
盾
counterattack wasn't too much of an
但是证明
indication
它
of
的
how
价
this
值。
game was going to go after all. Because
那个
if
分
you
量30
rip
趴
the
超
slot machine, I
超
can
强
rip it just right back.
哇，
Speaking
加
of
攻
which, another dual attack.
This is where the Unity Spectre Tenebria is at.
This is where the Warhorn Unity
Yeah.
set Spectre Tenebria coming on through. And speaking of which,
yeah,
we got a
yeah,
little bit of
yeah.
debuffs that are piling up to a dangerous
Anbach
degree on the left
sometimes,
side. So let's get
Doesn't
a little
get
bit
the
of a
seal
glimpse.
though, Divine.
That's the most important debuff. You have to get off of the Sage
追
Vivian.
加。
Absolutely, but what
他
can
那个封印
you
被
do?
动还在
At least put up the revive buff so if she goes down, she can come back?
But that's provided this, you know, Archdemon doesn't just pop off again. And now magically able
Very
to maybe take advantage of her artifact and strip the revive?
No, not yet.
Oh,
But the line doesn't help much either.
Yeah, landing on both DPS there.
不过
surely
我
going
觉
to
得还
stop
好，因为
Hanzo's
那个
tempo quite a bit.
Speaking of tempo, once again pushing up to the
还
front.
避开了保后排。
Chatty comes
但
out
其
as
实
the last line
蛮
of
安全的。
defense for her, protecting her a little bit, and we get the soul burn here.
可惜
You
那
know,
个
even
整
if we
命
have the
中没
blind
中。
debuff on, we can't ignore the value of just hitting everybody with this major
然后这边
AoE
两边
damage.
的
But
阵
if
容
you've
都
got
很
AoE
能
damage
很能
coming
打
out, what's gonna
很能撑。
counteract it? It's gonna be the Destina S3
And we have
coming out here.
Tywin still with his
那个
ultimate available. Let's see if
看起来
Chanel
有
opts
来
to
有
use it
往
right
的
now.
而且
He's
吸
in
吸血的
kind
按
of
法
commanding position.
我自己很少
This is
看
going
到
to be a
的，
really
看那
good,
种
really good
那
spot
种
to be
最大的主
kind
播
of
都是
all
死
in
命
your
的撑面
opponent,
板。
but he's still going to be holding it. Archdemon's turn
看看
is
吸血
coming
按法
up,
的
and when
的
she
的
does
那
pop
个
that
能
S3,
力，
that's going to be a
因为面板应该会是比一般
very,
的按法再
very
低。
big turn here.
Well, you were just talking about it. Now here it is.
来了。
The boss of
后方。
episode 1 with her flames and all of her passions burning out down and putting out a majority of the burn debuffs on our most vulnerable lady sitting in the back. Chatty's already procced. Not much health left on the Arrowwell. How much longer can all these defensive provisions stand to keep her
这个是为了
standing?
现在。
Soul burns onto the Abigail. We are going to be
哇，
able
这
to
个
seal
这个
away
封印被
that
动很危险哦，
immortality plus
因为
vampire
现在那
debuff.
个
So the Sage Vivian is looking like she's
后排
in
没有
more
保
and
护
more
的，
dangerous,
没有那个不死
in
可以
more and more
可以用。
danger every passing second.
Absolutely. Speaking of danger,
好，这边可能先
once
杀
again,
亚
I
比卡
can't keep saying it. I can't keep saying it enough, right? We've got the Spectre Tenebria, and do keep note that the Arrowell did die. She did come back, but she did die. That's which gave her 1 stack. 2nd stack there on the revive. I keep saying this when you put out these revive units. People, I feel like, often forget that Tenebria loves to see people coming back. Just means a little bit more torture that can come out. And speaking of torture, the S3 finally comes on, ringing on down through, and nothing worse to see than a sea of debuffs on your
这我不会
team.
用，对不对？
The only blessing of that revive buff for the Sage Vivian
我看
was
别人用
being
都
able
很
to
厉害。
shed all the other ones, especially that seal. But defense break, an equally bad
空他们
debuff.
家
This Sage Vivian
按
just
法
can't catch
好
a
像不
break
错。
today.
Yeah, this turn order is looking
有
so
分伤，
good
有
for
破防，
Shinmello. I think he's about to
有
close
晕
up the
眩
match
控
and
制
not to do anything to
两只
recover.
搭档蛮强。
He's down pretty bad.
I-
帮他温
Now,
配起来。
with the match playing out as is, are we hitting a freeze?
This could be a freeze in play. The first one of the night.
Regardless of what it is, it's definitely coming in a position in the game where I'm looking at left side and I'm feeling nothing but a pit of dropping deep in the pit of my stomach, right? Arrowell standing on her last legs. Sage Vivian not doing much better. Our newest character, Abigail, almost bowing out, bent over on her knees. Made Chloe still looking good, but still made Chloe standing at the top, but you know.
And we're just going to wait for the Hatsu to reconnect here. So guys, in this position though, is there any potential for Hatsu to kind of make a comeback?
I think the potential is always there, especially in a high volatility game such as Epic 7. You know, you have the dual attacks, counter attacks. Any one of those things can potentially swing the tides of a match. But I would say for Hatsu, it's looking like, you know, it's looking pretty rough as things are.
I think it's, in Frenzy 4, with the Sylvian about to go down here, even with dual attacks, Abigail is stunned. May Chloe not having access to her skill 3 yet, I don't see a way out. Depending on what happens.
And I highlighted it before. Those revives have stacked up the amount of Spectre Tenebria's passive on the right side, right? So this is kind of the idea I've been putting out. A lot of people think like, oh, you've got a reviver. I'll counter with an extinction character. I'll counter with Briar. They don't realize that Spectre Tenebria, not a perfect counter, but definitely benefits from all these units coming back. She just wants more and more.
And in these standard matches, I think one thing you always want to gauge is how well these players are understanding the matchups of not only damage versus healing, but also damage versus, or rather cleanse versus debuffs, right? For a unit like Destina, she cleanses every single debuff on your team. She has a lot of power over units like Archdemon, like the 8 Tywin, for example. But the May Chloe, however, works extremely differently. She only cleanses 2 debuffs per unit.
On a very long cooldown.
Extremely long. So that means in order to play her to her highest potential, you have to set up these situations where your units are really resisting the debuffs through the passive, through maybe her team imprint if you have a few of those, rather than try to cleanse them after you've eaten them. And Archdemon is the perfect unit to bypass that. She drops a soul burn, all you need is 10 souls, and suddenly your unit's got a question mark above their head and you go,
yeah, speaking on the made passive, I think that is important. We've seen that debuffs are so powerful in this tournament, not having the access or the enough cleanse to kind of protect your team. If Made had enough ER and he built some of his other DPS like the Sage Vivian on effect resist, you know, with the Shamajas, with the passive, he can kind of overcome that somewhat. But Shin Melo's favorite character, that Archdemon's Shadow, we saw it has no crit, damage a little bit on the lower side. It probably has both effectiveness and effect resist. So even with some effect resist from the May Chloe, we could still see those seals come out.
I think in a longer series, that's definitely something Hatsu needs to pick up on, as well as what do you fellas think Hatsu needs to do in order to beat Shinello, and how well he plays around that Archdemon? Because we saw in game 1, he didn't pick up that win, but he set himself up for a prime position to pick up Archdemon for game 2.
I think we've seen the primary strategy play out many times in this tournament thus far. I was hoping to see it banned out immediately, but if you're not going to do that, steal the unit. I feel like that has to be the backup plan. It's
kind of tough because Archdemon's Shadow is not really a popular unit at the moment. She's actually not that strong, all things considered. Shin Melo just a specialist to that character, making her look great. But in terms of what we could see to counter her, I think just take notes from Mace. I think he did a pretty good job with the Little Queen Charlotte, playing a little bit slower, landing that big damage onto her, and maintaining or mitigating the amount of seals that go out.
I think Shin Melo played a really good long con. He kind of, it was almost felt like he tried to win game 1, but when he couldn't, he didn't care much. He kind of just threw that into the wind. Game 2, game 3, I'm in a good position because even if you would like to ban away this Archdemon, Hatsu doesn't really have to draft stocks to just say, all right, I'm going to force ban this Archdemon and you can't play her for the rest of the set. He has to ban something to potentially let himself take a win. And that's a really tough position. I'm thinking about it even as somebody who's played many competitive matches and tournaments, and you know, if I didn't have a full roster, how would I play that? You know, like you said, Mace had a really good adaptation, and I wonder if Hatsu has these options.
I'm worried about that because, as you said before, it's all about the units you're able to draft out and pick out, and we're only in the second match. If you're having problems with your unit pool here, how how does a match 5 look? Because as we said from the beginning, this is the first of the best of 5s. This is the last match for either of them. But you've really got to get yourself a taste of what it looks like in the long con. You have to be prepared to go to that best of 5 situation because it could happen to you at any time. So what does your unit pool look like?
With us being 1-1, it's shaping up. It could be that we go all the way to the distance. And I actually like to see those kind of matches when we go that far, right? We get to see some kind of off meta picks, some scuffed units here and there. Really who goes and digs deep and can, kind of clutch it out when you go the distance.
And especially with all these units removed from the game, you really have to have a great understanding of matchups, units, and hero pools to just know this is the path I gotta take to score that win.
That being said, guys, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break.
3-minute break?
3-minute break, excuse me, and we'll be back for the third rank match.
Break.
Arky, we'll see you soon.
好，那么休息一下，处理断线的问题。大家可以玩玩自己的游戏啊。好，我先把官方的资讯关掉一下。好。可以先看一下我的竞技场。今天打到哪里了？前期 RNAN， 这个不知道是谁，从来没有看过这个名字。好，这边官方的比赛还有3分钟。来结个阵，这个火双子，火双子，然后停，来挂符文，哇，4颗好赚哦，赚到。再挂一个什么东西？暗的还没买。符文通常挂个20颗，加减，然后小颗的话可能挂到100，这样基本上就够用。除非一直出新角色的话，应该是够用。这个看起来很好打，不一定哦。这个最高血量应该是塞纳，没关系。光拱。加工。 这样。
찬찬히 부서진 달빛이 쏟아져 내리리니
官方的比赛在30秒开启，如果开
운명에 대항한 자의 말을 처절히 느껴보거라. 피할 수 없다면 극복해야죠. 제가 지켜낼 겁니다. 꼭 싸워야 한다면
其实
유구히 순환되는 힘, 무너진 의지를 되살리길. 이 달이 그들이 보는 마지막 달이겠군. 무례하구나. 만월 아래에서 누구도 쓰지 못한다는 것이야. 선택받은 자의 힘을 보여주지. 끝까지 간다. 보여줄 건 다 보여줬죠?
我们继续压赛，
가을 낙엽이 돼요.
希望炮虎不要抓狂，击
흩날려.
打全部。该不会吧 ？OK， 应对脱离好，26000的炮虎。如果我记得炮虎如果是白血的话，
잔디도 통하지 않아요.
那个暗战打是挺爆的，暗
방심하면
战那个必
후회할걸요?
定暴击的效果，命
영을
中
즐겨볼까? 이 땅의 진정한 주인은 무릎 꿇을지어다. 이러다 차가
推荐大家
싶겠어요.
一直用，
밤의 무서움을 모르는 자는
但是就被白血挡下来，我还是能打。
불필요한 다툼이 드디어 끝났네요.
好，等待官方开启。 红丸配一只亚碧卡，碧卡现在几速了？哦，我配底速的，只是想要撑血而已。好，这个红丸融化完之后，要有一只能够打全部的。 想想看有谁可以做到这件事情。好像只有按罗贝，就稳定又强。好，用按罗贝兜底一下。
살고 싶다면 복종이나 허렌트의 영광을 위해 모든 걸 바쳐라. 전율을 음미할 시간이다. 과연 다 할 수 있을까?
전세를 뒤집어 주지. 끝까지 나가선다면 너의 정 베어준다. まだだ。肩慣らしにはちょうどいい。全力でいく。消えろ。
哦，他不会。
エルフレア。
特别。
물러나라 떨거지들. 지옥의 문을 열어준다. 내 돈은 피를 묻힐 시간이다. 명령하지 마.
这样的按摩飞很普通，
오합지졸이고.
我还是很喜欢它。只是我好想有一只29000的按诺飞哦，29000血看起来好多，像26000不到，26000，我觉得我已经不错啦，可是还怎么少人家2000血？ 官方还在处理连线问题，我们继续打。看一下有谁，这个想要按他的是 哦，官方回来了，我们切回官方的画面。
And load up those coins. On top of that, too, if you haven't already, last chance to get your Twitch drops for the exclusive Sermia emote. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, I've talked about it a lot during this tournament so far, but I was really excited to see the different strategies and the different play styles we would get to see when we moved from the last tournament covering up the Masters to this one. And just like I predicted, we're seeing an expansion of the strategies available, and we're seeing a lot more characters, units, and ideas being put out there. This game is all about the ideas that you put out there, that you want to play, and that uniqueness of your play style.
And, you know, as we saw, as these players do expand their strategy, we saw these guys from counterpicking each other to, I'm going to take a counterpick to your unit, and then take the primary counterpick to that, and, you know, they've been following up each other's drafts, and seeing these drafts develop has been really, really interesting, especially for guys like Sai, and I think Shin Mello as well. These guys have, I think, done really well to set up not only the draft for themselves, but for themselves next game. And that's the type of thing I'm really interested in seeing it with this format. You know, Shin Mello obviously, you know, dropping one game, but also picking up what looked like definitely a lead, right? We didn't see him win before the freeze, but he definitely took a lead in that second game. And I wondered, for an adaptive player like Sai, we saw him adapt around Hatsu in that set he played earlier. Can he adapt that around somebody like Real Mace?
I definitely think you're going to be in a position where when we come up against Real Mace, when we come up against the legend of legends standing tall at the top of the bracket, I've said all this stuff before, you've really got to ask yourself, what kind of weaknesses does a guy like that have? And I think it primarily comes down to that backstory you were talking about earlier, Valky. He's been missing some stuff. So what has been new? What has changed about RTA in the last couple months? And what might he not have been fully prepared for or know about that you can use as your advantage, right? You're certainly not looking at the meta from a couple months ago, but as you like to always say on your streams, sometimes you just need to reach a little bit further back. Maybe just the meta before that one and catch somebody off guard.
I think that's going to be part of Sai's game plan. Take Mace to the best of 5 all the way, go the distance, and see if his account really has enough to last those later drafts.
We saw Mace use his heroes fully in the series versus Shin Mello earlier, just barely squeezing out a lead, right? And that's what you would expect a good player to be able to do. But if you get taken to a best of 5, what is that, like 6, 7, 5 matches, right? Is that unit pool going to dry up for Mace? I think that is going to be a big, big question.
So it might actually come down to 2 things you have to do in the game. You have to beat Mace at least somewhat consistently, which is already something to surmount. We've only seen one of those losses so far, but you also have to ban the units that are going to hurt him the most and hurt yourself the least.
Okay. All right, and you know, as we're thinking about that, we are also going to be doing that to both of these last guys and going into the 3rd match for our set.
Tied up 1-1 here in Hatsu versus Shin Mello.
Yeah, Shin Mello is going to be taking the second game just on point. So going to the 3rd game, Karina as well as last piece Karim Ban, Hatsu taking Spectre Tenebra as that first pick. That's just so stable.
And that Spectre Tenebra has grown in power over the time of this draft because why? A lot of her most common threats with the AoE damage to really punish and put down the opponent are out of the game. Right? Belian, Last Rider Crow, a lot of these units that have flushed her out in previous matches in the tournament are now no longer on the board.
But you know what's not out of the game is Hatsu's favorite opening, DJB Payra. Shin Mello is going to respond with Ed plus his favorite Archdemon. But I don't know if that's favorable into DJB Payra Spectre Tenebra. That is a really, really strong opening.
It's a really strong opening, and usually you try to keep at least one of the 2 out of your opponent's hands, so maybe we see a ban centered around that idea. Still, for the moment now, we've got to finish off our draft with another strong DPS, so Spectre Tenebra is standing by herself in that category, and maybe possibly another support to carry her. We talked a little bit about that idea from before, remember? balance her out with an offensive support and a defensive support.
There we go. As we talked about earlier, you need to be able to adapt around this Archdemon and adapt well. Little Queen Charlotte, the premier counter to dark units coming out.
Taking a note out of the Mace playbook. Let's see if this is effective in answering this Archdemon Shadow that's been giving us so much issue. He wants to get some attack up with it though, and he's hovering over the Ahmed as the last pick.
Yeah, hovering over the Ahmed. You're bringing Little Queen Charlotte, everyone's favorite big damage, dark destroying unit with the blonde hair and the blue eyes that lock in on the opponent and let them know you're not going to be getting away with any of your stuff. And she's definitely has those eyes pointed towards the apocalypse, the Archdemon. I'm starting to get a little bit confused myself. The Archdemon herself, and we finally rounded out again at the end with Shu. We saw Shu earlier getting in some good work, and with those strong defense penning S2s, it's a threat you have to pay attention to.
And I'm thinking the Shu gets removed from the game as well as perhaps that Spectre Tenebria. Now, while Hatsu might be playing a, Little Queen Charlotte banned out next to the Destina. That's really interesting. I want to see where this match goes.
Absolutely, and we're going straight into it. Obviously, the Pera taking the first turn, setting herself up with the S3. And RNL again. Is this a prophecy? Do you just get this for free now?
Oh man, stunning the Archdemon for that first turn, especially when you have a single target DPS. You can completely bypass the cleanse from Ambitious Taiwan with the Spectre Tenebria. This is going to be a very dangerous spot for Shinelo to be in.
Huge momentum and tempo lead on the side of Hatsu.
Now you can just hit this unit, beat her down for free. Soul Burning, we are going to all in this Archdemon right here.
Rid of the problem early, right? The only access, it's really the only access to reach outside of the Shu skill 3. We can take it out pretty quickly. Doesn't get the kill here.
She hangs on with a thread, but also keep in mind that thread is not the kind that's going to keep you alive for long. She's definitely going to find herself targeted. Can we get any value out of this pick at all?
Have to go into this. Now, while Hatsu looks like he's playing what is a very aggressive game, you have to keep in mind, he's playing technically a tank down match with these units. He's running double support, plus a tank, plus Spectre Tenebria. So he needs to hold on tight and tank down all this damage, and essentially just walk his way into a victory here.
We let rip with our primary defense just to get the push-up because with leading lady in the back stunned and at 1 HP, I'm not really too worried about getting a cleanse out. What we are worried about is the stomp from Shu providing out the anti-crit and possibly, oh no, not possibly, definitely coming in with the first of many counters.
No push luckily though for Hatsu.
I mean,
that's the second one. Hang on now.
We're starting to get a little bit lucky.
Still none. Is this Shu broken?
This is where it gets real dangerous because, as I mentioned earlier, Hatsu doesn't have enough damage to play aggressive. He's
Shu decided she can now counter with an ally attack. So that's a little bit of a weird concept.
陌生女主打死了，结果泡芙这场5开超大的。
Ooh, this is looking a little bit dangerous. Hatsu has to be thinking about whether or not he can attack into the Shu. That's a dangerous play, my friend.
Yeah, especially giving her additional combat readiness. And now we've got to provoke on the Pera. Not going to be able to stun her out as she probably wants to do once that immunity runs out.
Dual attack.
Might get a poison proc into the equivalent exchange.
Finally, Ed decides to not resist, and once again, as we highlighted before, we get that critical attack break on the Spectre Tenebria for 2 turns. No cleanses available and no souls to burn through it too. She's just got to deal with not only having less damage.
Yeah. She comes in.
他报仇了。
And Shinelo takes that third.
他把那个魔神女主干掉就好了。
Quick and decisive.
Very quick.
开场直接狂轰魔神女主中超多炮了。
Yeah, that game was. Man, what can I say? There's really not
the pivotal turning point was those Shu counters. Even though there was no push, it just brought him back into such a commanding lead. She was awake.
And that's the danger when you play such a I would say low tempo playstyle, right? You have the high tempo units, but with a single DPS to your name, you can only push so much damage at a time. And with that anti-crit, you're just going to have to take your chances and hit it into her again and again. And even if she doesn't push, you know, you're taking a big risk and you're running these squishy supports. And you know, if you had a Destina, this would be a different story, but you're running DJB, you're running Ahmed. These units can't tank a Shu, even with escorts, and they're gonna fall quite quickly. And in a game where it breaks down like that, can only say that's tough luck.
Yeah, we were just missing a lot of the key buffs and cleanses that I think that were important in that last match. We weren't able to cleanse some of the buffs, debuffs at the end that were absolutely debilitating. And on that, we just didn't have the CR push. We didn't have the attack buff. We didn't have a lot. We didn't even have a defense break on the other side. We didn't have a lot of these things that would have enabled us, as you said, to speed up the tempo and make sure that we weren't taking all this damage all the damn time. But that's neither here nor there. We're going to go into this last match with a stacked set of bans. I mean, if this goes to a game 5, it's absolutely going to be horrid to go through all of them. But somehow, even at this stage of the game, Conqueror Lilius is available for first pick, and first pick, Hatsu shall take.
Very stable support plus tank coming out for Shin Mello. And I just want to redirect your gentleman's attention to the pre-bans here. Destina out, LQC out. What does that tell you guys? Which unit do you guys think is going to be really strong, perhaps really dominant in the draft phase of this game?
Let's see that Archdemon's Shadow, and there it is.
There
it is. Yes, sir.
We have some activators. I mean, with how many dual attacks were happening last game, how many counters are going out? Who's worried about even getting an activator at this point? I support it 100%. But no, in all seriousness, you know, C. Lilius still left in the draft. Lionheart Sirmia still left in the draft. No coincidence, am I right, boys? Now, we're looking towards getting that big, strong second DPS to back up our draft. We're looking through a couple of those options, and I'm interested to see what we pick out of our treasure chest. As we keep saying, this is the part where you're looking through your units and really, really deciding who you want to come out as clutch. Because importantly, these 4th, 5th positions are usually the ones to get banned. So is this a unit that can win you the game? And is this also a unit you're worth risking being banned and never seeing again?
Arya comes out. I want to believe that unit is... Ooh, okay. Arya Dark Horse, that's a combination if I've ever seen one. Both of these units. Decent matchup versus Archdemon. Decent matchup versus Lionheart Sirmia. But, you know, through a Shuna, that is a mystery to me. Shuna is very recently buffed, and she has very disruptive capabilities, and we need to see if she can stop the Arya, if she can stop the C. Lilius, and very much, just as important, if she can stop that Spectre Tenebria.
The sleep, the CC that she can provide could be huge. Archdemon Shadow getting banned out, and the Arya.
Nobody wants to ban the Dark Corvus. I've said it before, I'll say it thrice. And just as thrice, we get a 3rd game with Dark Corvus coming on in. I never thought I'd see too much of the guy, but I love him nonetheless. Now we get rights. We got the game coming in right here. Conqueror Lilius taking her confident walk with 20 souls to add up on the side. Once again, good to see the Warhorn's gone. That really was throwing me for a loop. But Eternus, as you highlighted before, going to push up the Shuna into a position where she's able to make a counter-offensive now that all these debuffs have come out.
And as good as we said that Vigor buff was, what happens when all of your important units are asleep for a turn out of the 2 turns for that Vigor buff? You just lose way too much value.
You lose the value, but you also can't lose sight of how many resists just came out. If we were relying on a strategy of controlling this Dark Corvus anyway, I don't think it's going to happen.
He is already ready to go, guys. This Dark Corvus has his ultimate.
Shoot, I like the enthusiasm. You picked a wrong time, honey. You picked the absolute worst time, actually.
Ooh, yeah, that is going to be very deadly. Now Hatsu doesn't really have to care. Now he just has to walk this Dark Corvus to the front of the line, and this Dark Corvus says, homie, don't worry, I got you.
Right this way, Mr. President. Right this way. Speaking of which, some buffs granted to the right side. We'll wipe the slate clean and get rid of them really quick. We don't get the stun, but as we said before, the defense buff is key to Lionheart Sirmia's damage. So without it, not only does her survivability drop, but the damage she's dishing back and dealing out towards her enemy team will be definitely dealt with.
Here taking a big turn, drops the S3. Missed that the first turn, but now she's going to be able to put it up. But wonder if that's going to be enough, considering the fact that this Dark Corvus is slowly trucking his way up here.
I mean, he's got that refrigerator walk to him, but he's definitely making his way up there slowly but surely. And we get a high value follow-up here, actually. Now we got the Spectre Tenebria back up on board, and she's just going to throw down the S3. If we get any more follow-ups or any more follow-up attacks, we want them to be the kind that are hitting 2 opponents. And speaking of which, I mean, we're going to only hit 1 opponent here, but that opponent's going down, and it's Shu. Thank you very much for the addition of the additional proc so I could get my S3 up and charged. You can now exit the game kindly.
Last game, you know, Shu won the game very convincingly for Shinmello, and now the Dark Corvus, in conjunction with the Spectre Tenebria, is really, really giving her that beat down.
That being said, guys, I don't know if that was the correct target in hindsight for the Dark Corvus here, as we have the Shuna taking a turn soon, and instead we still have both units alive.
Yeah, I did not expect to see that. Dark Corvus not exactly packing enough punch, but still to a devastating degree has put the Shu down, but she's still here, she's still active, and with the defense pen, with the defense break on top, almost rips through all of Conqueror Lee's
Can we get a provoke on the Lionheart? Resistance! She's gonna get her big skill 3 here, and there's a defense break on the other side.
Yeah, this could possibly be 2 units down on left side. I didn't expect the match to swing this way, especially this quickly, but swing it must. Oh my god, we're on 1 HP. I mean, we still lose 2 units, but we're on 1 HP.
Oh! Provoke on Dark Corvus is
that is
extremely clutch right here.
We definitely did not want to see
Hatsu might have been a little bit greedy with the trying to kill both Lionheart and the Shu there. Could bite him in the butt right now.
That's the power of mitigation, you know. That A-Tower holding down the match right there, protecting the Shu by a threat so that she could force into the St. Lilia's defense break and just heal herself back up. Without that A-Tower being there on the Aureus, this Shu 100% would have dropped.
Not only that, we also were able to put out Shu's barrier. Not exactly going to solve the problem on its own, but definitely putting us in a position. Speaking of which, that barrier once again comes out, redistributing the total HP of the team all around. You know, we got a little bit of happiness, a little bit of pride in keeping all our fellows up as they cross the finish line together, and that's really what it is. It's a desperate fight with 2 units on the left and an entire team shining down on the right.
Now can Shinmil land the kill here? That was a dual attack. I think that just came out. Extra damage definitely needed here. And with this,
that's right. Comes out on the Lion, and drops the standing for sure. But what about that Dark Corvus?
That Dark Corvus, he can hang on all he wants.
But we have a follow-up attack and the Shu following. This is it.
This is absolutely it. Dark Corvus is not able to clutch up against the heretics in the name of the Goddess of Orbis, and we easily get the match coming in for a win for Shinmello.
He lands himself 3rd place for this tournament.
Shinmello's our 3rd place finisher. Maybe a slight case of greed from his opponent's side. Could have finished off either unit, divided his attacks between the Spectre Tenebria, but didn't land the kill with the Dark Corvus. That being said, guys, I think we're going to take another 3-minute break real quick, and then we'll be back with the final match.
See you soon. I'm excited about it.
有这么强吗？关卡里有这么强吗？
Sinking in this darkness, keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop doing
第八史诗的游戏，我有看几主播玩。
I'm a defender in this world with nowhere to go. I'm on the journey, won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts by the bullet, you're my only cause. Take me on, 'cause nothing else could save me now.
第八史诗，听说游戏性不错，不过我现在还在沉迷第七史诗，我就没有去玩，就还是没办法同时玩那么多游戏啊。
Welcome back, guys, to the Conquer Cup. Once again, brought to you by Amazon App Store. Thank you, Amazon. Don't forget to play Epic 7 via the App Store and get those coins loaded up. Now, guys, this is the finals. We have big prizes. Let's highlight them one last time. First place, whoever takes home everything is going to get 50,000 coins, 10,000 Sky Stones, and an Amazon Fire HD tablet. 32 gigabytes. Second place, no slouch either, 30,000 coins and 8,000 Sky Stones. Quite a lot.
That's a lot of refreshing for the shop.
That's a lot of Amazon coins for all the packs that you're going to need to get yourself through this summer, especially with some of the units we know are coming out.
好啦，我们有空，我们认真练一下，是不是有机会去
Other than that, let's go and talk about the
前10名之类的。
Oh yeah, we've been looking forward to this one for a while. I know we're out here to rep Macy's, definitely looking like the favorite, but Sai, I think, has been one of those guys that every step of the way, he's just barely scraped by, and he's always improved his games, and he did what he needed to do in order to catch that win. And I really want to see him step up here in this final stage here against one of the best players ever to play the game, and clutch this one out.
We definitely spent a lot of this tournament reeling through and finding out the weaknesses of these players, and they stood strong against the tide as they were tested, and that test resulted in one answer. Who was the best player to come out and take down Mace? Sai, you are chosen as that player, and I am excited and ready to see every trick up your sleeve to take down this Titan before you.
Adaptability, flexibility in the draft, how wide our pool of units goes. Let's see which player has those strengths in hand.
Draft aside, I think the in-game decisions normally not as big of a factor, but when you're against somebody who's that good at the game, you have to take every inch, every single advantage he allows you to have. You gotta hang on for dear life and push as hard as you can. Because we saw earlier, Mace wasn't winning these matches convincingly. He dropped the game versus Playcat, and versus his opponent earlier, Shinmello, he was winning these games by razor-thin margins of just one turn. So I wonder if Sai, can just... He's adapted to every opponent he's played against so far. He's, I think, lost the first game and came back. And speaking of that, let's see if Sai can adapt to Mace going into the game.
Now, I've got to highlight this before we even get into it. There's one thing that scares me more than anything else for Sai, and that's the fact that Real Mace has not yet come into a position where he's really gone aggro yet. Now, we think that might just be because his draft can't compensate for it, but he's got the Architect Leica up, obviously. It may not be that he can't, but just that it wasn't the right time yet. We've talked a lot about adaptability, but how do you adapt to a threat that hasn't presented itself yet? Nonetheless, we get a strong first pick with Mediator Cowrick. The bans are on the board. C. Lilius, A. Tywin, who's been getting a great performance so far, by the way, AOL, and Lua banned, and that's followed up by Apocalypse Ravi and Last Rider Crow. All staples we've seen in the tournaments thus far, and nothing out of the ordinary. here's where things start to get a little bit interesting. On the second and third pick for Mace, I want to see him show his true colors right here. What is your strategy for breaking down the opponent who's broken down so many others before you?
I'd like to see maybe a Little Queen Charlotte come out from the side of Mace. He showed he has one that's pretty good, and it's not a bad pick into these first two monster units.
And what a combination of monster units right there. Both extremely tanky, both able to put out a lot of damage, a Robbie single target, Last Rider Crow, AoE, and on top of that, both of these units either mitigate their own or their team's damage. And it's looking like Saya is not looking to take any damage this early into the draft.
Yeah, the Arrowwell, as you said, the supreme knight of mitigation, and the Little Queen Charlotte as well, backing up into her. We're going to post up even a couple more dark units. Obviously, the Spectre Tenebria doesn't have to worry too much about facing the Mace. Oh god, that's another pun I made by accident. But the Destina will come in to hopefully bring back any targets that do suffer the debilitating effects of her idea of justice.
And that's what's so dangerous about playing this Little Queen Charlotte.
Did we have a Sage Vivian on the side of Mace? I think that's a nice follow-up here, depending on what Sai has drafted thus far. I'm not sure if we saw one, though, because you mentioned, you know, his character pool is a little bit limited.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key. Whether or not you'll have to ban the Spectre Tenebria off from Sai's team. And if you want to do that, you have to take 2 AoE units here, because otherwise you just wouldn't have enough reach. Because if you only take one,
and there it is. I call the Little Queen Charlotte. We got the Sage Vivian Mace looking to win this. I like this kind of lineup versus that APOC Last Rider Crowd first 2 picks.
Car 6, not only the host, but also with the future site, able to see some of the predictions coming on down the battlefield, and that one didn't take much future sight at all. If you've got Destina on one side of the field, probably you're going to see a Briar Witch coming out on the other.
And that's one of those matchups we've seen again and again tonight. The revive comp between Destina and Apocalypse Robbie being countered by that Briar Witch Asaria. And, you know, surely that's one of those units that's just going to have to go in the post-ban phase. But I wonder if Sai actually adapts around that and plays around that. That's going to be something really interesting to watch going forward. Karina comes out for Sai.
I like that pick. Nice, we'll get a proc if we decide to go for the Little Queen Charlotte into the Apocalypse Robbie. Good into Sage Vivian, but she gets banned out alongside that Briar Witch Isaria.
Handshake on the last pick. Both banned out, and that's kind of what you would expect at a high-level standard versus standard game.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight this here. Look at that. The Briar Witch gets banned out, but not the Destina. Once again, that's improving the stock of a lot of these revive units as we go into these games. This is still a best of 5. We're still going to see this hopefully go all the way. So start thinking about that strategy early on, because it's going to have implications as we get further and further into this set.
Alright, Hand Guy leads us off into the game. We are going to get that S3 attack up on all units.
And guys, this is the grand finals with everything on the line. Real Mace versus Sai, your final contestants in this tournament.
Not only the final contestants, the best of the best here, as we see them unleashing everything they've got upon each other, crashing waves upon their walls, their defense and offense mixing together beautifully. And what is more beautiful than first turn, throw it all the way down the range, hun, putting out a bunch of damage on Spectre Tenebria. And first of all, we've got to take a look at that. Arrowwell, the standard wall for the team. Let's get her out of the way so we can make the rest of her team pay. Rev up the motorcycle and come on through. Last Rider Crow on the bike, putting out the damage. Let's see a little bit of this too. Already got the Arrowwell at half health. Jeez.
Sage Vivian is going to have dangerous reach into that Spectre Tenebria, but every single AoE you throw at your opponent is going to lower the cooldown on that Last Rider Crow.
And did you see that? That 5,000 heal from the Sage Vivian skill 3, so nice, well-timed right after that Last Rider Crow.
I actually wonder who's going to win this matchup. You know, this is one of those very 50-50 matchups that, is going to be so close once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you had to take a look at just how stacked left team is on damage, and they've got one of the best mitigators in the game, but they've still got attack buff, crit damage buff. Even Hand Guy's probably about to do a crap ton of the damage coming out. I mean, 1,446.
Boys,
absolutely cooking.
Surely this kills right. We have an attack up plus vigor, multiple Hellcutter stacks. Let's see the damage. Proof of
6,000
valor.
off first hit. That's definitely a kill.
Absolutely. It comes on in and it clutches in at the end. Throws out with the additional damage on the rest of the team. We're barely hanging on. Somehow, we even have less health on our last rider crowd than we do the Spectre Tenebria. I almost applaud her for making it this far, and she's rewarded being cranked back up to her maximum. But this is the time where we need to make a play. We're not going to be around for much more of those devastating attacks coming on out, and we still have those buffs that were the result of that damage. So strike back now while you still have the chance.
That was a massive splash, and Destina reverses most of that damage with the revive, but with the buffs, with the barriers, and with the remaining damage against Sai, I would say Mace still came ahead out of that exchange.
Now, we got to think a little bit about this because we saw this earlier. What are we setting up with the right side team? Possibly we're just trying to survive long enough for Destina to get herself back up there, maybe get another skill 3 and revive a lot of these units, because I don't know how much more we're going to be able to take or survive. We've got 10 souls on left side, and I bet you Mace is going to do exactly what I think he's going to do with them.
Yep, Flush is about to come through here, and that is going to definitely take out this Apocalypse Robbie again. She's not going to get put. Oh my god!
It takes out everyone! What do you mean? The damage, as I said, was stacked up sky high on right side. And we see the immediate surrender from Sai. Absolutely. Your whole team gets wiped to pieces, torn asunder before your very eyes. And nothing could make me sadder for you. It was a good fight you put up there, but the Sylvan Sage Vivian, as you said, Carr, was definitely a clutch pick. Yeah, with her,
Just a great draft from Mace. Had all his ducks lined up in a row during the draft. Was able to just ban last and clutch it out. No problem.
Yeah, that's one of those matchups where, it didn't look like it was going to be that big of a disparity going into it, but the moment that LQC comes through, the moment you soul burn that flush, the attack plus crit damage buff synergy, I feel like Sai needs to be able to adapt to that. He needs to know how to play around that. Otherwise, we might just see a repeat of last game. It was going to be one big flush, and all the dreams are going to go down.
Yeah, and even though it's getting a little late, I would love to see us go the distance. We want to see the full draft potential of both these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm here in it till all night. I mean, I don't have anything better to do. I mean, I have a plane to catch. But hey, if I have to miss a ride back home to see some exciting games here at the end, I'm gonna commit. Now, speaking of which, you've got to think of what you're gonna commit to. You've got first pick here. You've got to make a strong standing with it, and most importantly of all, you've got to remember, as we said before, the Briar Witch now being banned gives more value to these revive units. So how will that play into your further strategies? This is where the games are going to start to feel different. And nothing feels more different than seeing Savior Auden at the top and getting your Destina stolen away. Mace recognizes the value that this unit now has when one of her greatest counters is absolutely out of the game. And he's not going to let his opponent take advantage of that.
Getting that meteor taken away, you have to be able to get something back. And like you said, Briar Witch's area gone means these revivers at an all-time premium. Karina taken out too. That's another one I like to kind of highlight, because this means you can take a lot of really squishy units, especially evasion units that might be weak to that splash damage, that might be weak to the rocket punch gauntlet. So this kind of opens up that Autumn first pick.
You were talking about premiums before, and no one in this game has higher premiums than Last Rider Krause. There's entire graveyards filled with bikes he's thrown hazardously into the enemy team, and he'll keep doing it as long as he's got the right lady by his side. And nothing protects and keeps Spectre Tenebria quite safe like that Last Rider Krause. A match made in heaven, as we've kind of talked about earlier. Can we get a similar match on left side with Mace, as we saw before with the Sylvan Sage Vivian and the Little Queen Charlotte?
Yeah, he could opt for the same style of draft. Unfortunately, though, no attack up yet just right now for the Little Queen Charlotte. But I think Sylvian Sage Vivian is not a bad pick here. Little Queen Charlotte, not a bad pick either, opting or providing some crit damage mitigation for her squad too. But I think Mace might go a different direction this time around.
I'm a lot more impressed with the way Sai has structured his draft. Support, tank, and one of the better DPSs in the series. Last round we saw him go with Apocalypse Robbie, but when both players are slightly slow, Apocalypse Ravi actually loses out on quite a bit of value. And we see here Mace picking up that Bellion again, injury set, and the A Ravi, and he's going for the injury play on both of these high HP characters.
Yeah, injury abound on the left side, as you just said there. But
are we making the call that this Bellion's on injury set?
Yeah, I think it was.
Did we see that in early round? Now, a lot of these players, Valk, can have 2 different types of Bellions, right? On deck, ready to go. But I think you're right. If he locks it in here, it could be an injury.
Especially into last Rider Crow. I think if you take a non-injury set Bellion,
not the best pick for sure.
But if you do have that injury as the match goes on longer and longer, the match is actually more favored for the Bellion player.
Now, we're looking... Oh, my God. I saw God flash behind my...
He's teasing us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is something to be said about reliability and having a strong draft. But sometimes you spin the wheel, see the big numbers.
Let's send it. He hasn't had the best showing in this tournament, but like we highlighted earlier, a nice unit into the Bellion.
Yeah, and we finish off with a Yulha here on absolutely the last seconds of that draft. I'm excited. I'm absolutely excited because when in doubt, hit the lever, and nothing does that better than Remnant Violet, or God, as some of the people know him better as. Finally, if you want to take down God, you need a man with a plan, and Zahak's definitely carrying one of those. And being able to provide a little bit of that attack up that we wanted earlier, and definitely see some damage coming out on right side that'll make him a threat to the plan.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Yulha last pick on the side of Sai because we were talking about so much injury on the field, which will really, lower the amount of damage she does on her skill 3.
And I wonder how much of that was just Sai running short on time. And like that, last starter crowd gets banned out. And Sai does have a knight to protect his 2 carries, but it's going to be 2 very heavy injury characters versus a very HP reliant knight. So I think this game falls on the shoulder of Remnant Violet as well as Spectre Tenebria.
I really do think those bans are important. We'll talk about and come back to them later, but they were important. What's important right now is getting into the game and taking up the mantle of first turn is Mediator Cowrick. He's not having to follow up on cleansing any debuffs, but he does have an important job to do, and it's placing that attack buff so Riley can do his job.
Rylet actually not super reliant on the ultimate, or sorry, the skill 3 from the hand guy, but that does allow him to maybe go for some skill 1s instead and hold that skill 3 if he wants to opt for it later down the line.
I think it definitely highlights the threat. To be honest with you, Carr, I just like the numbers being bigger.
Oh, for sure, and it's great as well for the Spectre Tenebria, obviously having this attack up available.
Yeah, I think we can tell what kind of play we expect to see at this point, right?
Spectre Tenebria going to activate that S3. Probably on the 1 unit with no immunity here.
Definitely on the unit with no immunity here. And we actually get our first counterattack. This blind's wide awake.
Our God gets hit.
This is just so bad, guys. He's been hit so many times in this tournament today. And it is injury, like Valk mentioned.
Yeah. Injury sets coming through. The damage is coming through on the hit. Unfortunate, as they might say. And speaking of which, if there's anything that does damage in this game, it's probably the Sword of Achamedeles. I mean, it comes down, it hurts, it hits, but it misses as well.
Dodged when it mattered at least. Rylet's still living to see another day.
Yeah. We've got the effect in this buff on this as well, but we're going to have to see what it does here.
Bellion needs to put up that defense buff. Rylet gets hit again, but he doesn't drop here. That is a big turn. And I think here he needs to rip that S3 into somebody and heal back a nice chunk. Apocalypse Ravi looking like a great target.
Apocalypse Ravi, unfortunately, not going to be able to use S3 to bring anyone back. She will fall into the hands of Remnant Violet right here, and he'll gain a good chunk of his health back. Not enough to make him feel comfortable, but at least enough to get him back in this game.
Yeah, he'll be able to survive some dodges if he's able to dodge. We'll see if he's able to.
刚好柏林安就是被发现是伤口之后打，就一直一直扁他，因为他不会反击。
So despite getting hit for the first 2 times, first 2 turns out of this match, he's actually looking like he's somewhat stabilized. Destina self S2, surely. Going to put herself in a better position. Oh, never mind. Pushes up the belly and crit chance buff here.
I mean, she's already hit Violet so many times, but she won't hit him again here.
1 miss.
And doesn't get the proc with those barriers active. Not seeing too much injury through that barrier.
We have to be careful now as well.
That's a dual attack. 1+1 stacks and the blind.
We have to be careful here at this point. Our Spectre Tenebria isn't doing the best health-wise, and we do proc the passive on Auden there. She won't get her counterattack, but she will get the increased combat readiness.
+1 more stack. Now, I think Bellion's going to run this, or we're going to run this into the Bellion, and we're going to let God decide how he wants to play this game.
Let's see the 50-50. Who does he hit?
Right into the Destina. That's a big one.
That's absolutely the victim you want to see. Shut her down before she gets anything done. And that's a big, healthy chunk of damage coming out on her.
Is that enough
Will this
damage?
finish? Yeah, does the
9,000 damage. I think the Yuha might have it.
He's going for it.
He's absolutely going for it. Rip and tear through your opponent. Yoha, with her devastating and capricious smile, blasts through. And yes, she does finish off Destina. No revives left. Savior Auden is going to have to save this game if she wants to bring Mace back into it.
Starting with a kill on Remnant Violet. Are we going for it? It's a miss. He's actually coming in clutch despite all the bad luck earlier.
GG comes out for Mace, and I think Sai just did it. That's exactly what we're talking about. Sai doing exactly what he needed to do, finding the weakness in his opponent's draft, and identifying a correct sequence to pick out the units and beating out his opponents. Ooh, that is a story you love to see throughout a tournament.
You just have to look and see. There are cracks in any player's draft. No mountain is insurmountable, and no player is invincible. Absolutely. As much as the OST might.
Even gods can bleed, as we saw earlier, and Sai showing us once again, Mace is not insurmountable, not undefeatable. He just needs to keep up this momentum now and run with it.
We can kill it. And after having taken one game off, that's gotta feel good. Mace opts to go for the first pick here. Now that Sai knows he can take a game off, I wonder if he can just ride this momentum and just off right into the sunset.
So I do have to pull us back a little bit. That victory wasn't simply just given to us. It was given to us by Remnant Violet, by God himself, coming in and striking and making a lot of clutch dodges, and then finally coming through in, snapping back with the S3 on the perfect
My God,
target
he put us through a scare though, Divine, in those was it first two hits? Getting the 5 to 10% HP, but clutched it out finally. We wouldn't hear the end of it if he just kept getting hit and dying every time.
And I wanted us to pay attention to this earlier, so I'll finish the thought here. The Zahhak ban, I don't think is too instrumental. There's a couple of units that can fulfill his exact position, you know, especially the things he does, and the position he takes in the game. The Last Rider Kraut is really valued at this point in the game. So I'm interested to see how that changes up the draft.
There's two things that I think is really important. Last Rider Kraut being banned means Bellion is strong, and Zahhak being banned by himself is usually not a big deal, but he's banned in conjunction with Briarwitch's Saria as well as Last Rider Kraut. This means every single evasion unit in the game is now at an all-time premium. They're going to be able to carry any and every game.
Who's got their green Violet build? I'm ready to see some units make a comeback. Just like we said before, if you can't win with this meta, if you can't win with the last meta, maybe reach back 2 or 3 metas back. Hell, go back a year or 2. You can make it.
Sai definitely showing that he knows what he's doing. First pick on the Aiden, followed by Destina. They trade supports 1 apiece, but Sai now has one of the best evasion units in the game, considering all of these hard counters are now removed from the game.
Now, Real Mace is, once again, as we always like to say, taking his time methodically to pick apart his opponent. And there it is. The first option is Arrowell. What is this? Not giving up away too much of his draft just yet. I think he wants to save those holes or those openings for later in the game. Doesn't want to be taken advantage of. But, as we said before, what is going to replace Briarwitch? It's going to be Milim coming out and bringing a little bit of that extra hit chance and also that extinction in case we need it. And reach a little bit if she gets far enough into the game, which you're going to need to fight back against Spectre Tenebria coming out on the board right now.
I think the way the draft breaks out almost gives Sai a monopoly on Spectre Tenebria. Because what happens? He picks Spectre Tenebria, he doesn't even need to re-up on the Bellion. If Mace takes the Bellion, Mace can just get punished by more evasion units.
That's right. And was Sai the one that picked Summer Break Charlotte, I think, in one of the previous rounds and it got banned out last pick? He's kind of hovering over it. I saw a Bellion as well. I think both of those units could be good. I really like the Bellion maybe from Sai, but let's see what he opts for. Goes for the Eula. which was super clutch in the last round, finishing off that Destina.
Yule has an amazing pick here because you know what? That's another tool to break down more evasion units. And guess what's another evasion unit in this draft right now? It's that Milim. Ooh.
Solitaria of the Snow.
Now, it may not be a lot of players' favorite unit to use, but I think going to be very effective in this match.
Not only just effective, annoying, absolutely, right? Those debuffs packing up, stacking up. It's definitely something most players don't want to deal with. When you got Hanga on your side, you feel a lot more confident ripping the unit out, right?
Fairy Tale of the Nightmare. She's going to very consistently pepper the opponent with not only debuffs, but also chip damage throughout the course of a long match. And, you know, as we said earlier, Mace needs to take that Bellion, so he does take that injury Bellion for the Spectre Tenebria.
For the Spectre Tenebria, for the Yule Hall, to reduce the amount of effectiveness on the Destina. I think he's got a lot of uses just because of that injury set, and it's definitely a smart pick here. Exactly what we expect from our champ.
On top of that, with Mace picking the Solitaria and the Bellion, Rylait may not come out now because that would force Sai to ban that Solitaria on their side because she counters him pretty hard.
Absolutely. I think Sai is taking his time deciding a ban, takes the Arya. Is he going to ban the Solitaria?
Yeah, that shows that he has to ban the Solitaria unless he's going to do something crazy.
如果我是左边的话，我会 ban 掉对方的暗法，
so much less effective.
因为我觉得暗法好讨厌。
那
右边应该会 ban 掉伯利安。
I swear this is just on accident.
Oh, I like it. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing we need to keep is attention on these bans. Selection already made by Mace, but we're taking time up to the last second to make the decision on the right side, and we ban out the Solitary indeed. But the goes as well, so we're kind of seeing a counteraction what you're talking about before, Valky. The hit chance units are gone. Now the evasion chance units are also going a little bit.
And this is Mace realizing, as a good player, he's running out of ways to beat evasion units. If he keeps letting Sai have these evasion units, eventually he will get choked out of this match. So regardless of whether or not he wins this game, he just needs to take out an evasion unit.
Well, here we go, guys. Game 3 underway between Mace and Sai. One other note, the Milim is here, so I'm not sure how effective the Arya is going to be from the last pick side of Sai. Depending on the turn order, she's just going to eliminate the stealth that, you know, the Arya provides for the squad.
Now, normally I would say that is a big concern, but with a Bellion on Mace's side, that unit will be dropping daily every single turn. Meaning, as long as we don't lose that counterattack, Arya will be providing us with insanely consistent value in that counterattack. And stacking the focus to full, we might see some big powerful strips coming in from that Crow or that Raven off of that big laser blast.
Now, we've got a choice here to make. We need to cleanse the debuff on one of these two, and we do decide to make it the Spectre Tenebria, and that's definitely because we want to rip and roar with this S3. If it's enough damage to finish it off, no, it's not. But it is enough to get the stun and keep the danger of this Milim at least one turn away.
And I think that turn order is just actually so bad for Mace because the Milim loses a turn first, and then the Arya puts a stealth right back into who is that Bellion? Oh, jeez.
Right. Like I mentioned, it's very dependent on the turn order here between the Milim and the Arya. But like you highlighted, this Bellion's going to be huge in providing that fuel for the Arya.
Most of the time, when you play Epic 7, you want to be taking the first turn. But in the case of
如果只看角色，还以为是命令武选出来要来处理隐形的，可是事实上，我们看右上角的 BP 是命令武先选的，他维选才选艾莉亚，所以其实还蛮神奇的。他已经知道他维选会选艾莉亚了，有研究对手，所以我先选一只，你敢选我，我就能破你的隐形。哦，超衰，被夹攻了。好，现在抓一下，然后
first check here on the Arya, full resist, Bastion Hope counter attack.
好。
I think we knew that we weren't going to be able to strip the buffs, but we needed the shield up just in case it hit the mill because we can't afford for her to dip any lower into her HP pool.
Well, that being said, we're probably going to see a dead Milim here. Counterattack comes out from Arya, following into the Crow.
And absolutely hitting the Milim, devastating because the Crow follow-up is going to mean that the show's over for her. Goodbye, Milim. No wahaha, indeed. But we also get the follow-up from our Belian, but just doesn't get much of anything at all. Injury set is nice, but the debuffs would be even better. But we can't seem to land any of them. And speaking of which, notice this: the barrier and the stealth buff are still up on the Spectre Tenebria. That stealth buff is going to mean a reduced 50% damage on incoming AoEs. What does that mean? Belian doesn't get to do much at all for at least a couple more turns.
We actually got the stun there on the RL, but didn't get the strip on the counter and the defense up. So we're showing that we have the reach to get that effectiveness versus effectiveness, just we didn't get the right strip.
And like you highlighted earlier, Card, that turn order wasn't very good for Mace. We do take a turn out of this Arya, but then what happens? She just gets stunned for a turn, and then Alveli needs to attack into that counter-attack buff again.
Yeah.
We see a burn here on the S1. We're definitely going to get the follow-up, but we're also definitely going to get hit by a counter-attack as well. Still resists all up over the board. We're starting to see the effect of those injuries piling up, and finally, we've gotten rid of that stealth buff on the Spectre Tenebria. She was already stealthy enough. She didn't need the extra defense against this Belian.
Ooh, and it's looking like the window is getting smaller and smaller on Mace, and we might be losing our opportunity. I think Mace is just running out of sustain versus that Destina. I think this Arya front wall has done more than a satisfactory job, just absolutely walling off that belly as a counter pick versus the Spectre Tenebria.
Now we've got one last chance. We talked about it before, yes, and we go for it. Can we take away these buffs?
Get the strip.
Yeah,
Guild artifact that gives F-res, but every time your unit takes a hit, that effect is going to get lower and lower and lower. And is this going to be enough to swing Mace back into the favor of the game? Because Mace is favored in a long match with that injury Bellion, but ooh, it's looking tougher and tougher with every passing turn.
What's tough is getting, once again, another debilitating on the Spectre Tenebria. This is definitely what you don't want to see, especially when she's hitting 2 units. You want to see it so little that you'll actually probably cleanse her and push her up at the same time, giving her the chance to do what she needs to do, and you need to do it quick. As we keep highlighting, the injuries are piling up.
And great 2 splash targets for that Spectre Tenebria there, not wasting any damage on that R while dying from the escort damage share. Mace is in big trouble, guys.
Yeah, this Bellion is going to need some big turns if she actually wants to clutch out this game. Yulha now about 9,000 missing HP, so 9,000 damage off that ultimate. Going to rip it!
Absolutely. Just take your shot into the Belian. She's the last wall standing between you and victory. So we're coming in and doing as much damage as we can, because we're not even going to let for a second the tempo threaten to be taken out of our grasp. I really like that play. Aggressive.
Both of these players going at each other's throats. That's what you like to see. Coming into the finals, Bellion cycles back into the ultimate, drops the S3 defense buff, coming back. She needs to hold on to any remaining HP she got, as she's got no sustain, and lands, ooh, just that lone provoke. Destina being able to revert all the damage and the debuff with that 1 S3. And that's the power of Destina in a longer match.
Yeah, Destina looking so good, and wise skill 3 rip from the Yulha, knowing he might want to use that heal later on the Destina. Skill 3 now coming out from the Spectre Tenebria into that Bellion. Let's see the damage.
The damage is just enough. It leaves Mediator standing all alone, and Mace recognizes the situation. Not exactly a winning position to be in. Ladies and gentlemen, how much did we talk about Mace being prepped and ready to win this whole thing? And how much did Sai just not care as he's ripped into what is the favorite for a lot of people in this tournament, with some smart drafts, some smart picks, and some absolutely devastating dishes of damage and devastating debuffs.
2-1 lead over Mace, the favorite to win the entire thing. Sai's got to be feeling great. He just has to put up for a little longer here. Valk, what do you think he needs to do?
I think he did exactly what he needed to do. Everything we've seen today, Sai is the ultimate underdog. He's not won a single clean set, but he's done what he needed to do and claw his way into the next round. Now he's in the finals against the favorite of the tournament, and I think he's found a winning formula, fellas. Aiden pre-ban into Solitaria. What are we going to see Mace first pick to try to stabilize his position?
The post bans from last game are absolutely coming into effect. As you talked about before, we're finding a little bit of balance. Ironic we say that as Mediator comes up, but we're finding a little bit of a balance. We started the game with a lot of these hit chance units being taken out. That let dodge units come into the fray. Now the dodge units are slowly starting to be taken out, but I still think there's a window for a few of them to be picked and really shake your enemy to the core. And nothing shakes an enemy to the core like dealing with the oldest problem in the game, Apocalypse Ravi.
We've been seeing this play out quite a few amount of games today as well. Briar Witch's area versus these revive comps. And look at that, right on the top right corner of our pre-ban heroes list, Briar Witch's area. This revive list, this revive comp is going to solidify size position the whole run of the game. And the real question of this match is Mace out of heroes?
Well, we have that little Queen Charlotte, which I was expecting to see from that first game. Mace looks so solid throughout the entire tournament with this little Queen Charlotte. So Sai has to be a little worried after what happened in game 1.
You definitely got to be able to look and see your own demise coming up and come up with an answer to it, right? The threat is on the board. So how do you exactly respond?
If we pick the Spectre Tenebria here on the side of Sai, we can expect to see a Sage Vivian from Mace. So let's see if he kind of tries some different options here. But like we've been saying, guys, there's less and less units to pick from.
Yeah, if we go all the way down to Research Carrot, you definitely know that we're hitting at least somewhat of the pool where people might not be as comfortable with the picks that they're putting out.
Reaching a little bit, and you know, some of these picks definitely not optimal. Into the Mediator, into the SC Airwall. This is going to be a very tough match for both players if they're hitting that bottom of the barrel. And I wonder if this is what Mace needed. He needs that experience to anchor him to this game.
This could be bad. I expect to see another Sage Vivian. This is almost a repeat of game 1. We have the Bellion. Is he going to lock in that 5th pick?
Oh, he's looking for it right now.
He does indeed, guys. And I'm not sure if we're going to see a different ending than what we already saw.
The precognition on Carr has definitely come through. And as he said, I'm not so certain that this is going to go differently at all. But you've got a chance here with your last pick to make a statement or at least get something out of the game that might help you in the game after this one, right?
Now, there's something I want to see. Even if it gets force banned, there's a very strong dark unit that Sai did use to clutch a...
That was not expected. We thought it was just Shin being the archdemon kind of specialist. Interesting last pick.
Interesting last pick indeed. And it means an immediate ban from Mace. We still got to think about what we want to do. Sai obviously looking to win this game. So that's the interesting question. Do you go for a ban that helps you the most in the long run? Or do you go for the ban that finishes the game off and nets you the win right here and right now?
That's exciting. Both support units banned out. The attack buff banned out for Mace, but the revive banned out for Sai. Both of these guys are just taking a slugfest at each other. 1 tank, 3 DPS units. They are going to punch it out until the end. Who takes this home? We will see right here, right now, in the finals of the Amazon Conquerors Cup.
Let's go, boys. This could be the tournament end for Mace. He has to come out big here, Sai, with a 2-1 lead.
I definitely hope it is, and I'm rooting for Mace in all honesty, not because of bias, but because I want to see this game go all the way. That's obviously not Sai's intention, and he's going to come out swinging, hoping to finally finish the Gravewalker and put him back into retirement. We get the stun easily on the LQC here. What does that really mean?
We kind of were talking about this earlier. We saw the little Queen Charlotte on the side of Mace resist, but I wasn't fully sure if it was an ER LQC, as that's really hard to build. I don't think it is with the Stenny being able to stun her here.
Yeah, that might have just been an overreach on my end, as she takes a stun, and since she's not a very fast unit, she might just be out for the count for the next turn and a half.
She's out for the count, but she's out for the count still building up those devastating Hellcutter stacks, right? It just means that if you have to consider her a ticking time bomb. If you do let her rip, I mean, say rip indeed to your entire team, right?
That being said, this Archdemon is coming in strong, and if she resists this
could be huge.
Oh, stun does come out. Wow, these tanks absolutely laying in all the utility they got to extend the length of this fight.
Go 3 out from the Sylvian, and the heal's going to be very nice here on the side of Mace. Big damage on the Spectre, leaving 1 health left.
You absolutely need to take advantage of that 1 health. And who's going to take advantage of it? Well, she's sitting in a chair, sitting lovely right there. Belian herself will easily be able to finish her off. You can consider her dead after the Belian takes her turn. So what do you do in the meantime? You're sitting here with Yulha's turn. We're missing a good portion of our health, but we're still going to keep the biggest threat other way. But we're not going to be safe. Forget what I said before. It wasn't about the Lion's turn. It was about simply proccing the Elvis there and finishing off the rest of the team. I mean, finishing off the Spectre.
Ooh, Spectre Tenebra is gone, but only for now. That Apocalypse Ravi has the power to bring something back. Now, there are a lot of options to set this up. With
the Yulha, most likely?
With the Scarewall S3 off the board, a Meru still could pop off. Yulha still has the S3. A Ravi still has the S3. This is pure decision making. Can Sai clutch this out? He's gotten so far. Can he make the right decisions to outmaneuver the tournament's favorite?
We definitely see a soul burn on either this turn or the next one. We see it on this one indeed, and we go in. Ooh, we finally get the proc from the Yulha. She pushes herself up, but not before we get another set of debuffs coming on through, but not on her herself.
21k missing HP. Now that is a lot of damage. Who is this going to drop on? Surely this is going to be a kill on 2 of the 3 DPS units. LQC goes out here.
LQC does not go out here.
Die.
She's hanging on by a thread, but the kind of thread that still makes her an absolute threat. Redirected provoke doesn't mean anything. She's still gonna hit with what, 10 plus Hellcutter stacks?
Yeah, with that Vigor up 2, let's
15?
see the damage.
Oh, good
Enough to knock out the Yulha. Mace in a commanding position here. Huge debuffs also on the Apocalypse Ravi and the Archdemon.
We push the Archdemon, the Apocalypse Ravi up here.
Sai, you know what to do. Let's see if we can bring back that Spectre Tenebria.
He hits. Do we get her?
Tenebria
Oh
comes
my
back.
god.
Okay. That's the start we needed. Can we mount a comeback?
Now S1 comes through.
哇，那个攻呆好可惜哦，
little bit of
从头被
damage.
控到尾，然后又死
No,
了，
I feel like
Soul burn on the same
不然他那一刀砍下去
single
应该超
target.
嗨的。
Drops the Archdemon. Oof.
not only does it drop the Archdemon, it's gonna be followed up by the Belian here. And she gets the extra attack, and she gets all of these debuffs that don't even matter. She's dead.
And that should be it. Sai maybe just taking some time to think here, but against the 3 units on the other side, there is almost no chance of victory.
I mean, I would say never, but no, he agrees. He agrees with you
左边的
absolutely.
BP 很明显，
Takes that game, and we do indeed go all the way to game 5. What did we say, ladies and gentlemen? What did we predict?
Oh man, that's a 2-2. We really took this one to the last match.
Guys, we got what we wanted, but I want to see Sai not kind of crutch on that Apocalypse Ravi. Mace has shown now twice that he has that draft just in the bag.
Little Queen Charlotte, just such a pivotal pick for him.
不错哦，两边都很认真打哦。
With that Sylvian follow-up from the Spectre Tenebria on the side of Sai, now that we have more bans, can he do it?
That's right. RTA is a game that's all about the butterfly effect. If I pick something, you respond with 2 different units, and I need to respond with 2 different units. Sai just need to reach in a little bit deeper into that into that hero pool, and see if he can just pivot around what Mace has got built today.
Absolutely. Dig deep into those pockets. Before you start running those pockets, you're going to have to find every single advantage you can take to make or break in what is going to be the last game of the finals here, ladies and gentlemen. Get a little bit hype, get a little bit excited. We've got 12 bans on the board up right here.
Mediator Coeric out. What's going to be picked? Honestly, I don't even know.
I don't know either, but that's because I don't have future sight. But what you did need future sight to see, unfortunately, is that we're still sitting pretty with our Apocalypse Ravi. Now, that, as Carr just said, not exactly a pick that I believe you're comfortable with. You want to see a little bit of a change up or shake up to the plan, but she's just so stable. In fact, she's so stable, I think that's why Mace has an answer for her.
Sure. Obviously, you know, if you don't have other units ready to go, Apocalypse Ravi is so insane. With the Meteor card being banned, we could still see a different sort of shakedown here in terms of draft.
He's going for something we haven't seen him pick so far. DJ Basar into the paint. That is a move we saw from Hatsu, and now Mace is pulling it out.
The copycat steals the face of another Mace. I guess he's not the real one after all, huh? No, but joking aside, that strategy is strong. I see it definitely now, shutting down the opponent's options. And when you don't have many options left, that feels kind of hard to deal with, right? I think that's going to be the key here in the last leg of the draft. Find these surprise options, these wonderful combos out of everything that's been taken. What's left? Make the best draft out of a bad hand. That's what's going to be going on here. And somehow through all of this, as it's endured, we still have Spectre on the board. We still have Yulho who's been doing who's been making a bunch of great plays. Plenty of good stuff still on the board.
Not to mention Bellion. That's the unit that's been really clutch for Mace to be able to clutch out these games. That injury on the Bellion was so huge last game in order to just cut down on these HP scaling units turn after turn after turn. And that's what I want to see Sai be able to adapt around. And I wonder, is he just out of depth at this point?
Yeah, I definitely think we have to see the blind at that point. After all, we do have the Apocalypse Ravi, who doesn't want to get injured. We've got the Yulha, who doesn't want to get injured. We have the Spectre Tenebra, who doesn't want to get hit at all. And what's the answer to all that? Well, we'll see here in a couple of seconds, hopefully.
I think we could just see the Bellion, maybe Little Queen Charlotte last pick, but Mace looking very comfortable right now. Wow, with a fallen Cecilia fourth pick.
I did not expect. I didn't see that one coming up. It makes sense actually, Carl. We've got up top again, right? The number one counter to shields, so we can feel more comfortable providing ourselves with those barriers.
就是就是这四只光八水狼，然后一只输出配暗龙是一个体系，各体系很灵活。 再搭配适合的输出手，只是明明右边这三只，就是前几场被他的伤口玻璃安打得蛮惨的。还是说这一个组合不适合配玻璃安？
Can Sai do it? He's got 13 seconds.
大哥又来了，
Remnant
大
Violet
哥。
comes in. That's unit that's worked once for him. Can he find another?
Throw your hands up into the air and believe simply in God. Give him your power, your prayers, and throw your destiny alongside with him. Now, I'm betting he gets banned personally, but if he doesn't, oh my God.
Could there be a better storyline for this Remnant Violet? Final match of the final tournament. Best of 5. Is he going to be able to dodge enough?
Is he going to be able to dodge enough? And is he going to be able to come in strong, accompanied by the maid Chloe? As we said before, we've got a lot of the extinction units already out of the way, so she gets value. And then Pirate Captain Flan, we shake hands at the end and ban on both sides. No Flan for this entire tournament. But we do get to go into this final game with excitement blowing through by Banes, Remnant Violet on the right side. We've got this amazing combo with the DJB and Piera, and we're going into the last game of this tournament. Get absolutely hyped. Does the legend continue, or does he fall? Let's see as both players give it their all.
Final match, final round, 50,000 coins on the line, 10,000 Sky Stones, and a tablet.
The tablet's nice. I gave it to my mom, actually, when I got one. But that's not important right now. What's important is this. Obviously, we take first turn with the Payra.
Rips the S2. The debuffs are going to matter a lot here, especially against the Say Robbie. Misses the Remnant Violet.
But what's going to matter more? Do we? Oh, I thought for sure we'd get the RNL proc. We've got it so much already. Every time Pierre's come up, I was scared.
攻逼加护卫，水狼的性能组性能很好，会直接搭上来，我还要直接打连续击。
Not throwing away this last game, the luck after all. We, as I said before, close it on a strategy that means you win, even in the worst of times. That's the kind of mentality Mace has going into his matches, and that's the kind of mentality that Sai has to overcome.
DJB pushing up the FCC into the S3, and that's the power of the fallen Cecilia. She was forgotten in the metagame for so long, but she was one of the best knights. And for once, that 4 skill nullifiers versus single target bombs. You have to peel off those skill nullifiers one at a time. And it's so annoying. It buys your team so much time. And for this Sage Vivian, that's all she needs. Spectre Tenebra goes down.
Tenebra goes down in a flash. We're going to need to bring her back with Apocalypse Ravi, but she's already covered by the restrict, which means these presses, these pushes she's going to get when she gets hit by these AoE attacks aren't going to exactly be enough.
Excellent target selection for Sai. Picks off the skill nullifier, and I wonder if Remnant Violet is going to rip the S3 into the DJB to start working him down to prep for our A Robbie to S3.
It will do some decent damage here, but Mace is looking so tanky. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough on the side of side.
At least I hope it breaks barrier. It definitely cuts through at half HP. Now what do we do?
That's the exact type of thing you get with a double tank comp. Fallen Cecilia is a knight, but Payra has the escort.
Oh, to make matters worse, that is a brutal stun.
We don't get the combat readiness increase at all. We get stunned, and we're sitting there dazed out of our mind. Once again, you can take another hit, and that's important because we're actually taking out some of those Proof of Valor stacks. Those go away. This Aravi isn't as tanky as she was when she first started the match.
As well as her fighting spirit, yeah. Mace is going to have so much control as the match progresses here. Sai opting to rip the Eula skill 3 into the Desert Jewel Bazaar.
We're going to be able to take out this match here so that it's a 3v3, but Sage Vivian, the most important unit on Mace's side, still has a skill nullifier above her head. That's going to need to go if Sai wants to be able to come back to this game.
Yeah, she's really been the MVP for Mace this entire last round of the tournament. I believe, though, did we see if she was on Chatty?
I believe she...
Not Symbol of Unity, correct? So maybe there's a chance that this Remnant Violet can just dodge forever and do a true comeback story.
Ooh, we're going to have to see if that's the case. Soul burst into the Vivian. That's a flush. Lots of damage coming out.
She's actually on last tea time.
She's on last tea time, but keep this in mind as well. The recent buffs to Remnant Violet means we got to change to his S1, right? And we see it right here with the Soul Burn. We're going to have an extra turn after this.
But already
we're going to go in. Okay. We go in, we blow him up, and we do what we got to do. Coming through, Remnant Violet, your god. And he's got another thing to say as he's continuing his turn, ripping, roaring into the Sylvan Sage Vivian and giving her the decreased hit chance. That's going to be massive.
But guys, between the focus and the damage share... Oh, that provoke could be big.
That provoke was so clutch in a single turn. We dropped this Vivian by 3 stacks and land a clutch debuff.
Oh, but we hit the Remnant Violet here, but we don't strip.
He gets hit with that unbuffable.
Oh, Mace has a big decision to make here. We're going back into the escort. Payra becomes once again the main mitigator for this comp on the left here.
Guys, after this turn, Remnant Violet will not be able to upkeep his evasion. This could be bad.
This could be bad, but there's something else that's waiting out in the wings, I believe. It's kind of the Aravi.
Malicious Smile. That is huge because... Oh my god, that's Thor's damage into a Sage Vivian, a unit that does not have a lot of HP.
I just noticed it was unbuffable. It's actually 2 turn unbuffable. That's really gonna hurt.
These blinds are big though. Sai getting the debuffs, he needs to stay in this.
Oh man, you know, I've seen so many games over my years of playing RTA, and I actually...
Doki, he got a 20% miss there, no evasion.
This still inherent miss off the artifact, you gotta say you love it. He's trying his best out here.
That's an important 15%.
That was big though, Mace coming back with the RNG. Will this blind? Let's see, guys. This is huge.
She's going to be able to heal herself with this one. Blind. Let's see how this chops down.
Is that 3 misses? No, we crit the Eula.
We crit the Eula, but we still missed on the Remnant Violet again.
But the lifesteal was big, guys. Behind the escort and the focus mechanic, Sai's running out of time to kill this Sage Vivian.
She's definitely starting to run away with the show. We definitely need to see a response sometime soon. We're going for the provoke again. We don't get the 15% that our opponent got, and we really needed it because we need this Aravi in this game as soon as possible.
Oh, that is bad. No 20% evasion this time around.
He's still sitting there looking like a dope.
Yeah, he can go for another stun if he wants. Skill 2 first.
And we're going to place the unbuffable again here, right?
It does land, and that could be it.
Oh my good lord, that is not the kind of thing you want to see on our Lord and Savior. Even if he had the souls, it'd be impossible for him to burn through quick enough.
Now Sai's hanging on by a shy 20%.
哇，那个暗罗菲没有斗志了，不会回血。
Getting provoked. That 15% was clutch on the Sylvan Sage Vivian, and we just haven't seen that same luck repeated on the Aravi.
Yeah, that's right.
他那个应该是不会解 buff 的，哇死了。
And the Remnant Violet does eat the full brunt of that damage here.
And now, like with most of ranked games, it ends with Aravi standing tall at the end.
大哥这种
standing after all, she's been
就是
stunned.
超级靠赛角的比赛都还蛮好看的，
Units coming in on her.
因为有一个炸弹在场上，但不知道炸哪一边。
Proof of Valor down to almost no efficacy.
Really going to win this.
哇，3HH， 3HH 前几场打很稳啊，可是打这个体系好像很吃力。就是只打所以看起来真的没有伯里安的那个伯里安跟不上这队的那个。
Everything we believed and trusted in, this scenario could have happened, but it wasn't the reality we got. God falls.
Real Mace， 恭喜他 Real Mace。
Conqueror's Cup. Wow, what a game 5 here. What a set. The full distance. We saw this one. You know, game 1, game 2, game 3. These guys are just slugging each other back and forth, taking the tempo away from each other. Just what a series this was.
Gentlemen, that means Mace is going to be going home with the grand prize, 50,000 coins, 10,000 Sky Stones, and that Amazon Fire HD tablet.
Absolutely.
好，那看起来今天比赛已经结束了，后续应该是一些官方的花絮什么的。我先播到这边，大家那个可以去看，可以去其他主播台看看啊。感谢你们陪我。对啊，因为第一次播我没有去申请那个开调宝，所以你们挂我的台比较吃亏一点。非常感谢你们陪伴。那晚上7点也有可能提早开，我反正最晚7点会开打 PVP 爬分的过程。那有喜欢打 PVP 的，欢迎线上网咖大家一起爬，然后会爬到9点。那9点过后如果还有体力的话，因为我会开免差券打 PVP， 那我可能会打一下双周的电网。双周的那个殿堂也可以一起凹分数这样子。好，谢谢大家的陪伴，晚上见，拜拜。
That's undoubtedly something you can be proud of because that was something that